Chapter 1 Marrying a Wife. Tsunade Konoha 57 years. In the Uchiha tribe's land, inside a small courtyard. King Ai, your talent is average, and you have only opened one Megatama until now. I'm afraid your life will end with Genin. Although you are an orphan, the family has never treated you badly over the years, and the training resources have been fair and equitable. The relationship between the family and the top management of Konoha is becoming increasingly tense, and conflicts may break out at any time. I see that you and Tsunade-sama are very close. It just so happens that you are at the age where you should get married and have children. How about you marry Tsunade-sama? In the wooden house, the lights were like beans. Uchiha Fugaku sat in front of the table and spoke slowly. Please obey the clan leader's instructions. Uchiha King Ai replied neither humble nor arrogantly. Uchiha Fugaku heard this and nodded with satisfaction. This King Ai was quite sensible and saved him a lot of effort. He had been thinking about how to persuade Saiki to marry Lord Tsunade. After all, Tsunade-sama is more than 20 years older than Saiki. The average man would rarely accept a woman so much older than him, let alone someone like King Ai. Even in the entire ninja world, I'm afraid there's no one more handsome than this clansman. However, as the clan leader, he must ease the tension between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's top brass, even at the expense of the clan's interests. Uchiha Fugaku thought for a while and said, 5 days from now will be an auspicious day. It's better to choose a day than to hit the sun. Let's just choose that day. There is enough time to prepare. As your elder, I will submit the wedding invitation to Tsunade-sama as soon as possible. Don't worry, the wedding is all organized by the clan, and you don't need any money or effort at all. The scale is absolutely huge. Yes. Uchiha nodded and agreed. The sky was overcast and it was raining lightly. Inside a small cabin. Sit down on the bed and slowly guide the flow of chakra, while mixing mental energy and physical energy in a certain proportion. However, even if the chakra is run for more turns, the increased amount of chakra is almost invisible. A long time. King Ai slowly opened his eyes, feeling the poor chakra in his body, and couldn't help but sigh deeply. After nearly 2 hours of hard work, there was not even a drop of chakra. I should be considered the worst time traveler, right? King Ai smiled bitterly and shook his head. It has been 18 years since he traveled to the Hokage world. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a system or any other cheat. However, he doesn't care about this. After all, he is also someone who has read all the Hokage comics, so he naturally knows many ways to become stronger. Moreover, the one he traveled through was the most powerful family in Konoha, the Uchiha clan. Born with Sharingan plug-in. However, when he secretly learned chakra extraction surgery when he was 3 years old, he discovered that his cultivation talent was so rubbish that it was impossible to see it. He simply doesn't have the qualifications to become a ninja. Any ordinary genin can practice several times faster than him. Chakra is the foundation of ninja. Without chakra, ninjutsu cannot be released. However, as a time traveler, King Ai knows very well that chakra cannot decide everything. In Hokage, there is no chakra, so you can use tailed beasts, star stones, etc. to enhance your chakra amount. And he can also practice physical skills. However, after switching to physical training, he desperately discovered that this body's physical skills talent was also inferior. Like Might Guy, he practiced hard, but before he could become stronger, his body had already collapsed, leaving many hidden injuries. Fortunately, he had an adult soul in his small body, which also led to his abundant spiritual energy. At the age of 5, he automatically opened the Sharingan with a Megatama. But after that, the Sharingan never moved again. If he had a little strength, he would still think about planning to rely on first-generation cells to enhance his physical fitness. But now, he is at most at the level of genin, and it is impossible to get something like first-generation cells. As for why his talent is so poor, King Ai guessed that all this is probably related to his wearing. However, wearing also has the advantages of wearing, and his heaven-defying appearance has also been inherited. Although his strength is very poor, his level of eating gigolos is beyond doubt. In Konoha village, many powerful female ninjas are secretly in love with him. Even Tsunade is the same. Because his training talent is very poor, King Ai often goes to the tavern to buy wine and get drunk. Tsunade also likes to drink, and the two of them became very familiar with each other. Unlike the original work, Tsunade took Shizune to travel around the ninja world. Now Tsunade did not choose to leave Konoha village because he knew Saiki, but stayed in the village to accompany Saiki. After the two got drunk, they walked on the street arm in arm, and they looked very intimate. So, this is why Uchiha Fugaku thought that Saiki and Tsunade were in love. But in fact, Saiki knew very well that there was nothing between him and Tsunade. The two of them were innocent and were just simple drinking buddies. Of course, it is certain that the two of them have a good impression of each other. When he read the comics before, his favorite character was Tsunade. Not only is the character very beautiful, but also very plump. But he not only has a good impression of Tsunade, but he also has a good impression of other beautiful women in the village. For example, Yui Kurane, Anko, Uzuki Yujeo, etc. If he had a confirmed relationship with Tsunade and was flirting with these beautiful female ninjas, he was afraid that he would be beaten to death by Tsunade. From the original work, we can see from Jiraiya's performance that when Tsunade is angry, he really hits people. It was because Jiraiya was thick-skinned that he could barely withstand it. Even so, he was almost beaten to death several times. King Ai has a clear understanding of his own position. He is a philandering scumbag who can't hang himself on a tree. But his own strength is not good enough. It's not that easy to be a scumbag. At least you have to have some strength. Otherwise, he provoked so many powerful female ninjas. If one of them turned from love to hate and killed him directly, it would be really miserable. But the current situation does not allow him to hesitate any longer. Even if Uchiha Fugaku did not ask him, he would take the initiative to marry Tsunade. It is now the 57th year of Konoha. According to the original story, next year will be the night of the Uchiha extermination. At that time, the two great Uchiha Itachi and Obito will kill all the tribe members except Sasuke. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he will naturally not be spared. Moreover, his strength is only at the level of genin, and he can't even think about defecting from the village in advance. It's no different from seeking death. The only way is to find a backer as soon as possible to save his life. Among all the women in Konoha, only Tsunade has this ability. One of the Sunin, cage-level strength, granddaughter of first Hokage, Konoha princess, and many other titles. She is simply the strongest thigh of Konoha. Chapter 2 System of Many Children and Many Blessings. The next day, Tsunade received the wedding sticker. Without much hesitation, she agreed directly and was very surprised. Afterwards, most of the famous people in the village received invitations. Everyone was shocked immediately. This is the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, and they actually directly intermarried. For a time, the village was in uproar. You must know that Uchiha Saiki only has genin strength, and Tsunade is a cage-level strongman. Moreover, there is more than 20 years difference between the two people. No matter which way you look at it, the two of them are completely incompatible. Most of the kunoichi were immediately heartbroken after receiving the news. Uchiha Saiki is a bit weak in strength, but he is the most handsome man in Konoha village. Most of the female ninjas were eyeing Uchiha Saiki, but they didn't expect that Tsunade would take the lead so quickly. The other side. Hokage building. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen held the invitation in his hand and frowned at the content on it. Bang! Suddenly, the door was pushed open. A gloomy old man with white bandages wrapped around his face and right arm hurriedly walked in. Sarutobi, the Uchiha clan has made another move. They actually want to marry Tsunade. We must stop this immediately. Shimura Danzo said in a hoarse voice. Looking at Shimura Danzo who broke in, a trace of helplessness flashed across Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. This guy has no political talent at all, and he still wants to grab the Hokage position all day long. Can this kind of thing be prevented? Even if he is Hokage, he can't interfere with things like marriage, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a while and then said, there is only one person left in the Senju clan, Tsunade. It's not really a marriage. Uchiha Saiki is just a genin, so there is nothing to fear. This is not a big move. At most, Uchiha Fugaku wants to ease the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village. Danzo, please stay out of this matter. Shimura Danzo heard this and looked very angry. Sarutobi. The Uchiha clan is an inherently evil clan. The teacher has already told us. You are too indecisive for a Hokage. In my opinion, Tsunade should be directly ordered to prohibit intermarriage with the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath from his pipe and said coldly, Danzo, I'm warning you, don't get involved in this matter. Sarutobi, you will definitely regret it. Shimura Danzo clenched his fists tightly. I am Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen said firmly. At the same time, Jiraiya, who was traveling around the ninja world, also received the news that Tsunade was getting married 3 days later. For a moment, Jiraiya was dumbfounded. He immediately rushed towards Konoha village with all his strength. Soon, 5 days passed by in a hurry. The wedding took place on Uchiha tribal land. As the most wealthy family in Konoha, Uchiha's financial resources are still very rich. The layout of the wedding venue is very particular. After all, this is Tsunade-sama's wedding, so we can't neglect it. The Uchiha clan's clan area, located in a remote corner, became very lively today. Basically, all the prominent people in Konoha came to the banquet. Soon, the wedding began. For a time, the wedding banquet was very lively with people drinking and drinking. However, the expressions of many guests at the wedding seemed a little strange. Most of the women present at the banquet seemed very lost, drinking glass after glass of wine. Jiraiya arrived in time, and when he saw Tsunade at the wedding, he gave up and drank heavily. As for Konoha's senior officials and wealthy families, their attitudes seemed a bit neither salty nor cool. Although the guests present had different thoughts, in general, the wedding was completed smoothly. Night. There were a few more candles lit in the small wooden house, making it much brighter than before. Tsunade sat on the edge of the bed, his body tense. Although she is one of the Sunin, she is very powerful. But it was the first time for her to face such a thing as marriage, so she was inevitably a little uncomfortable. Hearing approaching footsteps, she became more nervous. The heroic temperament on the gambling table in the past completely disappeared at this moment. Like a little girl, her white hands tightly held the corners of her clothes. Squeak! Saiki opened the wooden door, walked in, and then slowly came to Tsunade. Tsunade could even smell the alcohol wafting from the other person's body. She lowered her head shyly. Tsunade, it's getting late, it's time to rest. King Ai couldn't help but feel a little nervous when he looked at the stunning beauty in front of him. Although Tsunade is a bit older, he has the 100 healings mark, and his appearance is well maintained. He looks like he is only in his 20s at most, and his figure is even hotter. King Ai actually doesn't care much about age. He stretched out his hand and gently hugged Tsunade's waist. Husband, be gentle. A gust of wind blew. The candle goes out. Soon, King Ai finally lost his youthfulness and became a real man. The next day, the sky was grey. King Ai woke up from his sleep and felt the delicate body curled up like a kitten in his arms. He couldn't help but feel an indescribable feeling in his heart. From today on, he will completely accept his fate. Lying down and relaxing may be what he should do. Fortunately, after marrying Tsunade, his life safety was temporarily guaranteed. Even if the night of genocide happens, it has nothing to do with him. In a few years, when pain invades Konoha, he can avoid it by taking Tsunade on a trip in advance. However, the dangers of the Hokage go beyond that. When the Otsutsuki clan invades the ninja world more than 10 years later, he may not be able to hide even if he wants to. Naruto even lost 9 tails, and the second pillar almost died. The two masters Kakuzu is so miserable, let alone his little genin. While thinking, suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded. Congratulations to host for successfully marrying a wife and successfully activating the system. The system of many children and many blessings is activated. Binding in progress, binding successful. Function 1, after the host successfully marries a wife, an S-level reward will be randomly selected. Function 2, after the host successfully gets his wife pregnant, an SS-level reward will be randomly drawn. Function 3, after host successfully gets his wife pregnant, host and his wife will stay young forever. King Ai stared blankly at the blue system frame that appeared in front of him. After a long time, he took a deep breath. Finally the fucking system. I just said how could a time traveler not have a system? But this, many children, many blessings system. It seems quite suitable for me. Isn't it just to find more wives and have more children? It's cool to be able to become stronger without practicing. Qing Yi immediately determined his goal, let Tsunade have a baby first. Chapter 3 Tsunade is pregnant system, activate S-level rewards. Qing Yi thought silently in his heart. Congratulations to the host for receiving the S-level reward, the perfect sage body. The system voice fell. Instantly, a huge amount of energy poured into King Ai's body, improving his physique. After a few minutes, King Ai felt that the energy in his body gradually decreased and eventually disappeared. He clenched his fists and felt that the strength in his body seemed to be endless. At the same time, the hidden wounds left in his body from the previous blind exercise were also completely repaired. Perfect sage body is really awesome. King Ai recalled the description of the perfect sage body in Hokage. Perfect sage body is the constitution of sage of 6 paths and the ultimate expression of yang escape. Having a perfect sage body means that he has a huge chakra, extremely strong physical activity and recovery ability. Not only that, but the power of his ninjutsu will also be greatly enhanced. As for wood style and sage mode, King Ai tried it and found that he didn't know how to do it. He quickly realized that in the original work, both Senjo Hashirama and Nagato had sage body. However, Nagato does not know sage mode and wood style. Saiki speculates that Senjo Hashirama's wood style may be related to the sacred tree. Sage mode requires going to the 3 holy places to learn. However, King Ai is already very satisfied with the perfect sage body. This body is the strongest body of Hokage in the early stage. Before 6 paths came out, it was completely able to walk sideways. After Dachin, his physical fitness was ridiculously high. The chakra that ninjas need most can be easily managed, even the chakra from 9 tails cannot compare to it. This time, his 2 deadly garbage talents were directly repaired. I didn't practice chakra very much before, but now I practice it casually, and my energy is hundreds of times better than before. The same goes for his physical fitness. He used to have limits no matter how hard he exercised, but now he doesn't need to exercise much. He feels like his body is automatically strengthening all the time. Husband, why are you awake so early? Tsunade was awakened by King Ai's movements. It's nothing, I just encountered something happy. King Ai turned over and said, it's still early, let's sleep a little longer. He said, not caring about being considerate of Tsunade. He wants to test how strong the perfect sage body is. A long time. Qing stood up and took a deep breath, feeling refreshed. This perfect sage body is so powerful. Qing. King Ai, I feel a little uncomfortable. I really can't move. I want to sleep for a while. Hear Tsunade's words. King Ai quickly comforted him, Tsunade, you have a good rest, I will get up and cook for you. With that said, King Ai immediately got dressed and washed up. Then I cooked some millet porridge. I have to say that the perfect sage body has indeed greatly improved his physical fitness. He was still a little weak last night and had back pain when he woke up in the morning. After getting the perfect sage body this morning, not only did all the discomfort in my body disappear, but no matter how strenuous the exercise was, it was effortless at all. It's as if he can't use up all his strength. Even though Tsunade is a cage-level expert, he couldn't hold on for a while. After a while, King Ai came to the edge of the bed with a fragrant millet porridge and carefully fed it to Tsunade. While Tsunade was drinking porridge, he blinked his watery eyes and looked at King Ai very curiously. She didn't expect that King Ai, a genin, could be so powerful in terms of physical strength. Although it was her first time coming into contact with this kind of thing, she was still a cage-level expert and a medical ninja. I almost couldn't hold on just now. It was obviously not that strong last night, however, Tsunade didn't care. King Ai drank a lot last night, maybe it was because of the alcohol. She felt like she couldn't walk just now. Fortunately, she immediately used chakra to recuperate and now feels much better. Finished clearing the dishes. Siaki asked Tsunade to continue lying on the bed and rest for a while. Then he couldn't wait to walk to another room, which was where he practiced daily. He would stay here most of the time. Sit down on the tatame, concentrate, calm down, and slowly run the chakra. This is the most basic chakra refining technique. He has practiced it thousands of times and is already familiar with it. He completed a series of processes extremely skillfully, guiding the chakra to operate for a week, while combining mental energy and physical energy in a certain proportion. Instantly, an extremely large amount of chakra poured into his body. This chakra is more than 10 times the total amount of chakra he had before. You know, this is just a week of chakra operation, but the speed of practice is only a few minutes. A few minutes of practice is worth 10 times the hard work of the past 15 years. This is the power of cheating. In the world of Hokage, if you don't cheat, you are useless. The comparison is who has more hangs. King Ai looked extremely excited, and he took a deep breath to suppress his turbulent mood. This is just the beginning. Soon, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to training. In the blink of an eye. A month has passed. During this period, King Ai didn't go anywhere. Just stay at home and make love to Tsunade every day. Other than that, it's all about cultivation. When Tsunade has nothing to do, he often guides him in his practice. For a time, his cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds. In just 1 month, the amount of chakra is already comparable to cage level. Of course, this is only when the amount of chakra reaches cage level. It doesn't mean that his strength has reached cage level. A cage level strong person can be called a cage level strong person only when his chakra strength, ninjutsu, taijutsu, understanding of combat, and other comprehensive qualities have all reached cage level and have no shortcomings. Tsunade doesn't know much about Siaki's training progress. After all, the amount of chakra can only be seen from the release of ninjutsu and the Byakugan. However, these days, she is very satisfied. As a wife for the first time, King Ai's physical strength is so good. After eating the marrow and knowing the taste, she feels that she is very satisfied every day. Before she got married, her daily habits included going to the casino to play dice and going to the pub to drink. Life at 2 o'clock every day. It has been so long now that she has never even thought about gambling dice or drinking. She is with Qingyi and I every day. Just as he was thinking about it, Tsunade suddenly felt nauseous. After careful examination, she discovered that she seemed to be pregnant. At the same time, Qingyi, who was sitting cross-legged and practicing, suddenly heard a mechanical sound. Congratulations to host for successfully getting his wife pregnant and receiving an SS level reward. Congratulations to host for successfully getting his wife pregnant. Host and his wife received the Eternal Youth Award. System sound drops. I was very surprised when I was cleared. Within a month, Tsunade was finally pregnant. This month, he worked hard every day and finally got something. However, he did not rush to activate the system rewards, but went to find Tsunade first. Chapter 4 The Power of Cheating System, Activate S-Level Rewards. Qingyi thought silently in his heart. Congratulations to the host for receiving the S-level reward, the perfect sage body. The system voice fell. Instantly, a huge amount of energy poured into King Ai's body, improving his physique. After a few minutes, King Ai felt that the energy in his body gradually decreased and eventually disappeared. He clenched his fists and felt that the strength in his body seemed to be endless. At the same time, the hidden wounds left in his body from the previous blind exercise were also completely repaired. Perfect sage body is really awesome. King Ai recalled the description of the perfect sage body in Hokage. Perfect sage body is the constitution of sage of six paths and the ultimate expression of yang escape. Having a perfect sage body means that he has a huge chakra, extremely strong physical activity and recovery ability. Not only that, but the power of his ninjutsu will also be greatly enhanced. As for wood style and sage mode, King Ai tried it and found that he didn't know how to do it. He quickly realized that in the original work, both Senjo Hashirama and Nagato had sage body. However, Nagato does not know sage mode and wood style. Siaki speculates that Senjo Hashirama's wood style may be related to the sacred tree. Sage mode requires going to the three holy places to learn. However, King Ai is already very satisfied with the perfect sage body. This body is the strongest body of Hokage in the early stage. Before six paths came out, it was completely able to walk sideways. After Dachin, his physical fitness was ridiculously high. The chakra that ninjas need most can be easily managed, even the chakra from Nine Tails cannot compare to it. This time, his two deadly garbage talents were directly repaired. I didn't practice chakra very much before, but now I practice it casually, and my energy is hundreds of times better than before. The same goes for his physical fitness. He used to have limits no matter how hard he exercised, but now he doesn't need to exercise much. He feels like his body is automatically strengthening all the time. Husband, why are you awake so early? Tsunade was awakened by King Ai's movements. It's nothing, I just encountered something happy. King Ai turned over and said, it's still early, let's sleep a little longer. He said, not caring about being considerate of Tsunade. He wants to test how strong the perfect sage body is. A long time. Ching stood up and took a deep breath, feeling refreshed. This perfect sage body is so powerful. Ching. King Ai, I feel a little uncomfortable. I really can't move. I want to sleep for a while. Hear Tsunade's words. King Ai quickly comforted him, Tsunade, you have a good rest, I will get up and cook for you. With that said, King Ai immediately got dressed and washed up. Then I cooked some millet porridge. I have to say that the perfect sage body has indeed greatly improved his physical fitness. He was still a little weak last night and had back pain when he woke up in the morning. After getting the perfect sage body this morning, not only did all the discomfort in my body disappear, but no matter how strenuous the exercise was, it was effortless at all. It's as if he can't use up all his strength. Even though Tsunade is a cage-level expert, he couldn't hold on for a while. After a while, King Ai came to the edge of the bed with a fragrant millet porridge and carefully fed it to Tsunade. While Tsunade was drinking porridge, he blinked his watery eyes and looked at King Ai very curiously. She didn't expect that King Ai, a genin, could be so powerful in terms of physical strength. Although it was her first time coming into contact with this kind of thing, she was still a cage-level expert and a medical ninja. I almost couldn't hold on just now. It was obviously not that strong last night, however, Tsunade didn't care. King Ai drank a lot last night, maybe it was because of the alcohol. She felt like she couldn't walk just now. Fortunately, she immediately used chakra to recuperate and now feels much better. Finished clearing the dishes. Siaki asked Tsunade to continue lying on the bed and rest for a while. Then he couldn't wait to walk to another room, which was where he practiced daily. He would stay here most of the time. Sit down on the tatame, concentrate, calm down, and slowly run the chakra. This is the most basic chakra refining technique. He has practiced it thousands of times and is already familiar with it. He completed a series of processes extremely skillfully, guiding the chakra to operate for a week, while combining mental energy and physical energy in a certain proportion. Instantly, an extremely large amount of chakra poured into his body. This chakra is more than 10 times the total amount of chakra he had before. You know, this is just a week of chakra operation, but the speed of practice is only a few minutes. A few minutes of practice is worth 10 times the hard work of the past 15 years. This is the power of cheating. In the world of Hokage, if you don't cheat, you are useless. The comparison is who has more hangs. King Ai looked extremely excited, and he took a deep breath to suppress his turbulent mood. This is just the beginning. Soon, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to training. In the blink of an eye. A month has passed. During this period, King Ai didn't go anywhere. Just stay at home and make love to Tsunade every day. Other than that, it's all about cultivation. When Tsunade has nothing to do, he often guides him in his practice. For a time, his cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds. In just 1 month, the amount of chakra is already comparable to cage level. Of course, this is only when the amount of chakra reaches cage level. It doesn't mean that his strength has reached cage level. A cage level strong person can be called a cage level strong person only when his chakra strength, ninjutsu, taijutsu, understanding of combat, and other comprehensive qualities have all reached cage level and have no shortcomings. Tsunade doesn't know much about Saiki's training progress. After all, the amount of chakra can only be seen from the release of ninjutsu and the Byakugan. However, these days, she is very satisfied. As a wife for the first time, King Ai's physical strength is so good. After eating the marrow and knowing the taste, she feels that she is very satisfied every day. Before she got married, her daily habits included going to the casino to play dice and going to the pub to drink. Life at 2 o'clock every day. It has been so long now that she has never even thought about gambling dice or drinking. She is with Qingyi and I every day. Just as he was thinking about it, Tsunade suddenly felt nauseous. After careful examination, she discovered that she seemed to be pregnant. At the same time, Qingyi, who was sitting cross-legged and practicing, suddenly heard a mechanical sound. Congratulations to host for successfully getting his wife pregnant and receiving an SS level reward. Congratulations to host for successfully getting his wife pregnant. Host and his wife received the Eternal Youth Award. System sound drops. I was very surprised when I was cleared. Within a month, Tsunade was finally pregnant. This month, he worked hard every day and finally got something. However, he did not rush to activate the system rewards, but went to find Tsunade first. Chapter 4 Mangekyo Sharinon in the room. Tsunade, you just got pregnant, don't move around recently. King Ai carefully supported Tsunade and sat on the edge of the bed. I just got pregnant, why do I need to be so careful? Tsunade said this, but her body still leaned on King Ai obediently. You sit down first, I'll buy you some supplements. Okay, thank you husband. King Ai stood up and opened the door, ready to go out. On the way, he opened the system reward. Congratulations host for getting the SS level reward, Mangekyo Sharinon. Instantly, a cold feeling rushed into King Ai's eyes. It lasted for more than 10 minutes. When the cold feeling disappeared, King Ai's black and white eyes suddenly changed. When he opened his eyes again, it had turned into a cold and evil red pattern. The red windmill-like pattern slowly rotated. At the same time, King Ai also obtained the pupil information of his Mangekyo Sharinon. Slashing God, send out an ultimate sharp slash, ignoring hardness, even if a god is hit, it will be cut off. 3000 worlds, an independent small world with infinite possibilities. Another name for Sharinon is the Eye of the Soul. Each different ability represents the characteristics of the holder of Mangekyo Sharinon. For example, Itaka's powerful strength corresponds to Amaterasu, and living in deception all his life is the powerful illusion of Tsukuyomi. Obito wants to escape from this world, so his eye technique is Kamui. Shisui wants to change the ideas of the Konoha high-level officials and the Uchiha clan, hoping that both sides can maintain peace, so he awakens the distinguished heavenly gods who can control other people's minds. So the ability corresponding to Sharinon is closely related to the personality of the holder. Naturally, the Sharinon eye technique awakened by King Ai is also closely related to his own soul. He urgently wants to have an extremely powerful strength, so he awakens the extremely powerful attack skill Slashing God. At the same time, he is a time traveler, so he awakens 3000 worlds. I actually got the Mangekyo Sharinon directly. In this case, my cage level strength should be about the same. King Ai was very surprised. This reward was given at the right time. The perfect sage body is strong, but it is a developmental physique. It takes time to play a role. After practicing for a month, he only had the strength of Jonin. But now, after having the Mangekyo Sharinon, he has directly reached the cage level strength. Even cage level masters of average strength are not his opponents. King Ai left the clan land and did not go directly to buy supplements, but first came to an abandoned training ground. He was ready to try his new pupil technique. Soon, his eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a demonic temperament emerged. Slash the god! King Ai moved his mind and activated the pupil technique of his right eye. Instantly, there was no fluctuation at all, very abruptly. Dozens of thick trees in front of King Ai were cut off. Boom! Trees fell to the ground one by one. King Ai walked forward and observed. The cross-sections of these trees were as smooth as a mirror, which was enough to show how sharp the slash was. He looked forward again, and with the blessing of Mangekyo Sharinon, he found that there were actually tiny cracks in the space in front of him. Even the space was slashed. However, King Ai was not surprised by this. After all, Obito's Kamui can also distort space. If his Godzaring can't cut through space, then the so-called Godzaring is too ridiculous. If he can't cut through space, how can he kill Shinigami? Immediately afterwards, King Ai experimented for a while. He found that besides being powerful, Kamui's sword was also very difficult to detect. After it is released, it is completely silent unless you can detect the changes in the space. Because during the flight of God Zhan, the space is constantly being torn apart. In addition to these, he also discovered some shortcomings of Zhan Shen. The distance range of the God Slayer is only about 20 meters in radius, and the size of the slash is about 1 meter. King Ai is quite satisfied with this range. Although it is a bit small, this range can be enlarged as his pupil power increases. In addition, God Killing is a purely physical attack, which is effective against most enemies. But if you encounter someone like Orochimaru who is not afraid of slashing at all, you will be helpless. The body replacement technique can also be evaded. Of course, it is generally difficult to detect the God of Death and the speed is very fast. The body replacement technique evasion only exists in theory. Subsequently, King Ai tried another of his pupil techniques, 3000 worlds. Regarding the information about this pupil technique, he was rather vague. What did the so-called infinite possibilities mean? While thinking, Qing Yi used the pupil technique on his left eye. Suddenly, his figure disappeared from the spot. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a deserted place. This is a piece of land no more than 100 square meters in size, and there is nothing else. Everything else is shrouded in nothingness. At the same time, a stream of information poured into his mind. After a while, King Ai finally understood the meaning of his pupil technique 3000 worlds. It looks a lot like Obito's Kamui, but it's actually completely different. Obito's Kamui just entered a different space, and this different space did not belong to him. Kamui is just equivalent to opening a space channel. But his 3000 worlds is completely different. This is a space that truly belongs to him. This space can grow infinitely. If the natural energy of the ninja world is injected into this space is likely to become another ninja world. Of course, the world is still empty now. Except for this function. The most important thing is that he can rely on this world to travel to other worlds. However, this ability is not what he can do now. One must have extremely powerful eye power and the world must have grown to a certain level before the time and space tunnel can be opened. This ability is very similar to his status as a time traveler. King Ai couldn't help but look forward to it. Which world would he be able to travel to? After staying for a short while, King Ai left 3000 worlds. The world is still very barren and needs him to grow up before he can play a greater role. Now it can only be used as a large storage space and life-saving place. However, even these two functions are quite awesome. Then, he noticed that every time he used 3000 worlds, a trace of his pupil power would be consumed. The bigger something is, the more energy it takes to get it in and out. The same goes for God slaying. But it was quick, just 2 minutes. He felt his eyes cool down, and the power he had just lost was restored. Obviously, this is the result of perfect sage body. To supplement Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power, in addition to transplanting Mangekyo Sharingan from blood relatives, the only option is to transplant first-generation cells. After transplanting the blood relative's Mangekyo Sharingan, it can directly evolve into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Transplanting first-generation cells means that you have the power of all things and can also replenish your pupil power. Chapter 5 The gentle and elegant Mrs. Mikoto on Konoha's commercial street, villagers came and went. King Ai went to a herbal medicine shop and prescribed some fetal medicine. This formula was told to him by Tsunade, the formula of the medical holy hand, so there is no need to mention it. However, this formula is good, but the problem is that it is too expensive. Tens of thousands of pairs. You know, the annual income of a jonin is only about 3 million taels. Jonin is definitely a high-income person in this world. Fortunately, Siaki is a member of the Uchiha clan. Although the family does not give him much money, he still has enough to live on. After buying the medicine, as soon as Siaki returned home, a clan member informed him that the Fugaku clan chief asked him to go there with Tsunade-sama. However, he did not go directly. Instead, he calmly cooked the medicine first and then fed Tsunade to drink it. Then he was ready to go to the clan leader Fugaku's house alone. Tsunade was just pregnant and it was not convenient for her to move around. 10 minutes later, he stopped at a house. This house looks very ordinary, without any luxury that a leader of a clan should have. The only advantage is that it occupies a larger area. He came to the door of the house and knocked on the door. Soon, a gentle female voice came from inside. Please wait. Along with the sound of footsteps, the door opened. Standing in the door was a gentle, elegant, and beautiful young woman. Wearing an apron and a blue dress, she looks like a housewife. She looks like a dignified and virtuous woman from a good family. Although she was just dressed in ordinary clothes, her beautiful appearance revealed a mature temperament. Siaki knows this, Uchiha Fugaku's wife, Mikoto. It's King Ai, come in quickly, we're just about to have dinner. Mrs. Mikato's voice is very nice, gentle, and a little mature. Ching nodded and followed through the door. The two walked into the living room. The wooden table in the living room was filled with sumptuous dishes. Fugaku was sitting on one side, and next to him was a little boy who looked 7 or 8 years old. It was Suzuki. After seeing that King Ai was the only one who came, Fugaku just raised his eyes and said calmly, "Sit down." King Ai was not polite and sat down directly. He was not surprised by Fugaku's attitude. He had been delayed for an hour because of making medicine, but still came to the appointment alone, which might have made the clan leader unhappy. However, it doesn't matter to him. In the past, he might have had to do some superficial work, but now that he has strong strength, he no longer needs to act based on others' faces. However, Mrs. Mikato was very considerate and immediately took out a new set of bowls and chopsticks and handed them to King Ai. Suzuki sat aside and looked at it for a few times before losing interest. He remembered that this tribesman's strength was very average. His father said that he might not even have his strength. Next, the only sound of eating was left in the living room. Fugaku seemed to still be dissatisfied with King Ai's lateness. He didn't take the initiative to speak and ate his food in silence. Mrs. Mikato noticed that the atmosphere was a little awkward, so she said, "King Ai, how are you doing recently? How are you getting along with Tsunade-sama?" "It's good." King Ai said with a smile, "I found out today that Tsunade is pregnant." After the words fell, Mikato and Fugaku were both a little stunned. It's only been a month. She got pregnant so quickly. But soon, Mikato reacted and said in surprise, "Pregnant? Congratulations, King Ai, you are going to be a father so soon. By the way, is your living expenses enough now? Being a father is very expensive. Fugaku, you should give King Ai more living expenses when the time comes. I will send someone to give King Ai more living expenses tomorrow. Since Master Tsunade is pregnant, she really needs to stay at home to take care of the baby." Fugaku nodded and said. He was indeed a little unhappy at first. This time he mainly wanted to invite Master Tsunade to come and have a good chat about the things between the Uchiha clan and the village. In the end, only King Ai came. But after he heard that Master Tsunade was pregnant, he was relieved. And he was also very surprised. Since Master Tsunade was taking care of the baby, the Konoha high-level officials would never do anything at will. This made him feel at ease. As they talked, Mikato picked up some dishes for King Ai. "Eat more dishes, don't be polite, just treat this place as your own home." King Ai nodded and smiled, "This is the most delicious meal I have eaten in all these years. I really envy the Fugaku clan leader for having such a virtuous wife, and being able to eat such delicious meals every day." Mikato's eyebrows and eyes widened when she heard this, coupled with King Ai's handsome appearance. She had already had a good impression of King Ai unconsciously. "Why? When King Ai was at home, didn't Tsunade cook?" Mikato asked curiously. King Ai shook his head, "I usually cook, but my cooking skills are limited, and it's not very delicious." Mikato's eyes flashed with sympathy. In the eyes of housewives like her, men should work outside, and women should stay at home to take care of their husbands and children, prepare meals and hot water every day. But King Ai had to marry a wife who was more than 20 years older than him and much stronger than him because of his family. Even older than her age. The most important thing is that this woman can't even cook. She had also heard about Tsunade, who was gambling dice and drinking in the casino almost every day. Just thinking about it, she felt that King Ai was a very pitiful child. At this time, Fugaku suddenly asked for some reason, "King Ai, what do you think about the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village?" He had actually always paid attention to this clan member. After all, this clan member opened the Sharinon at the age of 5, and he was thinking that the family finally had another genius. However, he didn't expect that this was both the beginning and the end. After that, King Ai's strength seemed to be stagnant, and there was no further progress. In addition, the personality of this clan member was very different from that of other Uchiha clan members. He rarely had conflicts with others on weekdays, and his personality was a bit withdrawn, but he got along well with the female ninjas in the village. "Our Uchiha clan is the strongest and most powerful family in the village," King Ai said perfunctorily. "He can't say that the Uchiha clan will be wiped out by your eldest son next year, right?" Fugaku was disappointed when he heard what King Ai said. He was really desperate and asked such a question to a little genin. Soon, King Ai finished his meal and said goodbye. Mikato took some expensive tonics to King Ai. Looking at King Ai's leaving back, Fugaku sighed. "Mikato, what do you think of King Ai?" "Me?" Mikato thought for a while, "I think King Ai is a pitiful man. He married a woman who is so much older than him at such a young age." "You are wrong. He enjoys it." Fugaku shook his head, "He didn't even call me the clan leader when he came this time. I think he thinks that since he married Tsunade-sama, he doesn't need to be afraid of the clan leader anymore." Chapter 6 Synchronous Gathering 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. These days, King Ai still works at 2 o'clock every day. Besides training is taking care of Tsunade. However, he has been feeling a little depressed recently. They had only been married for a month, and he was at an age where fire was strong, plus he was able to eat marrow and know the taste. Turns out Tsunade is pregnant. The delicate and stunning beauty was lying next to him, but he could only look at her and couldn't move. Not to mention how uncomfortable it is. Mouth Kakuzu had a hot bubble. Tsunade felt very sorry to see King Ai like this. I tried using my hands and mouth, but all I could do was drink poison to quench my thirst. King Ai. Seeing King Ai's uncomfortable look, Tsunade also felt guilty. She knew that she had taken advantage of her. She was in her late teens or early 20s, so she was much older. When he gets old, King Ai will still be in his prime. King Ai is still so kind to himself. But he didn't know anything. He could only gamble on dice and drink, which delayed the other party. While thinking, suddenly a voice came from outside the door. King Ai. She turned around and saw a man wearing a green vest and a watermelon haircut. It's Guy. Why do you have time to come see me today? I don't have time to have a youthful showdown with you now. King Ai said with a smile. I don't dare to train with you again. Last time you practiced until you passed out. I was scared, afraid something would happen to you. Besides, Tsunade-sama has said that you already have many hidden wounds on your body, so it's best not to engage in strenuous exercise anymore. Might Guy waved his hands repeatedly, he was really afraid of King Ai. This guy is really desperate for his life when he trains. He would be ashamed of himself if he trains to death. Unfortunately, everyone's body is different. No matter how hard some people train, they will still be limited by their talents. Then why did you come to see me? King Ai asked curiously. I'm here to inform you that there will be a gathering at the barbecue restaurant tonight and many people will come. Hong and Xian also asked you to come, otherwise they wouldn't go. Women are really stupid. Might Guy was just halfway through speaking when he suddenly realized that he seemed to have said the wrong thing. He looked at Tsunade-sama next to King Ai, and a drop of cold sweat flowed from his forehead. Oops, I suddenly remembered that I still haven't done 1,000 sets of push-ups today. I have to hurry up and exercise. This is the meaning of youth. King Ai, I'm leaving first, bye. Saying that, Might Guy didn't dare to stop at all, and ran away quickly with a body flicker technique. Seeing Might Guy's appearance, King Ai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha. This guy is really interesting. He had always known that Guy had a low emotional intelligence, but he didn't expect that his brain would become a muscle. If you dare to say such things in front of Tsunade, you should run fast, otherwise you will definitely get beaten. However, the next second, King Ai was stunned. King Ai, you don't have to accompany me tonight, go to the same party. Tsunade pursed his lips and made up his mind. She thought about it for a long time. I feel that I shouldn't completely tie Qingyi to me. I am more than 20 years old. When I get old, there must be someone to take care of Qingyi. Tsunade. King Ai looked at the other party with some confusion. However, Tsunade didn't say anything, he just hugged Siaki and kissed him. At this moment, he understood what Tsunade meant. Night gradually fell. Konoha village, a barbecue restaurant. Cheers! Cheers! A group of people sat around the table, and the atmosphere was lively. Speaking of which, it seems like we haven't had a good gathering together since graduation, right? Sarutobi Asuma, who has a full beard, said. Anko rolled his eyes when he heard this. Asuma, you have been staying with the daimyo all the time, and you just came back some time ago. Haha, you're right. Sarutobi Asuma touched his head, speaking of which, our class has indeed not been together for a long time. It's just Kakashi, and I'm red, it's a pity. In my opinion, Asuma, you're just sorry that Kurane Ui didn't come. Yamashiro Aoba, who was wearing windproof goggles, complained. Besides, you seem to have forgotten someone, Uchiha Siaki didn't come either. Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help but feel a little stiff after hearing the name Uchiha Siaki. He hates this person. Obviously Yui Hong and himself were childhood sweethearts who grew up together, but since this person appeared, Yui Hong completely changed. Isn't he already married? Why is he still coming to attend the same party? Moreover, he is from the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Asuma frowned. Generally speaking, wealthy families like this rarely participate in gatherings at the same time, such as the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan. In school, children from rich families rarely interacted with other classmates. I heard that the reason why Yui Hong didn't come was because King Ai didn't come. And Ujo too. Ebisu pushed up the sunglasses on his face and said. Sarutobi Asuma's expression became even more ugly. While everyone was chatting, a voice suddenly sounded. Sorry, I'm late. King Ai said with an apology on his face. King Ai? Are you here? We were just talking about you. After seeing the person coming, Mao Yuzian said with some surprise. Others at the table also said hello. Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he saw everyone's attention turned to King Ai. This was obviously a synchronized party held by him after he finally returned from the daimyo, but it was completely stolen by another person. King Ai, please sit here. Without saying a word, Yu Yuzian directly pulled King Ai to sit next to her. Forcibly, Yu Guangfeng was pushed aside. Suddenly, a hint of sadness flashed across Yue Guanggale's face. Not long after King Ai sat down, a very beautiful figure hurried over. I'm not late, am I? Yu Hong said, but her beautiful eyes looked straight at King Ai. No, we just started eating. Sarutobi Asuma said immediately. However, Yui Kurane seemed not to hear it at all, pulling away from Moonlight Hayate and sitting directly next to King Ai. The Moonlight blast at this time, not to mention regrets. Who did you provoke? I just want to sit closer to Shi Yan. Is this wrong? When he thought about it at the end, he almost couldn't catch his breath and kept coughing. Chapter 7 Betting on Dice inside the barbecue restaurant. There are 4 women in this gathering, namely Shizun, Yui Kurane, Anko, and Uzuki Yujao. As for the men, there are 7, namely King Ai, Sarutobi Asuma, Might Guy, Abisu, Hijulaitong, Gecko Hayate, and Yamashiro Aoba. For our gathering this time, why don't we have a toast together? Asuma suggested. Okay. Everyone stood up and raised their glasses to toast. King Ai also tasted it. It tasted like sake, but the degree was not high, with a heavy bitterness, not very good to drink. Next. Everyone chatted while grilling meat. Shizun was the quietest one, but every time King Ai grilled meat, she would always be the first to look. Guy's whole mind was on the grilling. He had the biggest appetite and grilled a lot. The most active one was Sarutobi Asuma, who kept talking about his experience as a guard beside the daimyo. Ebisu, Hijulaitong, and several younger brothers were amazed. This kind of information is secret, but still very attractive. Sarutobi Asuma kept looking at Yui Kurane secretly while talking. The real purpose of saying this was to attract Yui Kurane's attention. Just like when they were in the ninja school. Boys always attract the attention of girls they like by being funny. But Yui Kurane and Uzuki Yujao seemed to be completely unconcerned. They kept grilling the meat seriously, and then passed it to King Ai next to them. This made Sarutobi Asuma lose interest in continuing to talk instantly. He finished a paragraph, then picked up a few pieces of meat and grilled them carefully. He was afraid that the meat would be overgrilled and affect the taste. Soon, the meat was cooked. Sarutobi Asuma picked up the meat attentively and put it in Yui Kurane's bowl. Hong, I see you haven't eaten much meat, I grilled one for you, eat more. Ebisu on the side immediately said, wow. Asuma is so good to Hong, I'm so envious. Yamashiro Aoba also echoed, yes, yes, if I were a woman, I would be moved to tears. Sarutobi Asuma showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. These little brothers are quite sensible. Yui Hong listened to the voices of several people and felt a little irritated. She really didn't like this kind of scene. Asuma, this fool, has been out for so many years, but he is still like an immature child. He is so childish that people can see through his thoughts at a glance. The few people around him also like to make trouble and force her to make a choice. Even if she doesn't resist something, once she is forced, she will involuntarily hate it. At this time, King Ai suddenly picked up the grilled meat in Yui Hong's bowl and ate it directly. She has been losing weight recently and doesn't eat much at night. Let me help her eat. By the way, Asuma, you are very good at grilling. After the words fell, Yui Kurane was stunned. How could she not know that she wanted to lose weight? Besides, she and King Ai haven't seen each other for more than a month since the wedding, right? On the side, Sarutobi Asuma, who saw this scene, was immediately very angry. But it was not easy to show it. He had to force a smile and said, you have to eat something to lose weight, otherwise your body can't stand it. Yui Kurane nodded perfunctorily. Sarutobi Asuma watched Yui Kurane and the boy next to him sitting together to eat. The more he looked, the more uncomfortable he felt. I say, are you guys going too far? King Ai is already married. He couldn't help but remind him. But Yui Kurane glared at Sarutobi Asuma fiercely. Asuma, you don't speak, I didn't think you were dumb. She felt very uncomfortable when she heard the word marriage. She and King Ai were on good terms before, often going out shopping and drinking together. As a result, suddenly, Siaki is going to marry Lord Tsunade. Until now, she has not completely come out. As a result, Asuma was good at it, and he didn't pick up any pot. Sarutobi Asuma clenched his fists tightly, the anger in his heart rising. It's not that I'm angry at Yui Kurane. But be clear about this. Hateful. I must kill this guy. Sarutobi Asuma has completely lost his mind. He was already very unhappy with this guy when he was in ninja school. Even though Yui Hong was trying to be courteous to this guy all day long, she almost never had a good tone towards him. He is the son of the dignified third Hokage. When have you ever been so angry? At this time, Anko suddenly said, I didn't expect that in this issue of ours, the first person to get married would be King Ai. I really didn't expect it at all. There was a hint of regret in his tone. She once secretly admired King Ai. But Kurane Yui showed her liking for Siaki early on. In order not to affect her friendship with Hong, and because she was too embarrassed to take the initiative to pursue King Ai. So this feeling was buried deeply in my heart. But what he didn't expect was that King Ai didn't choose to marry Hong, nor did he choose Mao Yuzian. Instead, she got married to someone she didn't expect at all. As Anko finished speaking, the other three women on the barbecue table couldn't help but have a trace of regret on their faces. Especially Yui Hong and Yui's Yuki Xian. They felt that they were so close, but they were actually cut off by an old woman in her 40s. How can they accept this? On the grilling table, the other men looked much more relaxed after hearing this. In this issue, they only have 4 beauties in total. When I was in school, everyone gathered around this guy King Ai and didn't give them any chance. But now Siaki is actually married to Tsunade-sama. Does this mean they still have a chance? Thinking of this, they couldn't help but become excited. First of all, Yui Hong must be ruled out. This is the woman that the prince has chosen, even if this woman is focused on King Ai now. But according to them, Kurane Yui will have to marry Asuma in the end. After all, this is the son of the third Hokage. The remaining Shizune, Uzuki Yujao and Anko have a slight chance. But Anko should forget about it for now, this woman has such a bad temper. In everyone's thoughts, Anko suddenly suggested, how about we play dice? Whoever loses, either drinks, plays dare or dares, or tells the truth. How about it? Okay. Yuri's red eyes lit up and she agreed directly. Others agreed. Soon, everyone started betting on dice. However, they soon discovered that something was not quite right. Why do these women keep trying to clear up one? It was obviously a game for more than 10 people, but they felt that it was only played by 4 women and King Ai. 10-6. King Ai glanced at his dice. Open. Yui Hong said directly. A total of 9-6, you lost, drinking or something. I drink. Yui Hong picked up a glass of wine and drank it. Chapter 8 Yui Hong, I want you to kiss me. After a few rounds of dice betting, both Yuri Hong and Xian became a little drunk. A blush appeared on her delicate face. It adds a touch of charm. Shizune and Anko drank less, and as for the men, only Siaki drank a lot. Others never had a drink. It's not interesting at all. Forget it, I'll just eat meat. You guys can play, I won't play anymore. Gecko Hayate, Ebisu and Hinashiru all expressed their intention not to play anymore. Only Sarutobi Asuma is still holding on. As for Might Guy, he didn't participate at all and was busy with the barbecue. Haha. I won, King Ai, what do you choose this time? Yui Hong was already a bit drunk. Have a great adventure. King Ai didn't want to drink anymore. The wine was too astringent and didn't taste very good. Then, I want you to kiss me. Yui Hong leaned next to King Ai and exhaled like a blue breath. The words fell. In an instant, everyone present was shocked. Kiss, kiss. Isn't this too much fun? King Ai is already married. Everyone said in disbelief. Sarutobi Asuma was even more livid. However, King Ai did not hesitate much. He has always been a person who admits defeat. Kissed Yuri's red lips directly. He got up just as he was about to kiss her, but he didn't expect Yui Hong's reaction to be very violent. She wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, not letting him leave. Everyone present stared at this scene blankly. Shizune felt deep envy in her heart. It would be nice if she took the initiative. However, the education she received since childhood told her that girls should be more reserved. The most important thing is that King Ai is his master's husband. There is no way he can steal his master's husband. Anko and Yuyuki Xian also widened their beautiful eyes, filled with regret. Why didn't they think of this method just now? However, who among the people present had the strongest reaction? It has to be Sarutobi Asuma. He looked at the scene of his most beloved woman kissing passionately with other men with ecstasy. The nails were dug deeply into the palm of his hand, and drops of blood fell to the ground. But these pains were nothing compared to what he felt in his heart. Bang! There was a loud noise. Everyone was woken up and turned around to see that Sarutobi Asuma's place was empty, and a deep hole was made on the floor by the tableware. I'm leaving now, let's get together next time. Moonlight Gale left without looking back. Seeing this, Ebisu, Ashirai and other Sarutobi Asuma's younger brothers also left one after another. They never understood why a good gathering turned into a dog-killing scene. Everyone is married. You women are still clinging to me. Moment. They feel the world's deep malice towards them. It turns out that being handsome can really do whatever you want. When Might Guy finished eating the barbecue in his bowl, he looked up and was dumbfounded. What's the situation? Why did so many people leave all of a sudden? He touched his head and thought, forget it if he couldn't figure it out. The more important thing is to fill his stomach first. So he picked up another large piece of barbecue and ate it. For a while. On the barbecue table, only the fourth girl and King Ai were left, as well as Might Guy, who was still eating meat. However, at this time, Xiang Hong and Yu Yuzian were already having fun. If you lose, drink one glass after another. If you win, let King Ai kiss you. Shizun and Anko showed some restraint. Although they were extremely envious in their hearts, they still could not get over that hurdle. Shizun is because of his master Tsunade, and Anko is because of his good friend Kurane Yui. Gradually, Yui Hong was completely drunk, with a large blush on her face, and she leaned softly in King Ai's arms. Yukizian wasn't much better, leaning on King Ai's other side. It's getting late, let's stop here today. Anko suggested when he saw that the two of them were so drunk. No. Although Yui Hong was very drunk, she could still think clearly, I haven't drunk enough yet. No one is allowed to leave today. Seeing this, Anko felt helpless. She knew that Yui Hong liked to drink and drank a lot almost every day. But this was the first time she saw Yuri with red hair and drunkenness. Might Guy had already left at this time. He finished all the barbecue, then gave Qing Yi a thumbs up and left. A few more rounds passed. Yui Hong finally won again this time. She looked at Qing Yi with blurred eyes, and a bold idea suddenly came to her mind. She slowly leaned into Qing Yi's ear and whispered, King Ai, I want you to accompany me tonight. The voice was very low, but the people present were all ninjas, so they could still hear it very clearly. Suddenly, Uzuki Yujao, Shizun, and Anko were all shocked. They never imagined that Hong would play so big. This is a married man. And Siaki's wife is Tsunade-sama. One of the Konoha Sunin, a true cage-level powerhouse. They have only been married for more than a month. Yui Hong actually dares to be so brave. If this was discovered, Tsunade-sama might just come and kill him. However, Yui Hong didn't think about this at all. She was dizzy now and just wanted to completely possess the man in front of her. Yukizian seemed to be stimulated by Yui Hong. Suddenly, she also leaned into King Ai's ear, Brother King Ai, I also want you to accompany me tonight. At this time, Anko and Shizun were completely shocked and numb. You had so much fun, sisters. Anko quickly grabbed Hong and Xian and whispered, you don't want your life. Do you know what you are doing? Wake up. King Ai is married. However, this was of no use. Yui Kurane and Yui's Yuki Yugan seemed to have not heard what Anko said, clinging to Siaki. Shizun on the side couldn't help showing deep envy when he saw this scene. She really wanted to lean in like this. King Ai, Hong and Xian are just drunk, you won't really take them with you, right? Seeing that the persuasion failed, Anko began to persuade King Ai. But how could King Ai give up such a good opportunity? Once he obtained the system of having many children and many blessings, he needed to marry more wives in order to continuously increase his strength. Otherwise, who will protect the ninja world in the future? Secondly, although Tsunade didn't say it directly today, his meaning was very clear. Before going out, he even said that he would not leave the door open for him at night. Therefore, he must take away Yuki Hong and Yuki Xian today, otherwise where will he sleep? Besides, he always admits defeat. Since you promised, you must do it. Chapter 9 Asuma in ambush. It was already late at night. The streets in the village seemed a little dark. King Ai held Xian in his left hand and Hong in his right hand. Seeing that no one could persuade Anko, he went back. Although she drank a lot, she was not that drunk and managed to stay rational. The main thing is that she didn't know King Ai very well before. If you act too enthusiastic for a moment, it would be too abrupt. However, on the way back, she couldn't help but feel a sense of loss and sadness. Shizun also left. Before leaving, Shui Lingling's eyes stared at Qing Yi for a long time, as if he wanted to completely imprint Qing Yi in his heart. The night is dark and everything is silent. King Ai walked on the street with the two girls in his arms. The whole street. Only the sound of tapping footsteps sounded. When passing an intersection, King Ai slowly stopped. Huh? King Ai, why did you stop? Yui Hong asked in a daze. However, King Ai did not answer Hong's words, but turned to look at a black alley. Aren't you ready to come out? A faint voice sounded. Cut. Isn't it a genin? You can actually find me like this. As expected of the evil Uchiha clan. From the shadows of the alley, Sarutobi Asuma walked out. The image of King Ai holding Hong and Xian came into his eyes. Suddenly, Sarutobi Asuma's eyes became extremely cold. Even if he doesn't have to think about it, he can know what will happen after this. If he hadn't ambushed here, Hong might have been ruined by this bastard. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Asuma looked at Saiki as if he were looking at a dead person. Just a genin. Even if he was killed, no one would know it was him. Moreover, his father was a Hokage, and even though this guy was from the Uchiha clan, he didn't take it to heart. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Asuma's eyes became colder and colder, and he slowly took out a kunao from his ninja bag. Asuma! Why are you here? Kurane heard a somewhat familiar voice and turned her head to find that it was Asuma. If I weren't here, that bastard wouldn't know where to take you. Don't worry, Red, I will stop him. Asuma holds a kunao, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a hero to save the beauty. As long as King Ai is killed, Hong will definitely fall in love with him, right? But... The next second, Hong's words made him freeze on the spot. Asuma, can you stop pestering me? I'm really annoyed. King Ai, let's go, I'm not familiar with him. Tonight, I belong only to you. Hong hugged King Ai tightly. Under the influence of alcohol, she had completely fallen. However, these words made Sarutobi Asuma completely give up. I'm not familiar with him. Tonight, I belong only to you. He never thought that he could actually hear these words from Hong's mouth. Hee. Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help but laugh. Only now did he realize that all his efforts over the years were nothing but wishful thinking. In this case, Uchiha Saiki, you deserve to die even more. Sarutobi Asuma held the kunao tightly, his eyes were about to burst. At this moment, he had completely figured it out. If you can't get it, grab it. Doesn't Kurane like Uchiha Saiki? Today, he was going to severely humiliate Uchiha Saiki in front of Kurane, making the bastard kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Then he stabbed the guy to death. The scene will be beautiful when the time comes. Broken Red must have a different taste. Xian is here too, so the three of us can go together. He was the most powerful person in Konoha, but there were only 3 ninjas. Moreover, he is a jonin, and Uchiha Saiki is just a small genin. On the other hand, Kurane and Yujao, although they were also jonin, were both completely drunk. As long as he is careful, there will be no accidents at all. In the midst of his thoughts, he held a kunao and approached Uchiha Saiki in a blink of an eye. This is in a village, which is not suitable for releasing ninjutsu. However, his physical skills were enough to resolve the battle. Asuma! Are you crazy? Although Kurane was completely drunk, as a jonin, she immediately noticed something was wrong. She never expected that her former friend would suddenly kill him. Seeing that the kunao was getting closer to King Ai's chest little by little, Hong tried her best to stop this, but under the paralysis of alcohol, she had no time to react. He could only watch as Kiyoichi was about to be stabbed by a kunao. Don't want. Hong was too frightened to look at this scene. Xian had just reacted at this time, and it was already too late to stop all this. A heart hit rock bottom. Sarutobi Asuma had a ferocious look on his face. Looking at Kurane's panicked expression, for some reason, he felt a sense of pleasure in his heart. However, Uchiha Saiki is such a bastard. Why does this situation still seem like nothing happened? Maybe it was too late to react, after all, he was just a useless genin. He wanted to see if this guy was scared. Thinking of this, he tilted the kunao slightly, preparing not to kill Uchiha directly, but to torture him severely. Then let Hong beg for mercy on his behalf. It's definitely fun. Sarutobi Asuma's thoughts were racing. It seemed like he was thinking a lot, but in fact it only lasted a moment. Just when he was about to insert the kunao, suddenly, he found that the eyes of Uchiha King Ai in front of him instantly turned blood red. Weird blood red patterns kept spinning in the eye sockets. A cold and strange feeling came from the bottom of his heart. What's this? Before he had time to think, in an instant, he felt that the whole world had changed. Everything in front of him became indescribable, and even Uchiha turned into an extremely terrifying monster. Sarutobi Asuma was so frightened that his heart skipped a beat. This scene was exactly like his nightmare. It's what he fears most. As a child, he was so scared by these monsters that he peed his pants. Why does he appear in this world now? Wrong. This is illusion. Untie. Please explain it to me. Sarutobi Asuma discovered in despair that this did not seem to be an illusion. No matter how he tried to solve it, he could not solve it. Even the stench that your nose smells is so real. Sarutobi Asuma is really panicking now. Don't. Do not kill me. Please. A strange scene appeared on the empty street. Sarutobi Asuma was kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy hysterically, with an expression of extreme fear on his face. There was nothing around him, but he was still afraid. If you get closer, you can still smell the smell of urine. Until dawn. Only then did the villagers discover this strange scene. Chapter 10 Yui Hong was dumbfounded. Yui Hong woke up with a splitting headache. He picked up the water glass on the bedside and drank it. Then I felt a little better. However, she soon realized something was wrong. Why is my body so light? And why does the bed feel so crowded? She turned around and saw that the person lying next to her was King Ai. Hong pinched herself hard, and she gasped in pain. Only then did he realize that he was not dreaming. Immediately afterwards, she found a figure lying on King Ai's left side. Long purple hair and a curvy figure. She recognized it at a glance, this was Mao Yazian. Instantly, her eyes widened. What's going on? She smashed her groggy head and finally vaguely remembered some of what happened last night. Yakiniku, dice betting, kissing, and she was with Shiyan last night. More and more images appeared in her mind. In an instant, Hong's brain shut down. What did you do when you were drunk? It's too crazy. You know, King Ai is already married. If you do this, doesn't it mean that you have become a bad woman? Moreover, Siaki's wife is the famous Tsunade-sama. It's over, it's over. It would be better if this was done secretly. But there were so many people at the barbecue restaurant last night. Even Tsunade-sama's direct disciple, Shizun, was there. Now I can no longer hide it even if I want to. Hong Sheng lay helplessly on the bed and turned to look at King Ai beside him. Her flawless face was clearly displayed in front of her eyes, her slender eyelashes trembled slightly, and she looked so beautiful even when she was sleeping. Hong looked at it, and for a moment he was addicted again, with a strong impulse in his heart. It's already like this anyway, why not try it again while it's still early? As soon as this idea came up, it immediately became violent in Hong's heart. Then, she couldn't help but kiss him. Not long after, Mao Yazian was also awakened by a noise. Konoha Hospital. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, looked at the startled figure in the ward, and asked in a deep voice, did it check out? What happened to Asuma? The hospital director looked at the examination report and said, Asuma was affected by a genjutsu, which caused this condition. Illusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath from his pipe, pondered for a moment and asked, since it is an illusion, it shouldn't last this long, right? Asuma is a jonin after all. The director of the hospital shook his head and sighed, the illusion in Asuma has been solved long ago, but the illusion has caused great mental damage to Asuma. Asuma is too aggressive now. No one can get close to him, otherwise it will only increase his stimulation. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned even deeper when he heard this. Doesn't this mean Asuma is crazy? How long will this last? It's hard to say. If the recovery is good, it may return to normal in a few days. If the condition is not good, no one can say how long it will last. The hospital director replied. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face instantly darkened. He didn't expect Asuma's condition to be so serious. You know, this is in a village. As a result, such a bad incident occurred. He entered the hospital room and approached Asuma. But just as he got closer, Asuma's eyes widened as if he saw something extremely frightening, and he backed away crazily. Don't come here. Don't come over. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this and stopped. Asuma was no longer so afraid, but still stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen closely, as if he was afraid that the other party would continue to get closer. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. Now Asuma actually doesn't even recognize him anymore. At the same time, a fierce anger surged into his heart. He must make the culprit pay with blood. Hokage-sama, if Asuma is left alone now, it may be more conducive to his recovery. The hospital director advised. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, looked at Asuma for a long time, and then turned and left. Have you found any information? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked while sitting at his desk in the Hokage's office in Konoha building. A figure wearing an animal mask, half kneeling on the ground, replied, we have found out what Sarutobi Asuma did yesterday. Sarutobi Asuma went out at 5 p.m. yesterday to attend a party at the same time. There were 11 people in total. In the middle of the party, Sarutobi Asuma left alone and there was no news after that until he was found alone on a street early this morning. Why did Asuma leave in the middle of the party? Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately discovered the problem. Because. Umbu Ninja hesitated. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, what? Is there something wrong with this? No, Hokage-sama. The Umbu Ninja continued, according to inference, it is probably because Uchiha Seiki and Yui Kurane are close, which caused Asuma to leave midway. After the words fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. He knew Yui Kurane. Asuma and this girl grew up together and he liked her very much. But Yui Kurane is actually close to Uchiha Seiki? If he remembered correctly, he had just attended the wedding of Uchiha Seiki and Tsunade a month ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt a strong jealousy towards Uchiha Seiki. As a Hokage, he could only secretly use the crystal ball to peek in the office. In the end, this bastard actually dared to be so presumptuous. He had just gotten married not long ago, and now he was hooking up with other women. She is still his default daughter-in-law. However, he can only worry about this matter later. Dealing with Sarutobi Asuma's matter now is the most important thing. After Asuma left alone, no one saw where he went. After he left the barbecue restaurant, Hey-Ate Gecko left immediately. They had a brief contact. According to Hey-Ate Gecko, Asuma was very angry at the time and kept saying that he must kill Uchiha Seiki. After that, the two of them separated, and no one had any contact with Asuma. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, he took a deep puff of his pipe. According to his speculation, Asuma would probably go to Uchiha to settle his grudges. However, Uchiha only has the strength of Genin, and even Sharingan only has one Megatama. It poses no threat to Asuma at all. On the other hand, Yui Kurane is very good at illusions, but according to his understanding, it is impossible for Yui Kurane's illusions to achieve this effect. It is even said that there may be no one in the entire Konoha village who can achieve this level of illusion. This is an illusion that can cause a Jonin to go crazy. The caster's strength level is at least elite Jonin, and probably even Cage level. Chapter 11 Marry you all King I, don't. Yui Hong's face turned crimson and she complained a little. It's broken. Why did you get it in again? What if Tsunade-sama finds out? King I smiled and said, didn't you ask me to accompany you? Why is this not enough? Besides, it happened last night too. As for Tsunade, just don't tell me. Yuri Hong rolled her eyes charmingly, what if I get pregnant? Everyone will know by then. King I said indifferently, you will know it if you know it. By the way, if you are really pregnant, Hong, will you give birth? Yui Hong hesitated for a moment, then nodded, absolutely, I can't abort it. But when someone asks who the father is, how will I answer? It's okay. Just say it's mine when the time comes. King I patted his chest, one person does the work and the other takes responsibility. I definitely can't let the child be without a father. Shi Yan on the side interjected, then doesn't everyone know about this? What will Tsunade-sama do if he knows about it? That's right, Xian and I will become bad women by then. Zhai Hong said worriedly. Although she is a bad woman now, she doesn't want everyone to know. As long as she could secretly maintain a relationship with King Ai, she was content. Don't worry, I have already thought of a solution. King Ai said. Really? What can I do? Zhai Hong's beautiful eyes lit up and she asked quickly. Xian also looked at King Ai very curiously. It's very simple. When I marry you all, no one else will say anything. King Ai replied. He has lived in the Hokage world for more than 10 years, and he knows very well that most women in this world are more traditional. Take reputation very seriously. If someone knew about something like cheating and having an affair, they would definitely be criticized. It was similar to the ancient times in his previous life. However, as long as you give them a status, it won't be considered cheating and having an affair, so you don't have to worry about it anymore. Moreover, after marrying Yu Hong and Yuki Xian, he can also get system rewards, which is like killing two birds with one stone. Ah! When the two women heard this, they were dumbfounded. No, what kind of solution is this? It's just a bad idea. You are already married to Tsunade-sama, how can you still marry me and Kurane? Mao Yuzian couldn't help but complain. It's just, oh, forget it, let's be more careful in the future. King Ai, you are not allowed to get in there again. Snort. Yui Hong pretended to be a little angry. I did marry Tsunade, but that doesn't mean I can't marry you too. Who said you can only marry one? Which of the great names of the major countries has not married more than 10 wives? Why can't I do it? Most of the ninjas in this world have been so brainwashed that they seem to have become tools of war. They are basically monogamous. After listening to King Ai's words, Yui Hong and Yuazhiki Xian were a little stunned. They really hadn't thought about this problem. Why can a daimyo marry more than 10 wives? In this way, maybe King Ai can really marry them. But, the entire Konoha village is monogamous. Xian said hesitantly, but, that's a daimyo. If you marry so many wives, King Ai, even if I am willing, will Tsunade-sama be willing too? Yui Hong was also a little moved. If she could really become King Ai's wife, she would definitely be willing to do so. However, the key to this matter lies with Tsunade-sama. If Tsunade-sama didn't agree and then found out that something like this happened between her and Seiki, it wouldn't be a big deal if she was beaten. It would be a big problem if Seiki was beaten by Tsunade-sama. Seiki is just a genin, Tsunade-sama has always been very violent. If he strikes too hard, fractures and the like can be considered minor injuries, and even direct paralysis is not impossible. You are stupid. If Tsunade didn't want to, would I have stayed here last night? Don't worry, Tsunade doesn't mind. Although King Ai didn't know why Tsunade was so generous all of a sudden, Tsunade's attitude yesterday explained everything. The words fell. Yui Hong and Yuazhiki Xian's eyes widened. The news came so suddenly that they didn't react at all. After a long while, Yui Hong said in great surprise, really? Tsunade-sama is actually so kind to you. Xian also looked surprised. Doesn't this mean that she and King Ai can always be together? When King Ai got married more than a month ago, she was heartbroken. Unexpectedly, things have taken a new turn now. Although King Ai does not belong to her alone, this is enough. I'll take you all to meet Tsunade then. It's getting late, I'll go back first. It was almost noon, and it took a long time to get out. He had to go back to make some medicine for Tsunade. Okay. Yui Hong nodded, stood up and wanted to send one to King Ai, but as soon as he took 2 steps, he felt severe pain. Ouch! Shi Yan also frowned. Seeing this, King Ai smiled and said, "Don't send me away, just take a good rest." With that said, he opened the door and prepared to go back. As a result, as soon as I went out, 2 figures wearing animal masks walked towards me. Master Hokage has ordered you to come with us. King Ai frowned. He didn't know how much time it would take to go back and forth. He considered whether to break up directly. However, he soon gave up the idea of exposing his strength now. He now only has Mangekyo Sharinon and Perfect Sage Body, but Perfect Sage Body has not fully grown yet. At most it can be used against the 3rd Hokage. But there is not only the 3rd Hokage in Konoha, but also the filial son Uchiha Itachi. In fact, he didn't really care about the 3rd Hokage. This old bidden would only brag with the children in the ninja school. I brag all day that I am the strongest Hokage, doctor of ninjutsu, etc., but I actually make a lot of money. But Uchiha Itachi, he still had to be wary. Tsukuyomi's ability is indeed too buggy, and he has no way to deal with this kind of illusion. He was obviously from the Uchiha clan, but in the end he killed his own clan. Simply born. King Ai planned to get Yui Hong and Yuzuki Xian pregnant first, so as to accumulate some strength, and then fall out. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been sitting in this position of Hokage for too long. It's time for Tsunade to sit. Chapter 12 The 3rd Hokage is jealous. Konoha building. King Ai, Yui Hong, and Uzuki Yuan just pushed open the door of Hokage's office. I saw many people standing inside. Basically they are all old classmates from the same gathering yesterday. Might Guy, Ebisu, Moonlight Hayate and others are here. Shizun and Anko are also here. Only Sarutobi Asuma was not present. When Shizun and Anko saw King Ai, Kurane and Ujo coming together, the expression on his face was a bit envious. And they also found that Hong and Xian were a little unnatural when they walked. At this moment, they were even more shocked, and at the same time mixed with deep envy. Just as they were secretly surprised, a voice interrupted their thoughts. Ahem, everyone must be curious as to why I summoned you. Last night, Asuma was attacked by an unknown person and fell under a genjutsu, causing him to go insane. Before he was attacked, the last people he came into contact with were you, so I want to ask you if you have any clues. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a hoarse voice. At the same time, his sharp eyes kept scanning everyone. The words fell. In an instant, most people were shocked. No one expected that Asuma would be possessed by an illusion and become insane. How could this happen? Asuma, is he okay now? I should have gone with him last night. There are probably not many people in the village who can master illusions like this. Might Guy, Ebisu, Ashirai and others were very surprised and anxious. After all, they were all in the same period, so they were still very angry when something like this happened. Moonlight Hayate had no expression, he had already understood this before. Yui Hong and Yuzuki Xian were also very surprised. In addition to surprise, there was also a little panic. Even though they were all drunk, they still recalled roughly fragments of what happened last night. The image of Asuma holding a kunao and sprinting towards Siaki was still vivid in their minds. They were almost frightened to death at that time. Fortunately, at the critical moment, King Ai's eyes actually changed, although they were also Sharinon. But it was not the Sharinon they had seen before, neither a first Megatama, a second Megatama, nor a third Megatama. Instead, it is a slowly rotating pattern of blood-red kites. He looked very cold and evil, but they felt that King Ai in this state made him even more handsome. Immediately afterwards, Asuma yelled like crazy as if he had encountered something very scary. Kurane Yui, who is a master of illusions, naturally understood that Asuma was caught in an illusion. Afterwards, King Ai took them away. Yui Hong didn't expect that King Ai's illusion skills were so high. Isn't Siaki a genin? Asuma is a jonin, but he was frightened crazy by genin's genjutsu. This is more than 10 times stronger than her. She knows very well that no matter how you practice ordinary illusions, there are limits. King Ai's illusion is so powerful, it is probably related to the weird pair of Sharinon. However, the situation is a little bad now. Asuma is the son of 3rd Hokage. If this is found out, something will happen to King Ai, and even Lord Tsunade will have a hard time keeping him. Yui Hong couldn't help but worry. Mao Yuzian was also very worried. However, King Ai didn't feel anything, and even his expression didn't change. He knew exactly what Asuma was thinking last night. He wanted to test the strength of Mangekyo Sharinon to deal with this crazy scum. Unexpectedly, Asuma was too useless. He just used a genjutsu casually, but he actually made this scum crazy. He didn't even use 1/10 of the effect of Mangekyo Sharinon. Seeing that this scum was completely crazy, he also lost the interest to take action. Sometimes living is more painful than dying. Asuma will probably have to live in fear in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen carefully observed the expressions of the people. He found that most people's expressions were very normal. However, Uchiha King Ii's expression did not change at all. He frowned, and couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. But it was just a little doubt. He had learned about Uchiha King Ii. His strength was only at the level of genin. It was almost impossible to deal with Asuma. Then, everyone was questioned again individually. Then he left. After all, this was just a routine inquiry, and people like Might Guy, Ebisu, Gekao Hayate, etc., could not be the murderer at all. However, when Sarutobi Hiruzen heard that Uchiha Seiki, Yui Kurane, and Uzuki Yujeo went back together and lived together, he was stunned. Instantly, a strong jealousy surged in his heart. He had been married for more than a month, and he was actually involved with 2 other beautiful female ninjas. This is simply outrageous. As a Hokage, he had never played like this. It was too abominable. Suddenly, he was extremely disgusted with Uchiha Seiki. At this moment, Marino Ibiki, with 2 scars on his face, came over. He was Konoha's torture master and was extremely good at solving cases. Hokage, I just checked everyone's routes and found that the place where Asuma had an accident happened to be on the road that Uchiha Seiki, Yui Kurane, and Uzuki Yujeo had to take to go back. The routes taken by others to go back did not pass through that intersection. But this may just be a coincidence. My suggestion is to search Asuma's memory, so that we can definitely find the murderer. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this and shook his head and said, Asuma's spirit has been severely damaged. If he is stimulated again, I'm afraid he will never recover. You must never use a memory search on him. As for the coincidence you just mentioned, I don't think it may be just a coincidence. Okay, you continue to search for clues first. Yes. Marino Ibiki nodded and left. In the Hokage's office, only Sarutobi Hiruzen was left, thinking quietly. In this situation, apart from another mysterious person, the biggest possibility is Uchiha Seiki. Although the possibility of Uchiha Seiki is very small. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is very unhappy with this guy. How can this guy be with so many beautiful ninjas? However, now Tsunade is this guy's wife, so he can't be too obvious. Chapter 13 The man who wants to be a Hokage after coming out of Konoha building. Yui Kurane said worriedly, King Ii, you have driven Asuma crazy, will you not be discovered? Yuuzian also looked at King Ii very worriedly. Don't worry, it's just a 3rd Hokage, I haven't taken it seriously yet. King Ii smiled indifferently. Hearing King Ii's rebellious words, Yui Hong and Yuuzian couldn't help but turn pale. This is Hokage. The power and strength of the entire ninja world are at the pinnacle. Even if they are Jonin, they must be respectful in front of the Hokage. Don't you think the 3rd Hokage has been in office for too long? I think it's time for Konoha to change to a Hokage. King Ii, please stop talking. If others hear this, it will be over. Xian quickly covered King Ii's mouth and said cautiously. When Qing saw Yui Hong and Yuazhiki Xian looking so nervous, she stopped talking. He is a time traveler and knows the subsequent plot of Hokage, so he naturally has no awe of 3rd generation. However, Kurane Yui and Yuajeo Yuazuki both grew up under the brainwashing of the 3rd Hokage and respect the 3rd Hokage very much. This is normal. Among the Hokages, the 3rd Hokage is indeed very good at brainwashing. Uchiha Itachi is a typical example. He was so brainwashed that he could kill all his own family members without changing his expression. Okay, I'll go back first. You guys have a good rest these 2 days. I will come find you when I have time. After saying that, King Ii left. Only Yui Hong and Yuazuki Yuyan remained in place, with very worried expressions on their delicate faces. Konoha village has a wide range of areas. But the core area located within the barrier is actually not that big. The Uchiha clan's clan is on the edge of the barrier area, and a little further away is the Death Forest. This is one of the reasons why the Uchiha clan members are increasingly dissatisfied with the village. You know, the Uchiha clan is the top wealthy family in Konoha village, but the clan is located in such a remote place. No matter how small a family is, its position is better than that of the Uchiha clan. What's more, a long-established luxury brand like Hyaga is located directly in the core area of Konoha village. Uchiha Fugaku is indeed tolerant. I've been bullied like this, but I can still accept it. Although during the Nine Tails rebellion, Nine Tails' eyes were Sharinon, but this reason is really far-fetched. Uchiha Fugaku will never know until his death that the Uchiha member who caused the Nine Tails rebellion will later work with Danzo and his filial son Itake to wipe out the Uchiha clan. It took King Ai a long time to get home. Tsunade, I'm back. Entering the house, King Ai saw Tsunade making medicine by herself. Today, Tsunade was wearing a suspender pajamas. The sunlight filtered through the window and shone on her exposed calves and feet, making them look very shiny. Looking from behind, you can clearly see Tsunade's perfect hip line. Especially when her upper body is slightly leaning forward. Noticing King Ai's fiery gaze, Tsunade couldn't help turning her head. What are you looking at? Look at you. What's wrong? Instead of avoiding it, King Ai's eyes became even hotter. Didn't you go find the little girls? They are much prettier than me. What's so good about me? I'm already over 40. Tsunade said dully. Although she had chosen to let King Ai go, she was still very upset when such a thing actually happened. I didn't sleep well last night. Hearing the jealousy in Tsunade's tone, King Ai smiled, leaned against him gently, and whispered, if I were to choose the most beautiful person in this world, it would be you. King Ai is not lying. When he was watching Hokage in his previous life, his favorite female character was Tsunade. After hearing this, Tsunade felt a little better. King Ai has never lied to her. Being able to say this means that King Ai really thinks she is the most beautiful. I'll do it, you have a good rest. As he spoke, he took the medicine pot and kept stirring it. Where were you last night? Tsunade still couldn't hold back and asked. While King Ai was boiling the medicine, he recounted what happened last night. At first, Tsunade was very unhappy. This guy King Ai was actually so dishonest. But when she heard that King Ai drove Asuma crazy, she was stunned. King Ai, why are you so powerful? Haven't you always been genin? Because I married you, I didn't expect you to be quite prosperous Tsunade. Let's get down to business, why didn't I notice you were so talkative before? By the way, others don't know about you driving Asuma crazy, right? Except for Yuihong and Yua's Yuki Yuyan, there is no one else. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief, that's okay. Siaki continued, Tsunade, are you interested in being a Hokage? Hokage? Tsunade was stunned, me? King Ai, are you kidding me? I'm not kidding, you'd be perfect as a Hokage. Tsunade rolled her eyes coquettishly, I'm still pregnant, what a bastard Hokage. It's okay. I can help you after you become a Hokage. Moreover, if I make Asuma crazy, what if the third Hokage finds out? When Tsunade heard this, he immediately felt that what King Ai said made sense. This matter is a hidden danger after all. If it is discovered, it will be a troublesome problem. But once she became Hokage, it would never be discovered again, and even if it was, it would be no problem. After all, he is a Hokage, so he still has this privilege. However, now her master, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is doing well as Hokage. If she wants to be the Hokage, she has to wait until the third Hokage abdicates. Thinking of this, Tsunade said, third Hokage is in good health now, and he will definitely not abdicate for a while. At least I have to wait until he abdicates so that I can have a chance to become Hokage. King Ai smiled mysteriously, since I let you be the Hokage, of course I have my own way. You can just take care of the baby with peace of mind. I will take care of the rest. Then you have to be careful. Tsunade said worriedly. Don't worry, haven't you noticed that your husband is getting stronger and stronger now? Upon hearing this, Tsunade's delicate face turned rosy. Since getting married, King Ai has indeed become stronger and stronger, and it was only about half an hour in the beginning. As a result, as time passed, even if she had cage-level strength, she couldn't hold on any longer. After becoming pregnant, sometimes her hands and mouth were almost numb from exhaustion. This was one of the reasons why she agreed to King Ai to attend the same party yesterday. She really couldn't bear it alone. Chapter 14 Yuihong is pregnant. The next period of time. King Ai's life trajectory has changed a lot. I used to stay at home with Tsunade every day. Now besides accompanying Tsunade, he also has a new task. Make Yuihong and Yua's Yuki Yuyan pregnant. King Ai. Yui blushed. Xian on the side also blushed with embarrassment. Even though she had to experience this kind of scene every day during this period, she still couldn't help but feel shy. On the tree outside the window, the pink fruit kept shaking, and drops of dew flowed down the pink fruit, giving off an alluring luster. A bright flower bud trembled slightly and bloomed, exuding a trace of nectar. After a long period of hard work, it was finally time for King Ai to reap the fruits again. Congratulations to host for successfully impregnating Yuri Kurane and receiving an SS level reward. Although Yuihong and Yua's Yuki Yuyan were moisturized the same amount of times. But in the end, there was only Yui Kurane. Mao Yuzian still didn't move. Hong also immediately discovered the abnormality in his body. I've been feeling nauseous lately. She took a test and found out she was really pregnant. She was a little dumbfounded now, she wasn't even ready yet. And even before she got married, she was already pregnant. On the other hand, Mao Yuxian was a little envious and sighed and touched her belly. Why isn't she pregnant? It was decided that she would do it more often these days. Try to catch up with Yui Hong's progress. When he got the system message, King Ai was at home, not with Yui Hong and Yua's Yuki Yuyan. What's wrong? Tsunade noticed that King Ai seemed a little excited. Nothing, I just thought of something interesting. King Ai stood up and quickly washed his hands. He has been looking forward to this lottery for a long time. He had been playing with Tsunade's beautiful hand just now, but he knew all about Tsunade's gambling luck. So to be on the safe side, it's best to wash your hands before going to the lottery. System, activate rewards. Congratulations to host for receiving the SS level reward, the top illusion talent. Soon, King Ai felt a cool feeling pouring into his head. It lasted for more than 10 minutes before gradually fading away. At the same time, a stream of information appeared in his mind. After King Ai learned about it, he discovered that this top-level illusion talent seemed a bit useless, but in fact it was extremely powerful. Not only can it greatly increase his illusion ability, but it can also make him immune to other illusions. You know, his talent is actually very average. Not only the chakra extraction technique, but also the ninjutsu talent is very poor. He also knows a few D-level ninjutsu. He only has one genjutsu, but fortunately his main Jikyo Sharinan is powerful and can greatly increase his genjutsu ability. This gave him a genjutsu that scared Asuma crazy. Mainly because of Asuma, Jonin's strength is a bit weak. Most of it was done secretly by his father, the third Hokage. His true strength is only at the level of special Jonin. You know, Asuma's training resources are much better than other ordinary ninjas. Not only can he choose ninjutsu at will, but he also has Hokage to teach him personally. As a result, this is the only strength Jonin has. In fact, the talent is also very average. Back to business. After he possesses top-level illusion talent, he can not only learn various illusions at will, but the power of releasing illusions will also be greatly enhanced. With the blessing of his main Jikyo Sharinan and top illusion talent, he didn't even dare to think about how powerful his illusion was. If it is an S-level genjutsu, it may even reach Tsukuyomi's level. It is not impossible to temporarily cause the effect of distinguished heavenly gods. However, distinguished heavenly gods is too buggy and can permanently change a person's consciousness. He would definitely not be able to permanently change his consciousness to such an extent, but within a few days, he felt that there should be no problem. Of course, all this still requires experiments to know. The above are just his guesses. In addition to the power of illusion, the top illusion talent also has a magical skill, immunity to illusion. This can be regarded as touching his urgent need. After possessing the perfect sage body and main Jikyo Sharinan, his only shortcoming is genjutsu. An Uchiha attack his genjutsu is very restrained against him. He even thought that practicing the 8 inner gates technique and then opening the 6th gate would also make him immune to illusions. But 8 inner gates technique is not so easy to obtain. So he gave up the idea. Fortunately, this reward has made up for this shortcoming. Now in the entire ninja world, it can be said that no one can limit him anymore. Even if it is Nagato, although he is not sure of defeating the opponent, it is impossible for the opponent to kill him. Return to the room. King Ai thought for a while, and since Yui Hong was pregnant, the marriage could not be postponed any longer. Tsunade, Yui Kurane is pregnant. Tsunade's body trembled, and he turned his head to look at King Ai, so fast. Then what are you going to do now? I'm going to marry her, and Yuyazian, what do you think? King Ai asked cautiously. Tsunade didn't speak for a while. She still had a hard time getting over the hurdle of getting married. Outside, it is completely different from getting married inside. After a long while, she said in a low voice, you can find a time to bring them back and have a look. After the words fell, King Ai breathed a sigh of relief. Tsunade, I knew you were the best. Humph. Tsunade snorted, this guy was becoming more and more lawless. She even regretted letting King Ai go out in the first place. The next day, King Ai returned home with Yui Hong and Yu Yukizian. After entering the door, Yui Hong and Yu Yukizian looked particularly nervous. It's like meeting everyone's parents. After seeing Tsunade, they quickly shouted, Tsunade-sama. Are you Yui Hong and Yua's Yuki Yuyan? They are all ninjas in the village. Tsunade has also met Yui Kurane a few times. It is said that she is very good at using illusions. She then looked at Mao Yuzian, who had purple hair and was very easy to recognize. She had met this girl at 3rd Hokage before, and she had worked for Umbu before. I have to say, these two female ninjas are indeed beautiful. No wonder it attracts Qing Yi. Afterwards, Tsunade chatted with the two women for a while. Most of them are topics between women. What Yui Hong and Yuazaki Xian didn't expect was the legendary impetuous Tsunade-sama turned out to be very gentle and generous. No airs at all. Before they came, they were very worried that Master Tsunade would make things difficult for them and might even beat them up. I didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. Soon, the three girls were chatting happily. Even the time of the wedding was arranged for King Ai. Just a week later. However, under the strong request of Yu Hong and Yua's Yuki Xian, this wedding must be held in a low-key manner. King Ai didn't care about this. As long as he got married, he would get 2 more rewards. Chapter 15 The other side of Tsunade. King Ai had no objection to getting married in 5 days. When I read comics in my previous life, Tsunade always had a very violent image. All he did was gamble, drink and beat up Jiraiya. However, after Saiki married Tsunade, he unexpectedly discovered that this woman also had another side. Not only did he have a good temper towards him and never used strange power fists, but he was also very considerate. He was worried that if he found another woman, Tsunade would punch him to death. I don't know if I was stimulated by something. The next morning, when King Ai got up to prepare breakfast, he found Tsunade busy making breakfast in the kitchen. What's going on? King Ai was a little confused, almost thinking that he hadn't woken up. Tsunade, why did you get up so early to make breakfast? Don't come in yet, I'm busy. Tsunade looked very busy, holding a spatula in one hand and a pot in the other, stirring constantly. Saiki took a closer look and saw that it was just deep-fried tempura, and it even looked a little over-fried. After standing there and watching for a long time, Tsunade refused to let him help, saying that she couldn't do it if there were people around, and she would be distracted. Saiki was bored as he watched Tsunade cook. Gradually, his eyes shifted from the steaming pot to Tsunade's body. Today Tsunade is wearing her sleeveless top, but with an extra apron. Unlock new skin, cook. I have to say that if you are beautiful, you will look good in whatever you wear. In his previous life, King Ai felt that Tsunade's usual dress was quite ordinary, but it still couldn't hide the aura of a mature woman. Just like a peach, round and attractive. Go to the bathroom and wash up quickly. I'll be ready soon. Tsunade said without looking back. King Ai opened the bathroom not far away and quickly washed up. Soon, Tsunade also made breakfast. It's rice balls. King Ai, come over and eat quickly. Tsunade waved and shouted. Coming. Kiyoichi walked to the dining table and his eyes lit up when he saw Tsunade. Because of cooking, a thin layer of sweat broke out on Tsunade's forehead. She also took off her apron and jacket, which highlighted her graceful figure. Very big and very white. King Ai was worried that this thin top would not be able to hold up and would crack. He kind of wants to help. What are you doing standing still? Tsunade raised an eyebrow and urged, come quickly. Taste it. Tsunade held his chin with his hands, studying King Ai's expression with his bright brown eyes. It can be seen that she cares about evaluation. King Ai hesitantly picked up the rice ball, took a bite, and suddenly looked embarrassed. He really wanted to give a good comment, but he couldn't control his body's natural reaction. Holy shit, what kind of weird thing is this? It's salty, sweet, and has an indescribable taste. Tsunade, you are really a genius for being able to make simple rice balls like this. I think it's okay. King Ai thinks that Tsunade can do this, which is indeed good. At least it won't be poisoned or anything. It can also fill your stomach. Tsunade suddenly laughed, and she could obviously tell that he didn't mean what he said. But it really seems like it. In the past, she often cooked for her younger brother Noeke, and it was very interesting to watch him reveal his mask of pain. And Noeke also said the same thing, even if it tastes bad, he will eat it all. Well, what she cooks is dark cuisine, 2 words, unpalatable. But she likes to do it, because the way Noeke works hard to eat makes her feel the friendship between sister and brother. Tsunade was slightly dazed. After a moment, her beautiful eyes narrowed into a thin line and she said, then I will cook it for you every day from now on. King Ai paused for a moment, then said very considerately, Tsunade, you are still pregnant. How can you do this every day? I will do this kind of thing in the future. The smile on Tsunade's face became even brighter. She picked up a rice ball and started eating it. Well, it doesn't really taste that good. Even after taking a few bites, she felt faintly nauseous and wanted to vomit. Never mind, it's better not to cook anymore. Tsunade suddenly became a little autistic. Even cooking, a skill that women must know, was so bad at it. King Ai is going to marry 2 more wives soon, won't he look useless then? Tsunade, you feel so weird today. King Ai looked at Tsunade. What's weird? Tsunade felt nervous. It's just so exciting. The words fell. Suddenly, a blush appeared on Tsunade's beautiful face, and her red lips opened slightly, but she was so embarrassed that she could not speak for a long time. It's annoying, King Ai, why are you saying such things so early in the morning? When King Ai saw Tsunade's appearance, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve. He didn't expect the earthy love words from his previous life to be so useful. Just one sentence made Tsunade blush. In fact, He probably knew why Tsunade was acting so strangely today, but he didn't know how to comfort him. After all, what he did was indeed a bit of a scumbag. After thinking about it for a long time, I subconsciously remembered the earthy love words from my previous life, and wondered if I could make Tsunade happy. Now it seems that the effect is very obvious. I have to say that Tsunade, with her pretty face and crimson cheeks, is indeed beautiful. This delicate face, this deep-set necklace, and these graceful curves. It's simply beautiful and delicious. Even the rice ball in his hand, King Ai suddenly felt that it didn't taste that bad. Tsunade, it's been more than a month since we got married, right? King Ai asked. It's been a month and 20 days, what's wrong King Ai? Siaki glanced at Tsunade in surprise, he didn't expect this woman to have such a gentle and delicate side. It's nothing. It's been so long and you haven't gone out yet. Do you want to go out for a walk together today? In this world, women are still relatively traditional. Generally, after getting married, they rarely appear in public. Even Tsunade was like this. Before getting married, he drank and gambled every day, but after getting married, he never went out again. Tsunade was obviously moved when he heard this. Actually, there is no need for you to stay at home all the time. If you go out and walk around more, you will feel better. King Ai persuaded. Okay then, I'll go get ready. Tsunade nodded. She hadn't gone out for such a long time. She didn't feel anything bored when she was with Qing Yi every day before. On the contrary, I feel fulfilled and happy every day. However, she has become pregnant recently and can only sit at home every day, which is indeed a bit boring. After breakfast, Tsunade tidied up for a while, and the two of them were ready to go out. Chapter 16 Stuck Bug. After tidying up and changing a set of clothes, Tsunade was ready to go out. King Ai looked at Tsunade in front of him and couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Even after being together for so long, he still couldn't get tired of looking at this absolutely beautiful look. Wearing a tea-green gown, she has smooth blonde hair, is mature and charming, and has an eye-catching pear-shaped figure. Generally speaking, men actually prefer the figure of a slightly fat woman. This is even more true for King Ai. And this woman is definitely the best among those who are slightly fat. Those fleshy legs alone, paired with black or white silk stockings, are enough to kill someone. Well, maybe I should buy some new clothes for Tsunade to wear. King Ai silently thought to himself that it was a pity that he had such a perfect figure and just wore this kind of clothes every day. Things like black stockings, stepmother skirts, and various uniforms must all be arranged. But it's definitely not possible now. She is still pregnant, so she has to wait at least more than half a year. It would be better to try it on Xian first. While thinking, Siaki and Tsunade were already out the door. I happened to meet Mrs. Mikoto on the way. Although she is the wife of the patriarch, Mrs. Mikoto is very frugal. Even the clothes on his body are very simple. Wearing a black long-sleeved and plain skirt, it is such a simple decoration. Still can't hide Mrs. Mikoto's mature charm. Completely different from Tsunade's style, Mrs. Mikoto can be said to be a perfect housewife. It is also the image of a perfect wife in King Ai's mind. Beautiful, full of charm, able to take care of various household affairs in an orderly manner, and the cooking is particularly delicious. Urge's handsomeness is basically inherited from Mrs. Mikoto. It's a pity that the beauty is ill-fated. Finally, he died in the hands of his filial son. Saike, Tsunade-sama, good morning. I just bought a lot of vegetables. Do you want to come home for lunch? When Mrs. Mikoto saw Siaki and Tsunade, she immediately greeted them with a smile. Thank you, Mrs. Mikoto, but Tsunade and I are going to visit the village and may not come back until later. Siaki looked at Mrs. Mikoto for a few times. Suddenly a very interesting idea came to my mind. What if he saved Mikoto on the night of the genocide and then stimulated her to open her eyes? In the end, Mikoto beats up the dutiful son Uchiha Itachi, which will definitely be fun. Only, although Mikoto is also a member of the Uchiha clan, his talent is very poor. Even Sharingan is not open. To reach the level of Mangekyo Sharingan, you may need extremely powerful stimulation. You know, for a genius like Sasuke, the whole clan only opened his eyes in anger and opened his Megatama. As for Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito, both of them opened their eyes with double Megatama for the first time. Of course, this is also due to Sasuke's young age. When the time comes, how many Megatama Sharingan Mikoto will be able to open after being stimulated will only be known after the incident occurs. Mangekyo Sharingan, Siaki definitely has no hope. There are so many members of the Uchiha clan, and for decades, only a handful of people have opened Mangekyo Sharingan. While thinking, Mrs. Mikoto and Tsunade were chatting happily. Perhaps it was because she had just married a young woman, and Tsunade was obviously inexperienced. As a traditional housewife, Mrs. Mikoto had a lot of experience in this area. After just a few words, Tsunade suddenly became enlightened. After chatting for a while, Mrs. Mikoto noticed that King Ai had been waiting aside for a long time. So he ended the topic in a reasonable manner, and once again invited King Ai and Tsunade to visit his home next time. Tsunade smiled and agreed repeatedly. Afterwards, Siaki and Tsunade walked around the village. Unknowingly, the two of them came to Tongsha Street. Tongsha Street is a famous commercial street in Konoha village and can be said to be very prosperous. This street is a mixed bag of everything. Various vendors, izakayas, casinos, and disheveled young ladies standing at the door. With a super beauty like Tsunade by his side, Kiyoichi would naturally not be interested in the wild flowers on the roadside. However, he noticed that Tsunade couldn't help but look at the rows of shops on the roadside. He followed Tsunade's gaze and found that these shops were all casinos. Suddenly, Siaki understood what Tsunade was thinking. I haven't played dice for so long, so now that I see a casino, I am naturally very excited. Tsunade, why don't we go to the casino and play two hands? With that said, King Ai was about to drag Tsunade into a casino. But to Kiichi's surprise, Tsunade refused. Forget it, let's just go shopping somewhere else. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. What's wrong? Don't you like gambling the most? King Ai asked strangely. Tsunade hesitated for a while and explained, King Ai, you don't have much money anymore. When I was gambling before, I still owed a lot of debt that I haven't paid back. If we continue to gamble, we won't even be able to afford food. When Qingyi heard this, he couldn't help but be startled. Tsunade actually has such a family-oriented day. They are completely different from before they got married. To know. When he met Tsunade before, he saw Tsunade being chased by a large group of people on the streets of Konoha more than once. Those people kept shouting things like pay back debts. It's only natural. But often dozens of minutes later, he would see a weird-looking old lady or grandfather, or sometimes even a very cute little loli, sitting at his table in the tavern. He was a little surprised at first, but soon, he discovered through some small details of the other party that it was Tsunade's transformation technique. This shows how much Tsunade likes gambling. Even if he has no money and borrows money from usury, he still has to gamble. At worst, he can use the transformation technique to escape. But not anymore. Tsunade is already married to King Ai, and if he tries to escape again, his creditors may have to chase him to the Qing family. But Tsunade is not someone who refuses to pay back money. King Ai remembers that in the original work, Tsunade paid off all his debts in the end. This also reminded King Ai that he really needed to get some money. Generally speaking, ninjas in the village need to perform tasks to make money. But he is a member of the Uchiha clan and an orphan, so the clan will give him a living allowance every month. Not too many, but enough to live on. And the clan leader Fugaku specially gave him an extra sum of money in order to ask him to marry Tsunade. But he will have to marry many wives in the future, and the money will definitely not be enough if this continues. In his thoughts, King Ai suddenly remembered a bug in his past life when he was reading Hokage comics. Since Tsunade is so unlucky, he will lose every bet. So as long as he bets opposite Tsunade and has more chips than Tsunade, won't he definitely win money? Thinking of this, King Ai decided to give it a try. Chapter 17 Amazing Luck. King Ai, do you think it's really okay for us to do this? Outside the casino. Tsunade asked a little unsurely. Don't worry, it will definitely be fine. King Ai waved his hand. In the manga, Tsunade's luck is just a mechanism. It's basically impossible to win. Then let's go in. Tsunade opened the door, and suddenly everyone's eyes fell on her. The leading casino owner noticed her necklace and his face changed slightly. Is it that adult? Which one? The Cheongsam dealer on the side was a little confused. Is she famous? Idiot. The casino owner glared at her. How can you not know her name when you are working in a casino? She is the legendary Big Fat Sheep. At the end of the sentence, I could no longer suppress the joy in my heart and laughed out loud. Tsunade didn't care what the casino owner said, took out a lot of money, and said enthusiastically, exchange them all for chips. Some of the money was given to her by King Ai just now, and some of it was saved by herself. Okay, the casino owner replied enthusiastically. Who in the world doesn't know that this big fat sheep will lose every time he bets? Here comes the money giver. Soon the chips were exchanged, totaling 500,000 taels. Not too much, not too little. A ninja mission is basically equivalent to the reward of an A-level mission. Of course, the mission rewards also include the share of the ninja village and teammates, and it is impossible for him to get them all. If you want to get 500,000, you have to do at least 3 or 4 A-level tasks. But, Tsunade is one of the legendary Sunin, and doing quests is a relaxing and enjoyable thing. If she didn't gamble a lot, she could actually live a pretty comfortable life. Just look at Jiraiya and Orochimaru. The former is in the ninja world, soaking in hot springs and looking for materials, which is not a small expense. The latter spends huge amounts of money on scientific research. Give half of it to my husband and let him play with it too. Tsunade waved his hand and said. The casino owner glanced at King Ai and smiled. The husband of a big fat sheep is naturally a big fat sheep. What a double happiness. Soon, Tsunade sat on the dice table. She was not interested in other types of games, she only liked to play dice. As Tsunade came on the stage, many gamblers in the venue also gathered around the dice table. Most regular gamblers will have heard of Tsunade's name. As long as you see it once, you can easily make some money. Siaki also sat directly opposite Tsunade. I'm going big. Tsunade pushed a small amount of chips into the large area, about 5,000 taels. Normally, this money must be lost. So don't press too much. I'll keep it small. Seeing Tsunade place a bet, Ching pushed all 250,000 taels into a small area. Stud directly. He knew nothing about gambling, but he had great faith in Tsunade. The legendary big fat sheep is no joke. You have to bet one by one with real guns to get such an honor. When I took a closer look at Hokage, I realized that the total amount of money Tsunade owed was as much as Jiraiya had earned from doing missions in his life. Jiraiya is one of the Sunin and has done countless tasks. I have done 138 S-level missions alone and 614 A-level missions. The money for these tasks alone is more than 1 billion taels. This does not include the money Tsunade earned from doing tasks himself. Although not as many as Jiraiya, it is not much less. To be able to lose so much money is not something that can be lost easily. This is a symbol of strength. King Ai had just finished placing his bets, and the gamblers on the side also placed small bets. Suddenly, King Ai realized that he seemed to have overlooked something. He is not the only one who knows that Tsunade is unlucky. Everyone is on the opposite side of Tsunade, which means that if Tsunade loses, everyone will share Tsunade's 5,000 taels equally. By then, he won't earn as much as Tsunade lost. Soon. The croupier shook the dice for a while, and after opening it, it turned out to be small. But the result was just as King Ai thought, he only got more than 2,000 taels. This is because he pressed down 250,000 taels. Seeing this scene, Tsunade became a little anxious and secretly winked at him. Siaki motioned to Tsunade to follow him out first. After a while, with all the gamblers looking disappointed, King Ai and Tsunade left the casino. King Ai, this trick doesn't work. Those gamblers think the same as you. As soon as he came out, Tsunade said hurriedly. I made a mistake. I didn't think too much, but I already thought about what to do. King Ai rarely goes to the casino, so he forgot about it for a while. What can I do? Tsunade asked. It's very simple, as long as no one recognizes you as Tsunade. Haven't you often used the transformation technique before? You will do the same this time. King Ai explained. What a great idea. Tsunade's eyes lit up, why hadn't she thought of this method before? Soon, she made a seal. As a white smoke drifted by, the mature and plump Tsunade disappeared. Replaced by a little blonde girl, very cute. King Ai felt that this look looked familiar, and after thinking for a moment, he remembered that this was Tsunade when he was a child. This was so cute that he couldn't help but rub it hard a few times. After finishing the rua, King Ai said, You look like a kid, will the casino let you in? Yes. Hee, I forgot. The little Lolita version of Tsunade touched her head and giggled. King Ai shook his head helplessly. There is a saying, one pregnancy makes you stupid for 3 years. Now that I think about it, this is really the case. Little lowly Tsunade made another seal. There was a bang sound. White mist drifted by, and a beautiful woman appeared in front of Qing Yi. This is a passerby I saw when I was shopping. Tsunade explained. Qing nodded, then formed a seal and became an ordinary man. His appearance was so outstanding that many people in the village knew him as Tsunade's current husband. To be on the safe side, he also changed his body. Okay, let's find another gambling den. Tsunade couldn't wait. There will definitely be no problem this time. Soon. The two entered a new casino, which was very lively. After exchanging 500,000 taels of chips, the two went straight to gamble on dice. The croupier shook his cup, and after a moment, he landed on the gaming table and said, Please place your bets. Tsunade hesitated for 2 seconds and threw down 3 chips, which was 3,000 taels. She was too small. Qing Yi immediately took out 250,000 taels and suppressed the situation. Other gamblers also placed their bets, some betting big and some betting small. Soon, both sides of the gambling table had a lot of chips, and the previous one-sided situation did not happen again. The sunbathing cup is opened, and all 3 dice are 6. Congratulations to our guests. The dealer said politely. This time Tsunade lost, but she was not worried but happy. Although she lost 3,000 taels, King Ai won even more. She has loved gambling since she was a child. One is because of hobbies. Her grandfather, Senjo Hashirama, also loved playing dice, and she fell in love with this game. The second is to forget the sad things in the past. She actually doesn't care much about losing money. But things are different now. She has become King Ai's wife, and money is no longer dispensable to her. Firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, tea, and everything else in life require money. So this time she made money by betting on dice, and she was still very happy. Not only can you play dice, but you can also make money. This is much more interesting than making money on missions. Chapter 18 Danzo takes action in a gambling hall. Press it up. Buy and leave. 333, little one. Before he knew it, the chips on Tsunade's poker table were completely empty. King Ai's card table was already filled with chips, like a hill. A full 1 million taels. This was only about 2 hours. However, at this time, some gamblers also noticed King Ai's unusual behavior and started placing bets one after another. When King Ai saw that Tsunade had no chips, he chose to change all the chips into money and left. Wow! It's really good! Tsunade said excitedly with his beautiful eyes widened. Let me tell you, Tsunade, your luck is absolutely unbeatable. Siaki smiled, Tsunade's luck can be called the law of cause and effect. Then when I go to play dice, you have to accompany me. No problem, let's go have a big dinner. Well, continue after eating. In one day, Tsunade took King Ai to several casinos. Returned with a full load every time. Dusk. King Ai looked at the money in the bag and was very satisfied. At the end of the day, I made more than 3 million taels. It is equivalent to completing 3 extremely dangerous and time-consuming S-level missions. You know, an S-level mission may involve assassinating important officials, hunting down Jonin, or even Cage, etc. There is a high probability that you will encounter one or more ninja teams, and there may be more than one Jonin-level ninja among them. Even the easiest S-level mission will involve facing Jonin ninjas. In the next few days, Tsunade happily took King Ai with him to play a few rounds in the casino. At least several million taels are recorded every day. Because it was a different person every day, the casino didn't notice anything unusual. In fact, there are countless ways for ninjas to make money. Even a Chunin can make a lot of money with some tricks. But what is strange to King Ai is that in the world of Hokage, there is not a single ninja who plays tricks. They all work hard and make money by doing tasks. Although the reward for the mission is high, the mission is very dangerous. It is very easy to be life-threatening. Kakuzu, in particular, loves money very much. He has been doing tasks for decades, or offering bounties on people's heads. If it were King Ai, he would have 1,000 ways to make more money than doing tasks. And you don't have to go through life and death, and you don't have to work to death. However, people in the Hokage world do have a bit of a paranoid personality. To put it bluntly, he is just a stickler. A ninja with the power to destroy the world would actually submit to the daimyo and nobles. He will also be treated like a dog because of his mission. Including the Akatsuki organization. It's simply outrageous. And the most outrageous thing is that ninjas are proud of it. I don't know if it's because the brainwashing techniques of the major ninja villages are too powerful, or if these people read too few books. King Ai couldn't understand it, but was shocked. Time passed day by day, and in a blink of an eye, 5 days were up. This day is the day when King Ai marries Yui Hong and Yua's Yuki Yuyan. According to the requirements of the two women, the wedding was held in a very low-key manner. However, even though the wedding was very low-key, Konoha village was too small. Even if there is a slight disturbance, it will soon spread throughout the village. What's more, this is very exciting news. Konoha building. Sarutobi Hiruzen received the news immediately. His heart suddenly became twisted with jealousy. Forget about finding other women outside, Uchiha King Ai actually married a woman outside. Tsunade actually agreed. This is something he could only dream about. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt that this Hokage was a little too frustrated. He should learn from the daimyo and marry more wives. Pity. He is too old now and is beyond his capabilities. What's more, if the tigress at home knew that he was looking for a girl outside, she would probably cause trouble. Not to mention getting married. Thinking of this, he became even more jealous of this Uchiha. Forget it, let's see if any female villagers are in trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen was tired, so he took out the crystal ball and prepared to relax. While watching, suddenly, there was a sound on the door. Clang. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so frightened that he almost lost half his life and hurriedly put away the crystal ball. Turning to look at the door, I saw that it was Shimura Danzo, the bastard again, who had barged into Hokage's office without knocking. Suddenly, a huge anger surged into his heart. Danzo! I haven't told you many times, do you need to knock before coming in? I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled. Shimura Danzo heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, which aroused his temper. Isn't that just being a Hokage? What's so arrogant? Just wait, Sarutobi. One day, I will prove that I am more suitable to be the Hokage. After Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded him a few times, the anger in his heart also subsided a little. As a Hokage, he still needs to maintain emotional stability. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked slowly, Danzo, what do you want to do when you come here this time? I just got the news that Uchiha Seiki is getting married again, this time to the Yui clan and Uzuki Yujao. Danzo continued in a deep voice, Sarutobi, are you going to do nothing this time? The Yui clan is our famous Genjutsu clan in Konoha. Uzuki Yujao was a member of the Umbu organization before and has mastered many secrets. If they all marry into the Uchiha clan, how will you respond if the Uchiha clan rebels? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but frowned when he heard this. He had already thought about these things as soon as he got the news. It will indeed cause some unknown effects, but this is a consensual marriage. Even if he was Hokage, he couldn't stand in his way. After pondering for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, as far as I know, Uchiha Seiki, Yui Kurane, and Uzuki Yujao are just having normal relationships. As a Hokage, I have no reason to interfere in the emotional affairs of the villagers. The words fell. Shimura Danzo smiled darkly. He and Sarutobi Hiruzen have been in contact for decades, and he doesn't understand what the other person means. Don't you just want him to do the dirty work? As a Hokage, he seems to be sanctimonious, but he is the same as him, and he still likes to pretend to be a good guy, which is simply hypocritical. However, this was exactly what he wanted. He is the root of Konoha, no matter how dirty he is willing to bear it for Konoha. Shimura Danzo turned and left, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's hoarse voice came from behind. Don't go too far, otherwise Tsunade won't be able to explain. When her temper becomes anxious, I can't control her. You can handle it yourself when the time comes. In addition, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice paused. Find out why Uchiha Seiki allowed Yui Kurane and Uzuki Yujao to marry him together. Chapter 19 Wedding. The wedding venue of King Ii, Yui Hong and Uzuki Yujao was decided next to the Uchiha clan land. There are few people here, but the scenery is very pleasant. Although the wedding was very low-key, the venue was beautifully decorated. King Ii has made a lot of money through the casino these days. Naturally, there is no need to save flowers. Yui Kurane has put on a red wedding dress, showing off her curvy figure. Although not as plump as Tsunade, it has a different flavor. Especially the pair of red eyes and bright red lips look very sexy and tempting. After seeing Qing Yi, she picked up the skirt of her wedding dress with both hands, squatted down slightly, and said shyly, "Husband." Mao Yuzian on the side also put on a long white dress at this time, which was full of charm against the long purple hair. Different from the sexy temptation of Yui Hong, Uzuki Xian's temperament is more cold. She is tall and has a pair of long white legs that are vaguely visible between the skirts. It can be said that the three women all have their own characteristics. Mao Yuzian also blushed with embarrassment and called King Ii softly, "Husband." King Ii enjoyed this scene very much, it was almost like a dream. After a while, he suddenly realized a problem. By the way, why haven't the father-in-law and mother-in-law come yet? King Ii asked a little strangely. Although this wedding was very low-key, the parents of Yui Hong and Uzuki Xian must be invited. Although it is difficult for them to accept it, after all, almost no one would be willing for their daughter to marry a man who already has a wife. However, under the strong request of Yui Hong and Uzuki Xian, they had to agree to the marriage. Maybe there were some delays on the way. Mom and Dad have promised to come over this morning. Yui Hong's tone was a little uncertain. It was already noon and the wedding was about to officially begin, but there was still no one there. Mao Yuzian also looked very anxious. How about I go and see what's going on? Anko said suddenly. At this wedding, in addition to both parents, only two friends, Anko and Shizun, also came. Thank you for your hard work, Anko. Kurane Yui said gratefully. I'll go take a look too. Anko will go find Hong's parents, and I'll go find Xian's parents to see what's going on. Shizun said. After saying that, Anko and Shizun left quickly. Let's wait. If you're hungry, I have some snacks here. Tsunade took out a box of exquisite snacks. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Yui Kurane was flattered. There is no need to call me Tsunade-sama. From now on we are all sisters, just call me Tsunade. Tsunade smiled. How about that? Why don't I call you sister? I've always wanted to have a sister. Kurane Yui is not a person who does not understand etiquette. On the contrary, she was born in a large Konoha family and received a very traditional family education since she was a child. Mao Yuzian also called sister. Okay, I will recognize you two sisters today. Tsunade relaxed her eyebrows. In this way, her family status was confirmed. The three women chatted for a long time. Later, Yui Hong and Uzuki Xian couldn't wait any longer. After so long, my parents still haven't come, something must have happened. Until almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Anko and Shizun finally returned, but there were no other figures around them. How's it going? Zhaihong asked anxiously. Anko looked heavy and shook his head. Your parents are very firm and completely disagree with you marrying King Ai. He even said that if you marry King Ai, I will sever ties with you. After the words fell, Zihe blushed and turned pale. Yuyuki Xian's heart sank and she quickly looked at Shizun. Shizun shook his head slightly. The situation here is the same. When Mao Yuxian heard this, she swayed and almost fell down. Fortunately, Qinjian Jiji was quick and supported Xian. Why did you suddenly change your mind? You promised well before. King Ai frowned. Although the parents of Yuihong and Yu's Yuki Yuan were not at ease at first, they were still reasonable and finally agreed. As a result, now they have changed their minds at the same time. This made King Ai feel that something was wrong. Otherwise, Hong, Xian, you should go back first to find out what's going on. It will be the same next time if we have a wedding. King Ai pondered for a while and said. Women in the Hokage world, especially female ninjas, are very traditional. They take things like severing ties very seriously. He also didn't want to cause Hong and Xian to split up their family because of him. When the time comes, Tsunade becomes Hokage, and it won't be too late for him to take control of these two father-in-law and mother-in-law. No. Yuihong and Yuyuki Xian said in unison. They had waited so hard for this day, how could they just give up? Let's get married first, and then I'll ask my parents what's going on. There's no way they're going to sever ties with me because of this. Yuihong realized that something must have happened. In the morning, her mother thoughtfully prepared various things for her wedding. Dad also gave her some instructions. He had absolutely no intention of stopping her. As a result, her attitude changed so much in just a few hours. She knew her parents very well, and no matter what she did, she would never sever ties with her. Yuazhiki Xian and Yuihong have similar ideas. Now that both women had made up their minds, King Ai no longer hesitated, nodded, and prepared to officially start the wedding. The wedding was just halfway through. Several figures suddenly broke into the wedding scene. These people looked very numb and cold, like puppets. Who are you? What do you want to do? Tsunade stopped in front of several people and scolded with a frown. Lord Hokage has ordered that the matter between Uchiha Seiki and Sarutobi Asuma has a major relationship and needs to be reviewed. One of them said in a cold tone. After the words fell, everyone was shocked. Why did this matter suddenly come to light? King Ai didn't feel anything at all. Once exposed, he was exposed. His current strength was enough to overwhelm Konoha. However, he was keenly aware that these people were not like Hokage Umbu, but a bit like Shimura Danzo's subordinates. Only the roots have this numb and cold temperament. Moreover, if it was really discovered that he had done this, it would not be these people who came. I'm afraid Sarutobi Hiruzen will come in person. Therefore, these people are probably blowing up who? While thinking, he suddenly opened the Mangekyo Sharinon. In an instant, the expressions of the people in front of him became very dull. Chapter 20, Tongue is the Root of Trouble Technique Wedding Scene. Qing Yi said calmly, Who sent you? What is your purpose? Anko and Shizun looked into King Ai's eyes in shock. Even Tsunade's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. This Sharinon looks like, why hasn't she seen it before? It's neither 1 megatama, nor 2 megatama, nor 3 megatama, but a blood-red kite, spinning slowly. However, now is not the time to ask these things. She had no choice but to suppress her doubts and look at the intruders. The intruders looked dull and said, We are. Ah. Just when several people were about to say the name of the person in charge, suddenly, several people covered their mouths as if they were in great pain. Blood gurgled from his mouth, soaking his clothes and grass. The girls looked at this scene in great surprise. What's happening here? Why is it like this in the middle of the sentence? It's just a little bit close, but it's a pity. Tsunade frowned. As one of the Sunin, she had seen more. Obviously, this should be a sealing technique that prohibits the person being cast from telling information. It is indeed that old bidden. King Ai snorted coldly. Although these people did not say who was behind it, he had read the original work of Hokage. In this case, only Shimura Danzo's tongue root technique can achieve such an effect. I am a genin, but I am actually being targeted by Danzo old Biden. And ruined his wedding. Come to think of it, Danzo must have been responsible for the sudden change of attitude between Yuihong and Yu's Yuki Yuyan's parents. After all, Danzo's power in Konoha is considered to be lower than that of one person, but higher than that of 10,000 people. It's not too easy to deal with the Yui clan and Yuyuki Xian's parents. When Tsunade heard King Ai's words, he immediately remembered that this sealing technique is the tongue root technique. It turns out it's that old guy who's causing trouble. Next time I see him, I will beat him to death. She had long been dissatisfied with the old guy Shimura Danzo, but she didn't expect that he dared to mess with her. She was desperate. It's okay, let's continue with the wedding. Although King Ai wanted to rush directly to Danzo's roots and beat Danzo to death, considering that the wedding was still in progress, he had to let Danzo go for the time being. After 2 days, he would free up his hands and kill this girl again. If you dare to mess with him, you will simply be impatient with life. As for the root members sent by Danzo, Qing glanced at the several intruders and gave them orders to return to the root tissue and then wreak havoc. His current illusion skills are quite powerful. Most things can be done except for making the subject commit suicide directly. These guys have been tricked by technique, so they can't attack Danzo directly. But it's okay to do some damage, gross disgusting Danzo. Subsequently, the weddings of King Ai, Yu Hihong, and Yu Yukizian continue to be held. Although this wedding had some twists and turns, the final result was still perfect. Anko was in the audience, watching this scene with very complicated emotions. If she took the initiative, wouldn't she be the one standing on the stage? Obviously Xian and Hong are also good friends. Instead of getting worse, the relationship between the two has become good sisters. She was still acting silly on the sidelines, caring very much about her friendship with Hong. Shizun pursed her lips, feeling very regretful. It would be nice if I could be more outgoing. I obviously like her so much, but I don't even dare to say anything. Tsunade sat aside and was startled when he noticed Shizun's expression. A bad feeling arises spontaneously. Shizun is her disciple, so she naturally understands his character very well. This look, couldn't he be in love with King Ai? Tsunade recalled it and found that Shizun and Siaki did behave differently when they were present. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little complicated. In fact, she didn't blame Shizun for falling in love with Siaki. Siaki's charm is so great that even she can't resist it, let alone Shizun. However, King Ai has now married 3 wives. If you marry again, it would be too much. Moreover, Shizun is still her disciple. If King Ai married Shizun, she couldn't imagine how she and Shizun would get along. It's so embarrassing. In a dark and damp cave, Shimura Danzo sat upright in his chair. Beside him was a blonde woman, wearing a white robe with a hood and a pair of round-framed glasses. Looks very gentle. But at this moment, the blonde woman was shaking all over and looked very scared. Danzo, I have completed so many tasks, can you let me leave my roots? Shimura Danzo gave the blonde a faint look. Once you join the root, no one can ever quit. Life is a person with roots, and death is also a ghost with roots. The blonde woman tried hard to control her inner fear and clenched her fists. Where's Kabuto? You promised me from the beginning that as long as I continue to perform my mission, you will leave the roots. Shimura Danzo took out a photo from his pocket and threw it on the ground. The photos fell to the ground. The blonde woman also clearly saw the figure in the photo. He is a silver-haired boy of 15 or 16 years old, who also wears a pair of round-framed glasses. Shimura Danzo said expressionlessly, this is what Kabuto looks like now. He is living a very good life now. As long as you perform one more mission, I will let him go. This is the same thing. The blonde woman knelt down in pain, and the courage she had just summoned completely dissipated in an instant. Please Danzo, don't send him on any more missions, she begged. I am willing to perform the task, I am willing. Danzo had an expressionless face and was about to tell the mission information when suddenly, a violent sound came. Immediately afterwards, there were several more screams. He frowned, picked up his crutches, and walked out quickly. After turning a few corners, the laboratory inside the base was already in a mess. Several root members are fighting. Snort. Danzo snorted coldly and formed a curse seal. In an instant, all the root members fell to their knees in pain. What happened? Danzo asked gloomily. Danzo-sama. Just after Yuta, Yueto, and Noma came back from an outing, they suddenly went crazy and destroyed the base everywhere. One of the root members endured the pain and reported. Upon hearing this, Danzo immediately looked at Yuta and others, and found that there was indeed something wrong with these people, and their expressions were very dull. He could tell at a glance that these people were under the illusion of magic. Suddenly, he felt horrified. He had never heard of illusions of this level. The only one that can compare to it is Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods. But Shisui has been dead for a long time. Even if he was not dead, he would not be able to control so many people at the same time. Chapter 21 2S Level Rewards within the root base. Danzo frowned. Things have taken on new twists. Uchiha clan, it is possible that a new Mangekyo Sharinan appeared. Otherwise, this level of illusion would never be possible. He used many methods, even the tongue disaster technique could not make Xiangtai and others break free from the illusion. Only Mangekyo Sharinan can produce such terrifying effects. He didn't expect that he just sent someone to stop Uchiha King Ai's wedding, and he would make such an unexpected discovery. This is Mangekyo Sharinan. Danzo showed greedy eyes. It seems that the Uchiha clan's affairs must be brought forward. It can't be delayed any longer. The potential of this clan is too terrifying. What the teacher said was indeed true, the Uchiha clan is inherently evil. While thinking, Danzo said hoarsely, inform Uchiha Itachi to come. Yes. A figure left quickly. Danzo glanced at the blonde woman beside him. Originally, he wanted this woman to play her final role. But there are many things going on now, and he needs to concentrate on dealing with the Uchiha clan's affairs. There is no time to pay attention to this woman anymore. He took out a black and white photo and threw it on the ground. This is your last mission. Kill him and Kabuto will be free. In 3 days, he will pass by the outskirts of Konoha village. You can then set out to intercept him. Yakushi picked up the photo on the ground. In the photo, there was a strange young silver-haired man wearing round-framed glasses. The person in this photo has the same hair color as Kabuto. She thought silently. But she didn't realize at all that the person in the photo was the real Kabuto. At night, King Ai got into bed and was immediately surrounded by a warmth accompanied by a delicate fragrance. Xian shyly moved closer. Hong also came closer slightly, looking at King Ai with his red eyes, and suddenly felt softness in his heart. Although this scene has been experienced many times. But today is special. It's the wedding day. There is a warm feeling in the atmosphere. It's getting late, let's go to bed. King Ai extinguished the candle. The room fell into darkness. The sound became louder and louder. Late at night, King Ai suddenly woke up. Xian doesn't sleep well. The long purple hair swept back and forth on his face, bringing a slight chill. But that wasn't what frightened him. King Ai opened his eyes and saw her biting his fingertips. Maybe he had a sweet dream, there was a faint smile on his delicate face. What did you do with my fingers? It must not be something to eat. Wait a minute, if you take one bite, I won't be able to resist it, and I will turn into a 9-fingered beggar. Just a nice touch. Warm. He closed his eyes again. But not long after, he woke up again. Hong and Xian hugged him tightly as if they were having a nightmare. When he breathed, he could clearly feel the red breath hitting his face, which made him feel a little itchy. King Ai seemed to have fallen into a warm bed, and seemed to be entangled by an octopus. 2 words are clearly conveyed throughout the whole body, voluptuous. He has been surrounded, and everything outside is red and sunset. But he couldn't stop because he couldn't make a move. King Ai looked at the sleeping faces of the 2 women in front of him and couldn't help but be in a trance. Under the faint moonlight, it seems like a midnight epiphyllum blooming with unique beauty. King Ai leaned forward slightly, tasting the sweet nectar. After a few seconds, he licked his lips, which seemed to still smell good. He was about to leave, but found that Xian had woken up at some point, and her beautiful eyes were looking at him. King Ai. Xian let out a cry and leaned tightly into King Ai's arms. When King Ai saw this, he didn't know what Xian meant. Keep your voice down, don't wake up Hong. He whispered softly. Okay. Xian covered her mouth, suddenly feeling a little irritated. Congratulations to host for marrying Yuri Hong and receiving an S-level reward. Congratulations to host for marrying Mao Yu Xian and receiving an S-level reward. Early the next morning, King Ai saw the system notification and couldn't help but look forward to it. It's finally time to harvest again. System, open S-level rewards. Congratulations to host for receiving the S-level reward Top Medical Ninjutsu. Congratulations to host for receiving the S-level reward Top Swordsmanship. In an instant, a huge amount of information poured into Qing Yi's mind. A few minutes later, King Ai opened his eyes. He now has complete mastery of medical ninjutsu, as well as swordsmanship. To be honest, he was not very satisfied with these 2 rewards. He was also thinking about whether he could get ninjutsu talent. After all, his current ninjutsu talent was so poor that he had no place to use his chakra. Learning a B-level ninjutsu is a bit difficult, but as for A-level ninjutsu, it is even easier to learn. A-level ninjutsu already involves chakra's nature transformation, which he doesn't know how to do at all. Unless it was an illusion, he would not be able to learn other types of ninjutsu, even if he was given an S-level ninjutsu. However, these 2 rewards are not too useless. The top medical ninjutsu might work at a critical moment. He is indeed very strong, but if the people around him are harmed, there is really nothing he can do. Now that we have top medical ninjutsu, we don't have to worry too much about this problem. According to the information in his mind, top-level medical ninjutsu can not only revive human flesh and bones, but can also prolong life, cure terminal illnesses, and so on. Far more useful than he imagined. Just consume chakra. Even if the injured person only has 1 breath left, he can save him. However, the amount of chakra consumed is a bit large. But to him, this was not worth mentioning at all. He wished he could consume more of chakra. As for another top-level swordsmanship, King Ai feels that this reward is indeed a bit useless. In the Hokage, almost no one uses a sword. It can be solved with the skill of using a sword and releasing ninjutsu. Uchiha Itachi, on the other hand, has used swordsmanship several times and even acquired a sacred weapon, the Jukin sword. King Ai thought about it, and when the time came, he would grab the Ten-Fist sword and equip it on Susanoo. At that time, Susanoo will be equipped with the Ten-Fist sword, plus his top swordsmanship. Not bad at all. When he read the Hokage comics before, when Susanoo fought, it was like a fight between children, you punch me and you punch me. Although the main reason is that Susanoo's skill is so powerful that she can crush her opponents without any other fancy skills. But King Ai felt that it was a pity that such awesome skills were not worthy of more handsome moves. Chapter 22 Professional Massage Techniques 3 Poles in the Sun. Xian and Hong woke up slowly. Ah! Is it so late? King Ai, I'm going to cook now. Xian realized that she had slept late, and she suddenly became panicked. On the first day of marriage, I was so careless. It's almost noon, and I just woke up. Before getting married, her mother had warned her several times. After marrying here, you must pay attention to propriety. As a wife, you have to prepare various things in advance, such as 3 meals a day, housework, etc. Although Saiki has 3 wives, Tsunade-sama and Kurane are both pregnant. You can't let pregnant women do this, right? It was all she could do. Xian was about to get up when she felt a burst of pain. Oops! She frowned. On her wedding night last night, she was so excited that she almost didn't have a good rest the whole night. In the past, Hong was still there to help, but Hong was already pregnant. She couldn't bear it alone. Don't move, Xian, just lie down and have a good rest. King Ai noticed this scene and quickly helped Xian lie down. Thinking about the top-level medical ninjutsu he had just acquired, and not knowing how effective it would be, he ran the chakra and attached it to the palm of his hand. A burst of green light flashed on King Ai's hand. Let me give you a massage. King Ai said. He stretched out his right hand to hold the soft ankle, and gently slid his left hand over it, making a rustling sound. So comfortable Shi Yan subconsciously straightened her legs. King Ai smiled and took off her black knee-high socks, revealing her jade-like bare feet. Xian bit her lip lightly, ripples appeared in the depths of her tender eyes, and her toes tightened uneasily. King Ai patted her arched instep and slowly rubbed her delicate toes, gradually letting her relax. He gradually went up. I don't know how long it took, but Xian fell asleep again. Seeing this scene, Hong on the side couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes. King Ai, do you know how to massage? It looks so comfortable. This is the first time I've seen Shi Yan in such a relaxed state. Saiki smiled. This massage technique is also a top medical ninjutsu, and the effect is definitely needless to say. Produced by the system, the quality is absolutely excellent. And at the same time as the massage, there is also the blessing of chakra. The effect is simply heaven-defying. In his previous life, there was a special massage parlor that only provided services to women. The master chef is extremely professional and his techniques are first-rate. Many women leave here admiringly and are extremely satisfied. He had even seen instructional videos on the internet, which were indeed very particular and not just random clicks as he imagined. For a moment, he even had the urge to study seriously. But in the end he gave up after thinking about it. Unexpectedly, this top medical ninjutsu also contains this kind of technology. However, he didn't use this massage method on Shi Yan just now. The time this time was not convenient, it was almost noon. I'll try again later in the evening. Hong, lie down and I'll rub it for you too. Yeah. Hong nodded repeatedly and lay down obediently, leaning against King Ai. As the clear one circulates the chakra, Hong felt as if he was among the clouds, floating. She couldn't help but hum. Unknowingly, Hong gradually fell asleep. Holy crap, is it really this comfortable? King Ai thought Xian fell asleep because she was too tired last night and didn't get a good rest. Unexpectedly, Hong also fell asleep. At this moment, he wanted to experience it himself. It's a pity that only he knows this technique, and others don't know it at all. However, he can teach this technique to others. While thinking, there was a sudden knock on the door. Bang bang bang! King Ai opened the door, and Tsunade was standing outside, with a vaguely unhappy look on his pretty face. Since it was their wedding night, Tsunade did not sleep with Saiki last night, but slept alone in a room. Aren't you up yet? Tsunade looked into the room through Saiki and saw Kurane and Yugan still sleeping soundly on the bed. Suddenly, she felt very disappointed. There is really a new person and the old person is forgotten. Then you can sleep some more. With that said, Tsunade turned around and left. Wait a minute. Saiki quickly grabbed Tsunade and hugged her soft body into his arms. I just learned a new skill, let me try it on you. After saying that, before Tsunade could refuse, King Ai directly pulled Tsunade to another room. Then he followed the same pattern and massaged Tsunade's plump body. Soon, Tsunade also fell into a deep sleep. King Ai breathed a sigh of relief. This massage technique is really good, the hypnosis effect is great. Even if there are no other special effects, this hypnosis effect alone is already very good. But now he has 3 wives. If I massage each wife once, it will be 3 times. If you marry more later, it will be more than 3 times, maybe 7, 8, or even 10 times. Looks like I need to learn the multiple shadow clone technique quickly. King Ai suddenly realized that he would be too busy on his own. And it's not just massage. There is one more important thing. I wonder what it would be like to do something like this with a shadow clone. King Ai thought about it. According to Hokage's original work, all the feelings of the shadow clone will be completely transmitted to the main body. If it were all pain, it would be dozens of times more painful. But what if it's a feeling of pleasure? Doesn't that mean dozens of times more pleasure? Suddenly, King Ai's eyes widened. Dozens of times the pleasure, bursting out at the same moment, how great would it be? No wonder it's forbidden technique. This effect is a bit heaven-defying. Chapter 23 Naruto, your wife is gone. 3 days flew by. In the past 3 days, King Ai didn't go anywhere. Spent every day at home with Kurane, Yujao, and Tsunade. I have to say, it is indeed a pleasure to have 3 stunning beauties with different styles at home. Although Kurane and Tsunade are both pregnant, it's enough to just have an eyeful of it. On the sofa, Hong leaned on King Ai and fed a crystal clear grape into the other person's mouth. King Ai, I'm going to go home and take a look today. Yesterday, her parents asked someone to inform her that she must go back in the next 2 days. Shi Yan on the side also said, I'm also going to go back. Okay, I'll take you back later. Ching nodded. After a little preparation, King Ai went out with Hong and Xian. Tsunade went out early. Today her friend asked her to go shopping with her. When King Ai heard that Tsunade's friend wanted to ask her out, he almost thought he had heard wrongly. After Tsunade explained. Only then did he find out that Tsunade used to have a few female best friends, but now he has less contact with them. As soon as he went out, King Ai noticed something was wrong. The atmosphere within the clan has obviously changed, becoming very serious and depressing. The tribesmen on the roadside were walking in a hurry, and from time to time, ninjas from the tribe would pass by quickly, and there were ninjas guarding each intersection. Arriving at the gate of the clan, the second elder, Uchiha Yashiro, was guarding the door. After seeing Qing Yi, he said, don't walk around the village recently. There will be a clan meeting tomorrow night. Be sure to be there. Second elder, what happened in the clan recently? King Ai asked. According to the normal timeline, there is still more than half a year before the Uchiha genocide incident, but now it is obvious that something is wrong in the clan. It's nothing serious, it's just that there have been a lot of minor frictions between the police and the villagers recently. Uchiha Yashiro said calmly. Okay, I know. After walking out of the tribe, Hong couldn't help but sigh, King Ai, you are really different from your tribe. Shi Yan also nodded in agreement, it's indeed completely different. What's wrong? King Ai asked strangely. Kurane Yui continued, generally speaking, it is difficult to get along with people from the Uchiha clan. Their way of speaking is too cold and arrogant, and they are also very unreasonable. When that person was talking to you just now, he didn't have any expression on his face. He looked like shit. But King Ai, you are completely different. You are gentle, easy to get along with, and very considerate. Yujao also agreed very much with what Kurane said. It would be terrible if King Ai was like a normal Uchiha clan member. When Qing Yi heard this, he couldn't help but nodded. Most of the Uchiha clan members do have character flaws, and most of them are very paranoid. In the original work, except for Urju, the other Uchiha characters are basically suffering from some serious illness. This small clan is actually divided into several factions. There was also a mission, impossible drama. Simply exaggerated. While thinking, there was a sudden noise on the street not far away. Ki followed the sound and found that several villagers and the Uchiha police were clashing. The villagers who were watching looked at the Uchiha guards with expressions of disgust. As for the members of the Uchiha guards, they were very cold and arrogant, as if these villagers were all unruly people and should be arrested. Soon, the villagers who had the conflict were taken away by the Uchiha security team, leaving a bunch of villagers watching and talking. Siaki simply listened to a few words, most of which were scolding the Uchiha clan in a low voice. He couldn't help but frown. The atmosphere in the village and clan is too strange now. Although the reputation of the Uchiha guards has never been very good, it has never been so one-sidedly bad as it is now. It seems that what the second elder Uchiha Yashiro said about the minor friction between the police force and the villagers is actually very serious. In this situation, it can be said that the Uchiha clan has been completely disgusted by the villagers. Just like the city manager in his previous life. It is undeniable that the Uchiha police force does enforce the law impartially. But this method of law enforcement is too rough. King Ai couldn't understand why Uchiha Fugaku became the captain of the police force. As the leader of the clan, could he not even understand this? No wonder they were exterminated. There is no one who sympathizes with the Uchiha clan. The reviews are really bad. Between thoughts, King Ai had already brought Hong to the door of her house. I'll go in first, King Ai. Remember to pick me up tomorrow. Yui Hong waved her hands reluctantly. Good. Qing nodded, and then sent Xian back. After sending the two girls home, he was ready to go back. Walking out of the village street and passing through the woods, King Ai suddenly heard a sound coming from inside. Wow, her eyes are white. White-eyed monster. Hurry up and use your Byakugan to show us how disgusting you look. When Qing Yi heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. White-eyed monster. Even the mighty Konoha family will be bullied? No, this scene seems familiar. He walked into the woods and saw three little boys pointing at a little girl with black hair and white eyes. The little girl lowered her head out of fear and said nothing. Huh? This is a famous scene. King Ai remembers, isn't this the scene where Hinata was bullied and then the hero Naruto saved the beauty? It was said that he was a hero saving the beauty, but in reality it was just Naruto who showed off his strength and received a heavy beating. But Naruto was lucky. After being beaten, he was attracted by Miss Hyuga. Naruto, I'm sorry, your wife is gone. But it doesn't matter, you don't like Hinata right now anyway. I will help you chase Harano Sakura from now on. Even if you like Sasuke, I can help you. Between thoughts. At this time, the scene in the woods has undergone new changes. Naruto stood up and stood in front of Hinata. But soon, he realized that being a hero was not that easy. Several heavy fists hit him directly, making stars appear in his eyes. Stop. Seeing that the time was almost up, King Ai walked out directly. Several little kids who were beating people were so frightened when they saw King Ai that they dared not move. One of the little kids even cried. It's a ninja from the Uchiha clan. It's over now. Woo! I was wrong. Don't kill me. King Ai was stunned. What a bad reputation the Uchiha clan has. It scared the kid to tears. Who told you to bully others? Apologize quickly. King Ai said in a deep voice. After the words fell, several brats quickly apologized to Hinata and Naruto. Sorry, I was wrong. I don't dare to do it anymore, please forgive me. I shouldn't have bullied you. Since little kids are so knowledgeable, he naturally won't be as knowledgeable as little kids. Just let Naruto beat all the little brats until their butts were swollen. Then let the little brats go. Timeline slightly changed, Chapter 24, Miraculous Physique in the Woods. Hinata's little face looked a little pale because of fear, and there were tears glistening in her eyes. As the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan, after hearing their vulgar remarks about Byakugan, she should have taken action to teach them a lesson. But the reality is that her mind is blank, her limbs are weak, all the boxing techniques she has learned have been forgotten, and she has become more and more helpless. She was already desperate. Fortunately, a blonde boy stood up. However, this blonde boy is very brave. But he was beaten to pieces. She felt even more anxious. Then, she saw a scene that she might never forget. A good-looking big brother suddenly appeared, and then those fierce bullies were frightened and cried when they saw the big brother. Isn't this too awesome? Are you okay? King Ai walked up to Hinata, looked at her cute expression, and thought to himself, could it be that she was just frightened? But the next moment, he seemed to witness a magic trick. Hyuga Hinata's originally slightly pale face quickly became bloodshot and turned as red as a ripe apple. She lowered her head, touched her index fingers restlessly, and then said in a voice as loud as a mosquito's whine, "Thank you, thank you." King Ai was secretly glad that he was a ninja and his hearing was much better than ordinary people, otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to hear. "May I have your name?" King Ai looked at her appearance and couldn't help but pinched his face gently. "It's so cute, I really can't help it." Hyuga Hinata shuddered, and the blush on her face spread to her ears. She raised her head, feeling dizzy as if she had been in a hot spring for a long time. "Hello." King Ai quickly caught her fallen body. "Will you faint if you pinch your face? This physique is truly unique." King Ai didn't dare to make any more moves, otherwise it would be really difficult if Hinata fainted. But with Hinata's appearance, this strategy should be considered a success, right? After all, Hinata is very introverted most of the time, but she only appears to Naruto in the original novel when she looks like she's about to faint. Fortunately, he happened to encounter this scene. Otherwise, if he wants to attack Hinata, he may not be able to do so. Because Hinata's character is indeed shy or lacks courage. She grew up slowly. It's easy to say that you want to cultivate her favorability, but you only have one chance. Just to save her from those little brats. In the original it was Uzumaki Naruto. Now King Ai grabbed this opportunity. Naruto on the side saw Saiki supporting Hinata, but he didn't react at all. He didn't know that his future wife was abducted at this moment. Instead, Naruto looked excited and kept waving his fists. "Haha! I am the future Hokage. Now you can see how powerful I am. Ouch! Hiss! While swinging his fist, he accidentally pulled the wound just now, and Naruto grimaced in pain. Naruto, don't move! Saiki comforted little Hinata and saw that Naruto was still injured, so he used medical ninjutsu to repair Naruto's wounds. Naruto's injuries were very minor, just some bruises, and it only took a short time for him to heal completely. Wow! So comfortable! Naruto narrowed his eyes, enjoying it very much. Your injury has healed. Ching said. Hey! It's really good. Naruto's eyes widened and he pinched the spot on his hand, it's amazing. Brother, you are so awesome. Seeing this scene, Hinata admired King Ai even more. The eldest brother can actually treat injuries, while her father can't. By the way, big brother, how do you know my name is Naruto? Do you know me? Naruto suddenly realized that his elder brother had just called his name. Qingyi nodded, of course, everyone in the village knows you. This is different. Naruto shook his head, brother, you are the first person who calls me by my name, but I don't know him. Except for Grandpa third generation, Uncle Handbeater, and Teacher Irika, all the other villagers in the village only call him Demon Fox. He still made a very clear distinction on this point. When King Ai heard this, he couldn't help but sigh. Naruto is indeed quite miserable, almost everyone despises him. Although the Uchiha clan is also annoying, those villagers do not dare to say bad things to their faces. I don't even dare to do any disrespectful behavior towards the Uchiha clan. Instead, he was respectful in front of the Uchiha members, for fear of causing trouble. But Naruto was different. The dislike of the villagers was outright, and they even beat and scolded them at every turn. He wouldn't even sell anything to Naruto. One can imagine how much damage Naruto suffered. If it were King Ai, if he grew up in this environment, I have long become a native of the motherland. After growing up, the first thing he did was to destroy Konoha. This was something he admired about Naruto. There was a sudden movement in Naruto's stomach, catching the eyes of Saiki and Hinata. Didn't you eat in the morning? King Ai asked. Naruto shook his head, I have already spent all my living expenses for this month, and it will be a few days before Grandpa third generation comes over. Hinata's little face showed a look of pity. Pitiful, she never thought that there would be people who couldn't afford to eat. Let's go, I'll take you to have something to eat. Ching said. Thank you, big brother. You are such a good person. Naruto was so excited that he almost jumped. Not just because his elder brother invited him to dinner, but this was the first time that a stranger was so kind to him. Saiki took Hinata and Naruto just a few steps away. Suddenly, several figures wearing animal masks intercepted King Ai. Stop! Uchiha Saiki, if you know what's going on, leave immediately. Oh, it came out so quickly. King Ai smiled disdainfully. Obviously, these people are Umbu who are guarding Naruto. After all, Naruto is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the village's most powerful weapon, which can be said to be nuclear weapon level. Naturally, someone has to be sent to monitor it at all times. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Saiki naturally cannot be in contact with Naruto all the time. But he originally didn't want to get involved with Naruto. But the more you stop him, the more he wants to make contact. Who are you? Why do you want eldest brother to leave? Naruto suddenly shouted loudly. He has discovered since he was a child that there are some weird people who are always following him secretly. I didn't expect these weirdos to appear again now. Big brother. Hinata also looked at this scene very worriedly. It's okay, Hinata. Saiki stroked Hinata's back. Then, Qingyi's eyes changed instantly. The blood-red kite pattern rotates slowly. Illusion, mirror, heaven and earth turn. Suddenly, all the surrounding Umbu ninjas shook their bodies and scattered in all directions. Saiki used illusions to temporarily change the perceptions of these Umbu ninjas, making them think they were following Naruto. The main reason why these Umbu ninjas were not killed directly was because these were the team after Tsunade. If they were all killed, Tsunade would become the 5th Hokage. Wouldn't he be a polished commander? But if it was a root ninja, it wouldn't matter to him. Chapter 25 Meatball Shop. Saiki brought Hinata and Naruto to Konoha Commercial Street. As soon as he stepped into the commercial street, King Ai really realized how strong the dislike Naruto suffered. The bustling and crowded commercial street, after Naruto entered, had a space around Naruto. It's like there is a transparent, very thick wall. Not only that, the people around him all looked at Naruto with disgust, and the words they spoke were also very vicious, cursing Naruto continuously. As a result, both King Ai and Hinata received a lot of disgusted looks. However, because King Ai's clothes were embroidered with the red and white Uchiha clan emblem, as well as Hinata's iconic white eyes, so no one dared to say anything. After all, this is the most wealthy family in Konoha and the second most wealthy family in Konoha. Anyone who dares to have an opinion simply doesn't want to live anymore. But they had no scruples about Naruto, who would be afraid of a child. How is this going? Hinata was dumbfounded for a moment, her cute little face was very cute. This was the first time she encountered this situation. The eyes of the surrounding passers-by revealed full of malice. The words that came out of his mouth were 100 times worse than those spoken by the previous bullies. Because I am a fox demon. I'm sorry for causing trouble to you. Naruto lowered his head in frustration. He regretted coming here with his eldest brother and Hinata, leading to this kind of treatment for big brother and Hinata. Naruto is so pitiful. Hinata felt very sympathetic. King Ai also couldn't stand the looks of people around him. Because of a rumor, he was so malicious towards a child. He was either stupid or bad. Magic hell-seeing technique. In an instant, a huge commotion broke out among the surrounding crowd. Each of the villagers had extremely frightened expressions on their faces, as if they had encountered a very terrifying scene. Fox demon. It's a real fox demon. Ah! The fox demon really appeared. Help me! Don't come over! For a moment, the surrounding villagers were scared to death. Qingyi watched this scene coldly. Don't you dislike the fox demon? Then let you experience it again. Although he was very afraid of the fox demon, he was extremely malicious towards Naruto, the rumored fox demon. Didn't you make it clear that you were using Naruto as a punching bag? Hinata and Naruto were stunned when they saw this scene. Needless to say, the only one who can do this is the eldest brother. Wow! Big brother, you are so cool! Naruto was very excited. Brother, can you teach me this trick? He made up his mind that if anyone dared to scold him again, he would use this trick to scare the other person to death. King Ai shook his head, you are too young to learn now. I will teach you later. Naruto was a little disappointed, but still happy. Because the elder brother said that he would teach him in the future. I also want to learn. Hinata said in a low voice. After finishing speaking, her pretty face turned red, and her ears turned red. If Qingyi hadn't had good hearing, he wouldn't have been able to hear this sentence. Okay, Hinata will also come to learn when the time comes. King Ai agreed with a smile. It's not easy to get Hinata to take such initiative once. Walked some distance again. Saiki took Naruto and Hinata to a meatball shop. In Hokage, Naruto only ate Ichiraku ramen, and only ate barbecue when he grew up. But I have never eaten the meatballs. As far as Saiki understands, basically, there are basically no characters in Hokage who hate eating meatballs. More people like to eat Ichiraku ramen. Like Anko, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Izumi, Tenten, Yui Hong, etc., they are all loyal fans of the meatball shop. Especially Anko, who gained dozens of pounds directly from eating. He speculated that Naruto didn't eat the meatballs. The main reason is that meatballs are snacks and do not fill the stomach, and the price is relatively high. Relatively speaking, Ichiraku ramen is more cost-effective. On the other hand, only Ichiraku ramen was willing to let Naruto eat, and other stores would not let Naruto in at all. However, the reason why King Ai came to eat meatballs. Mainly because Hinata also likes to eat meatballs. Boss, here are 10 portions of meatballs. Cleared the meal. Okay, okay. When the boss saw Naruto at first, he was about to drive Naruto out, but found that the members of the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan were actually together, so he did not dare to offend him. Soon, 10 portions of meatballs were served. Naruto's stomach rumbled when he saw the colorful balls in front of him. Hinata also stared closely at the meatballs on the plate. She likes to eat meatballs, but her family rarely allows her to eat them. What are you doing waiting around? Hurry up and eat. Hehe, thank you, big brother. I'm starting. Naruto picked up a bunch of 3-color meatballs and took one bite at a time. Thank you, big brother. Hinata also picked up a bunch of 3-color meatballs and ate one with a very satisfied expression. Wow! It's so delicious! Naruto exclaimed. King Ai ate a few skewers. It's a bit sticky and too sweet. 1 or 2 might be fine, but if you eat too much, you'll get a little tired. Eating. Suddenly 2 people came in at the door. A man and a woman looked like a couple, but they were a little far apart. Both of them look very outstanding. The man looked young and mature, with deep tear troughs on both sides of his face. His face was expressionless and his temperament was cold. The girl on one side looked young, beautiful, and very energetic, especially her watery eyes, which were very attractive. Itachi, the last time we came together to eat meatballs was 2 years ago. I often called you here before, but you were always unavailable. Why do you suddenly have time to bring me here this time? The girl's voice is very nice, the kind of timbre that belongs exclusively to a girl, with a youthful and lively tone. I may not have a chance to come here in the future, so I thought I would bring you here to eat once. Itachi said in a calm tone. Why don't you have a chance? You can eat it anytime you want. Boss. Please bring 3 3-color meatballs, thank you. After Uchiha ordered his meal, he and Itake found a random table to sit down. Itake, after eating the meatballs, let's go shopping for a while? I heard that a new commercial street has opened in the south and it's very lively. Uchiha Izumi said happily. Ever since Itake joined Umbu, she and Itake had never been out together. Even face-to-face meetings are rare. So she cherished this rare opportunity very much. Just when Uchiha Izumi was immersed in joy, Itake interrupted her sweet dream. I have something to do later. After eating the meatballs, I have to leave. If there is a chance in the future, forget it. Itake said calmly, but changed his words mid-sentence. Uchiha Izumi nodded sadly, and then said to Itake with concern, Itake, don't be too tired. Leave more time to rest and be careful when performing tasks. Itake nodded and suddenly looked towards the next table. What caught his eye was a figure older than him. Chapter 26 I also want to be a Hokage man inside the meatball shop. Itake frowned. From the moment he entered the door, he vaguely noticed that someone's eyes were always on him. Unexpectedly, it was a clansman. He had some impressions of this clansman, who was very weak. However, he married Tsunade, one of the Sunin. He even married 2 other kunoichi in the village. Moreover, sitting next to this clansman was actually the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan and Nine Tails Jinchuriki Naruto. Itake, what's wrong with you? Uchiha Izumi followed Itake's line of sight and couldn't help but be startled. I came here to eat meatballs and met a fellow tribesman, Uchiha Saiki. Speaking of which, she had a secret crush on this guy when she was little. However, because she had almost no interaction with the other party, this relationship ended in nothing. Later, she and Itake became lovers. He is still so handsome now, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but think. Itake looked away and slowly shook his head. Uchiha Kwan picked up a bunch of meatballs and handed them to Itake, the meatballs are here, eat them quickly. Then he picked up a bunch and ate one, and the taste was still familiar. Tasty. Uchiha Izumi narrowed his eyes with satisfaction. Both of them liked to eat sweets, and they quickly finished more than a dozen skewers of 3-color meatballs. Itake ate the last meatball and stood up. Kwan, I have to leave. Uchiha Kwan nodded, stood up and straightened Itake's collar, and then said, go quickly, be careful, don't let yourself get too tired. Then, Itake turned and left. Uchiha Izumi was also about to leave, but before leaving, she subconsciously glanced at the table next door. So lovely. However, as soon as she looked over, she met King Ai's gaze. Suddenly, Uchiha Kwan's heart tightened. King Ai has beautiful eyes, the kind of eyes that make people fall in love with them at a glance. But she felt a discomfort for no reason. King Ai looked at her with complicated eyes. There is appreciation, pity, and regret. It's like looking at a beautiful flower, but when the flower is in full bloom, it unfortunately dies. Uchiha Izumi frowned, turned, and left. She didn't like people looking at her in such strange ways. It's really strange. What does this look mean? Is it an illusion? Brother, those 2 people just now have the same beautiful clothes as you. Naruto noticed the details. This Pusho is the emblem of the Uchiha clan. I am a member of the same family as them. King Ai explained. He also didn't expect that when he went out to eat meatballs, he would meet the legendary Itake Beast and Itake's girlfriend Uchiha Izumi. Although when he read the comics, many people regarded Itake as the Weasel God. Kishimoto also forcibly cleared Itake's name. But to him, birth is birth. There is absolutely no need to wash it, and it cannot be washed. Before his best friend Uchiha Shisui died, he gave the distinguished heavenly gods to Itake. Hopefully Itake can find a way to stop this. As a result, the solution this beast came up with was to exterminate the entire clan. If Uchiha Shisui knew about this, even the coffin boards would not be able to hold it down. He killed his father, his mother, and his girlfriend. There are also all the men, women, and children of the whole clan. Just for the village and my brother. To be honest, it would be better to let the 2 old Biden, 3rd generation, and Danzo, rule Konoha village. Might as well let the Uchiha clan's rebellion succeed. Konoha village might even get better. Anyway, it can't be any worse than 3rd generation doing Hokage. But now that he has traveled to the Hokage world, nature will never let this happen again. Naruto bit off a meatball and asked doubtfully, you know me? Then why don't you say hello? Because I don't like that man. He is very bad. If you meet him, remember to stay away. Okay. I listen to Big Brother. Naruto nodded vigorously. Hinata also gave Itake a cross in her heart. After eating the meatballs, King Ai was ready to go back. Have to say, Hinata is really delicious. 10 portions of meatballs, 1 portion of 3 skewers. Hinata alone ate 6 servings of meatballs. Naruto couldn't eat any more after 3 servings. I don't know how Hinata manages to eat so much without gaining weight. Anko is definitely envious of Hinata's figure. Brother, what's your name? Naruto suddenly asked. Hinata also secretly pricked up her ears. My name is Uchiha Seiki. Uchiha Seiki? I remember. Seiki brother, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, I am a man who wants to be a Hokage. Naruto said loudly. When King Ai heard this, he couldn't help but smile. That's a coincidence. I also want to be a Hokage man. Naruto clenched his fist and said, then we'll see. I won't give up. One day, I will let everyone recognize me. Subsequently, King Ai took Naruto and Hinata to the ninja school. That's right. Naruto skipped school. As for Hinata, it was because she went to the ninja school alone in the morning. As a result, I got lost along the way. After turning around, I actually turned into the woods. King Ai was also speechless about this. Okay, road crazy. Seiki recalled that Hyuga Hinata did have this character when she was a child. Pretty awesome. You can also get lost with the Byakugan. The most outrageous thing is that so many members of the Hyuga clan did not notice the disappearance of Hyuga Hinata. After all, she is the eldest lady of the Zone family, so she doesn't care at all. When we arrived at the ninja school, a dark shadow flashed in front of Hinata. Miss, are you okay? As he said that, he looked at King Ai with a wary expression. However, after noticing the Konoha forehead protector on his head, his expression softened a little. Hinata shook her head. Since we're already here, I'll leave first. King Ai showed a gentle smile and said, don't get lost next time. He turned and left. Hinata suddenly panicked and subconsciously took a few steps forward. When will we meet next? Disappointment appeared on her little face. Naruto on the side didn't feel so sad about parting. He waved his hands and shouted loudly, goodbye, Kyoichi-chan. Naruto. You skipped school again. Iruka had a headache, Naruto was so lawless. Because you skipped school, the whole class was detained for 2 hours this time. Ah. Naruto was dumbfounded, Teacher Iruka, I was wrong. I will never play truant again. Humph, it's too late. Iruka snorted guiltily. He knew very well that this was just an excuse. Third Hokage asked him to finish school 2 hours late no matter what today. Don't know why this is though. But he must strictly abide by the requirements of the third Hokage. Chapter 27 Entering the route base on his way back, King Ai unexpectedly discovered that all intersections in the village were under martial law. On the houses on both sides of the street, Umbu ninjas wearing animal masks shuttled quickly from time to time. Something's wrong. King Ai frowned and thought about what happened today. The more he thought about it, the more he felt there was something wrong. Could it be said that, the night of genocide is going to be brought forward? Thinking of this, King Ai immediately stopped, turned around and walked in the other direction. A remote hilly area. Finally found. King Ai opens Mangekyo Sharingan, and in front of the subtle level of observation, the gate of the route base is completely invisible. However, the embarrassing thing is that even if he found the door, he couldn't open it. This gate seems to use some kind of barrier sealing technique, and it can only be opened with the cooperation of a specific warlock. King Ai used his fist and hit it hard several times. The door was still as solid as a mountain, without any movement. It's pretty hard. King Ai said something to himself. You know, his current physique is a perfect sage body, and the weight of every punch is very powerful. Ordinary stones can't stop his power. Kill the god. As a last resort, Kyoshi had to use Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique. In an instant, the rock-hard door split in half like tofu. The section between the gates is as smooth as a mirror. Boom! The door hit the ground with a violent sound. It's finally open. A deep and dark hole appeared in front of King Ai, spiraling downward. There is almost no light source inside the cave entrance, and it is very dark and damp. He slowly stepped into the cave entrance, letting out an echo of tap, 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 step, 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 step. There are many forked roads inside, and there is no light at all, so it is easy to get lost. King Ai picked an intersection with the most traces. After walking in circles for more than 10 minutes, there were finally some changes ahead. A huge underground space appeared in front of him. There are many experimental equipments inside, and in some experimental equipments, you can even see mutilated human body parts. It's clear that this is Root's experimental home. However, at this time, only a few scientific researchers were conducting experiments in the entire huge experimental base. It seems that the night of genocide has really been brought forward. King Ai thought about it. Logically speaking, there should be many people in such a large space. But now there are only a few root members, and they are all scientific researchers. There is a high probability that the other root members were sent out by Danzo to snatch Sharinon. Just as King Ai was preparing for his next move, suddenly, a burst of footsteps sounded near him. He turned around and saw a man covered in a cloak whose appearance he couldn't see clearly. At this time, the cloaked man also saw King Ai. The cloaked man was shocked. It was obvious that she had no idea that there would be an intruder in this place. Well. Qing Yi flashed behind the cloaked man and held the man's neck hostage. He was missing someone to lead the way. Don't make a sound. Or I'll kill you. Take me to where Danzo usually stays. The cloaked man resisted fiercely at first, but found that his strength was not enough to break free, and then he nodded as if accepting his fate. Then, the cloaked man looked at the direction and walked forward step by step. King Ai clung to the cloaked man's back and followed slowly. Since the two of them were so close to each other, they would inevitably rub into each other when walking around. A soft touch came. He suddenly realized that the cloaked figure in front of him was actually a woman. And from a tactile perspective, the figure of the cloaked man is particularly great. It's already comparable to Hong Yu's. While walking, Qing felt bursts of softness in his lower abdomen. The two walked for another 10 minutes. The cloaked man suddenly stopped. King Ai didn't pay attention and pushed forward. The cloaked man groaned and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, King Ai quickly supported the other party. Are you here? King Ai asked. After the words fell, the cloaked man lowered his head and said nothing for a long time. King Ai frowned, trying to teach the cloaked man a lesson. As a result, I suddenly felt an amazing touch coming from the palm of my hand. Only then did he discover it. When he was just supporting the cloaked man, he accidentally put his hand where it shouldn't be. He said why the cloaked man lowered his head and remained motionless. Hee. King Ai laughed awkwardly. He really didn't mean it. He immediately retracted his hand and distanced himself from the cloaked man. King Ai was not prepared to explain anything. The cloaked man was now his prisoner. You can do whatever you want. It was just an accidental encounter, nothing to make a fuss about. Ahem. Are we here yet? King Ai coughed and said deliberately fiercely. Here. The cloaked man said slightly panicked. To King Ai's surprise, the cloaked man actually spoke very nicely. It is particularly gentle, with a feeling of gurgling water flowing in the bottom of my heart. Such a nice voice, and such a great figure, but I don't know what he looks like. King Ai suddenly became curious about the true appearance of the cloaked man. Based on what he just felt, he was sure that the size of the cloaked man was not much different from Tsunade. However, this thought only flashed through his heart. Business is important now, and it won't be too late to take a look later when I have more time. Soon. The cloaked man led King Ai to the door of a dark room. The door to the room was closed. King Ai pushed hard, but there was no response from the wooden door. It seems that a barrier seal was also used. Kill the god. Mangekyo Sharinon turned slowly. In an instant, the wooden door was cut in half. When the cloaked man saw this scene, he trembled, obviously a little frightened. Without any further instructions, the cloaked man took the initiative to enter the room very honestly. Then he said timidly, "It's already here." King Ai entered the room and looked around. The room was only about 50 square meters in size. The facilities are also very simple. A small wooden bed and an old wooden table. There are many paper documents on the wooden table. King Ai picked up the paper document and glanced at it casually. The records on it were all very common things. He frowned, this was too different from what he imagined. Nothing useful at all. He turned on the Mangekyo Sharinon again and searched carefully. I have to say, Mangekyo Sharinon is really strong. The aspect of insight is directly full. Once opened, countless deeply hidden traces are revealed. Soon, King Ai found a secret door in a corner. The secret door was also sealed by a barrier. But this didn't stop him at all. With one strike, the secret door cracked open, revealing a dark passage. The cloaked man couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene. She didn't expect that there was a secret door in this room. Chapter 28 Yakushi Nanoya Root Base. King Ai took the lead in entering the secret door passage and walked about a few hundred meters before finally seeing a change. This is a small room with no light. It was eerie and had an unpleasant smell. Siaki opened Mangekyo Sharinon and took a look. This room is only a dozen square meters in size. Although it is small, it is full of things. Surrounded by rows of hollow wooden cabinets, there are transparent glass jars on top. Some jars contained a small piece of human tissue, while others contained a pair of eyeballs. The eyes also vary, with 1 Megatama Sharinon, 2 Megatama Sharinon, and even a pair of Mangekyo Sharinon. Even the extremely cherished Byakugan has a pair. Danzo, old Biden, can do it. There are so many good things. You can get things like first-generation cells, Sharinon, and Byakugan. This Mangekyo Sharinon should be Shisui's, right? King Ai was a little surprised. You know, the Byakugan is regarded as a treasure by the Hyuga clan. They would rather die than throw it away. The bodies of dead clan members must also be recovered. Never give Byakugan any chance to lose. Over the years, only one ninja in Kirigakure has received a Byakugan, and other than that, there has never been one lost. Moreover, if you want to get the Byakugan, you must take action against the Hyuga clan to have a chance to get it. The branch house's supercilious look will be destroyed as long as it is dug out. However, the Hyuga clan is small in number, and there are many branch house members around to protect them. It is extremely difficult to obtain a pair of white eyes. King Ai was not polite and took all the transparent glass jars into 3,000 worlds. Suddenly, the entire room was mostly empty. Only a small cabinet remained. He opened the small cabinet and found thick paper information inside. It has been classified and contains various scientific research materials, such as sage body transplantation, Sharinon transplantation, bloodline transplantation, white eye transplantation, etc. In addition, there is Danzo's mission log. It records all of Danzo's own actions. The top one is about the rebellion of the Uchiha clan. Qing glanced at it and saw that what was recorded in the information was quite different from what he knew. Even the communication between Danzo and the mysterious masked man was clearly recorded. But now Danzo doesn't know the true identity of the mysterious masked man is Uchiha Obito. He turned to the second page and found that it contained information about Yakushi Nuno and Kabuto. Suddenly he became interested. Kabuto is a true genius. He is valued by Orochimaru and has top-notch scientific research abilities. Not only is he capable of scientific research, he is also extremely talented in ninjutsu. Transform impure world reincarnation and practice sage mode. You know, among the entire Hokage ninja, only first Hokage Senjo Hashirama, Jiraiya, and Uzumaki Naruto have successfully practiced sage mode. This shows how strong Kabuto's ninjutsu talent is. In the end, he relied on his mortal body to profoundly affect the finale. Without Kabuto, the Fourth Ninja War would not have been fought. The White Zetsu Army and the Impure World Reincarnation are powerful. But it was all done by Kabuto. Without him, whether Uchiha Madara can be resurrected is another matter. King Ai naturally doesn't want to let go of such a top talent. Moreover, the method of controlling Kabuto is very simple. As long as Yakushi Nanu is controlled, Kabuto will naturally obey him. He continued to look and soon found what he was looking for. Yakushi Nanu will attack and kill Yakushi Kabuto outside Konoha village in 3 days. Seeing this sentence, King Ai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was before the plot happened. If he were a few days later, Yakushi Nanoyo would be killed by Yakushi Kabuto, and it would not be easy to control Yakushi Kabuto. Clang! Suddenly, a sound interrupted King Ai's thoughts. He frowned, turned his head and saw the cloaked man slumped on the ground, his body trembling constantly, and faintly heard the sound of sobbing. Hey! What's wrong with you? King Ai kicked the cloaked man. What the hell is this woman doing? Why is she crying? Didn't she just accidentally bump into him? He hasn't done anything else yet, is he so sad? It's just... The cloaked man lowered his head, without any response to King Ai's words, still sobbing on his own, and it seems that he is getting more and more intense. It's inexplicable. King Ai turned around and continued to pick up a document and read it silently. Soon, he found the target this time. All the information about Sarutobi Hiruzen. As King Ai expected, Danzo Lao Biden wanted to be Hokage so much, he would definitely hide something. The thick document was full of Sarutobi Hiruzen's black material, including what Sarutobi Hiruzen hinted Danzo to do, etc. The reason why he spent so much time to find the root base. It was to find the information of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Based on his understanding of Danzo, Danzo is likely to have kept all kinds of black materials about Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had already thought about it before. To make Tsunade the fifth Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen must be removed from office first. But it is not easy for Sarutobi Hiruzen to step down. Old Biden was still in the position of Hokage until his death. Just kill old Biden directly. King Ai always feels that it is a bit too easy for this old guy. Now with these information, even if he doesn't do it, other people in the village can't stand Sarutobi Hiruzen continuing to serve as Hokage. Danzo is definitely finished. By then, Tsunade will be able to become the fifth Hokage naturally. Can you show me that information, please? King Ai was just about to put all the information into the 3,000 worlds, when a weak voice suddenly came from the side. He turned his head and saw that the cloaked man had stood beside him without knowing when, with pleading eyes. This time, because the cloaked man was facing him, he could see the true appearance of the cloaked man. Suddenly, King Ai was stunned. This cloaked man turned out to be Yakushi no. He pulled off the cloak on Yakushi no's head, revealing a soft and mature face, and long golden hair exposed to the air. Yakushi no didn't care about King I's actions, but just looked at King I. Okay. King I took out the information he had just read and handed it to Yakushi no. At the same time, information about Yakushi no appeared in his mind. In the original comics, this is a character with a very tragic experience. He looks very gentle and beautiful, but he is very resolute and responsible in his heart. After being separated from the roots, Yakushi no served as the director of the orphanage and adopted many orphans. Kabuto is one of them. Since Kabuto is nearsighted and cannot see clearly, Yakushi no gave her glasses. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Danzo, the old Biden, would not let Yakushi no so easily. He threatened Yakushi no and forced Yakushi no to perform various tasks. Yakushi no had to agree. On the other hand, Danzo did not release Kabuto as promised, but trained Kabuto into an excellent spy to perform tasks for Danzo. During this period, the photo Danzo gave Yakushi no was not the real Kabuto, but another person. This also led to Yakushi no not knowing what Kabuto really looked like now. Because Yakushi no knew too much information, Danzo decided to get rid of her. What's more disgusting is that the last task Danzo asked Yakushi no to perform was to kill Kabuto. Among the Hokage, Yakushi no was seriously injured by Kabuto's scalpel when he attacked Kabuto. After Kabuto found out that the attacker was the dean he had been thinking about, he immediately treated the dean. But Yakushi no didn't know that the real Kabuto was right in front of her, and she just kept repeating, "Who are you?" Kabuto found out that the dean he had been thinking about had forgotten him, and he was disheartened for a while and interrupted the subsequent treatment. Yakushi no died of serious injuries. Just when Kabuto was about to be killed by the root members arranged by Danzo, Orochimaru saved Kabuto and told him the truth. Kabuto then realized what he had done. From then on, Kabuto completely closed his heart and numbly did various things around Orochimaru. Chapter 29 The night of genocide Yakushi held the information tremblingly, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She had no idea that she had been deceived by Danzo for so long. Even a few days later, he was sent to attack Kabuto. Suddenly, Yakushi no was desperate. She knew exactly what kind of person Danzo was. Now that Danzo has sent this mission, it means that he and Kabuto have been completely abandoned by Danzo. Even if she knew all the truth now, it would not help. It would be very easy for Danzo to kill her and Kabuto. No matter how far she ran away, it was of no use. She has long understood how powerful the root tissue is. More importantly, her own safety was less important. The key is, what should Kabuto do? If you can escape for a while, can you escape for a lifetime? Thinking of this, Yakushi no felt despair. Although the previous days were difficult, there was at least some hope. She was about to complete the last mission, and after that, she and Kabuto would be completely free. As a result, now, the truth is revealed, and heaven instantly turns to hell. She could only watch as things gradually turned into despair. Have you finished reading? I have to leave. A voice interrupted Yakushi no's thoughts. She came back to her senses and looked at the figure aside. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. The man in front of him is so powerful, maybe he has a way to protect Kabuto. Thinking of this, Yakushi suddenly became excited. Sir, can you promise me something? Please. I'm willing to do anything. Yakushi no knelt on the ground and begged. Then, she remembered the previous scene, and suddenly she made a decision. Yakushi lifted up his loose long white cloak, and then prepared to take off his inner clothes. Okay. As soon as Qing Yi's head was full of black lines, he knew that his behavior in the previous meeting must have been regarded as a pervert. He took Yakushi no's hand and stopped Yakushi no from making the next move. Although he likes beautiful girls, he is not a person who is attracted by sex. Yakushi no is indeed beautiful and has a great figure, which fits his aesthetic perfectly. But what happened to the other party was really pitiful. He really didn't want to take advantage of others. Also, it's really not a good time and the setting is terrible. He had no interest at all. Let's talk about it after finishing these things. Sir, please. Help me. Yakushi thought that King Ii had rejected him and kept begging. I promise you, you can bring Kabuto with you in a few days and come to the Uchiha clan to find me. My name is Uchiha Seiki. For King Ii, this incident was completely incidental. After all, he was going to kill Danzo Biden later. When Yakushi heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him repeatedly. But when she raised her head again, she found that the other party had long disappeared. It was getting dark. On a sakura tree not far outside the ninja school, Uchiha Itachi is standing quietly. Uchiha Sasuke's appearance was reflected in his sight. After a long time, he turned into a crow and disappeared into the sky. Night falls. Today, Konoha village is as lively as ever. Uchiha Itachi walked slowly on the street, his expression extremely calm. Only those who know him well can detect the painful struggle in his heart from the depths of his eyes. The surroundings gradually became quiet. There was not a single villager around. He has entered the realm of the Uchiha clan. At this time, behind him, Shimura Danzo and the mysterious masked man appeared. Go and set up the barrier. Shimura Danzo could no longer suppress his pleasure, and even his tone seemed particularly excited. You must not let anyone out. Today, he will completely destroy the evil Uchiha clan. He would never allow such unrest in the village. He will inherit the teacher's last wish. Sarutobi, watch carefully. I am the most suitable person to be a Hokage. The members of the route immediately spread out and prepared the barrier according to the designated positions. Once deployed successfully, a barrier will be raised. No matter whether people in the village want to enter the Uchiha clan, or whether the Uchiha clan wants to escape, they cannot pass through this barrier. Everyone in Uchiha is doomed. Uchiha Itachi just watched this scene calmly. He naturally knew what it would mean to the Uchiha clan once this barrier was successfully deployed. However, he still didn't stop it. Things are completely irreversible. The conflict between the village and the family is too deep. Only one of the two can go on. The village can live without the Uchiha clan, but without the village, the meaning of the Uchiha clan's existence is gone. Between the village and the family, he could only choose the village. With the successful placement of the barrier, a transparent semicircular barrier enveloped the entire Uchiha clan. I will protect the barrier. You go ahead. Remember, I want 50% of Sharinon. Danzo reminded. According to the agreement, Danzo is only responsible for setting up and guarding the barrier, evacuating the villagers, and handling the aftermath. The genocide was carried out by Uchiha Itachi and the mysterious masked man. The mysterious masked man just shrugged, and then looked at Uchiha Itachi. Are you sure you will do it yourself? Uchiha Itachi's eyes flickered and he said calmly, I'll do it. Hearing this, the mysterious masked man ducked and disappeared. Uchiha Itachi stood there for a moment and slowly walked into the gate of the clan. Itachi, are you back? I see you've been very busy lately. Thank you so much for your hard work. Uchiha, who was guarding the door, greeted him warmly. Uchiha Itachi nodded expressionlessly. He waved his hand, the sword flashed, blood burst out, and he cut the throat of the person in front of him. Itachi, you. The middle-aged man's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. Uchiha Itachi just gave him a cold look and withdrew the knife. Then he turned on the Mangekyo Sharinon expressionlessly and walked slowly into the clan. The killing begins in earnest. Itachi, would you like a sesame seed pancake? Uncle Naya, who was selling sesame seeds, shouted loudly. Although he is a member of the Uchiha clan, he has no ninja talent and sells sesame seeds in the clan every day. Just when he was about to take out a sesame seed cake and hand it to Itachi, he found that Itachi's body was covered in blood. Itachi, what are you? Before Uncle Naya finished speaking, he saw Itachi, who had always been very sensible and well-behaved, pull out his sword and swing it at the clansman next to him. Pfft! Blood splattered all over his face. He looked at this scene blankly. Itachi, are you crazy? Damn it! Everyone, be careful! Ah! In the Uchiha tribe's territory, a raging fire broke out, and screams came one after another. Chapter 30 A dream that will never wake up. Uchiha Izumi was suddenly awakened by screams. She opened her eyes and smelled the strong smell of blood. Her heart trembled and she quickly ran out of the room. Mother Uchiha Shiharu also woke up because of the sound. Quan, did something happen? Mother, stay here, I'll go take a look. Uchiha Quan took out a kunao and walked straight out the door. She didn't go far before her heart sank to the bottom. There were corpses of clan members all along the way. They are all people she is familiar with. Uncle Naya, Takata, Ryusuke, Miki. I don't know how long I walked. Finally she saw a familiar figure from behind, and she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Itachi. Uchiha Izumi opened her eyes in disbelief. Uchiha Itachi paused slightly in his sword swing, turned around, and looked at Uchiha Izumi expressionlessly. Itachi, what are you doing? Due to the emotional excitement of Uchiha Spring, the three-tomo Sharinon opened on its own, and an invisible cold breath emitted. Uchiha Itachi didn't speak, just Mangekyo Sharinon turned slowly. Tsukuyomi. For an instant, Uchiha Izumi stood there blankly, and scenes of false and beautiful scenes flashed through his mind. I'm sorry, just die without pain in your dreams. Itachi weaves a dream for Uchiha Izumi from which he will never wake up. With Uchiha Izumi's strength, it is impossible to escape from this dream created by Tsukuyomi. Then, Itachi picked up the knife and moved forward. Shortly after, Itachi gently opened the door to his home. The room was quiet, in stark contrast to the screams outside. He looked towards the room, and his numb expression finally changed slightly. I saw my father and mother sitting in the middle of the living room with their backs to the door. Father, mother. For the first time, Itake felt that these two words were so unfamiliar and difficult to pronounce. There are no traps here, come in. Fugaku said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Itake put away the blade and slowly entered the house, sitting opposite his father and mother. When he saw his father's Mangekyo Sharinon, his numb expression suddenly froze. Father, why? He had no idea that his father would also awaken the Mangekyo Sharinon. The father who had such power did not choose to stop himself. I don't want to kill each other with my biological son. But, Itake held the knife in his hand tightly. Fugaku said slowly, I know you are on their side. Itake, finally promise me, Sasuke will be entrusted to you. Don't be afraid, this is the path of decision. Compared with yours, our pain is only a moment. Even if we think differently, I am still proud of you. You are really a kind child. Fugaku closed his eyes. At this point, he could only choose to fulfill his child. This is the last thing he can do as a father. Mikoto sat aside, quietly waiting for the last moment to come. Itake slowly stood up and raised the blade tremblingly. Pfft! Blood sprayed everywhere, and Fugaku fell in a pool of blood. Then, Itake continued to raise the blade. Mikoto closed his eyes gently, and a tear fell from the corner of his eye. She didn't know why things turned out like this. But she can only passively accept all the decisions made by her husband and son. If only I had strong strength too, Mikoto thought in a daze. There was a sound of a blade cutting through the air. However, the expected pain did not come. Instead, a familiar voice sounded behind her. I was almost late. Tisk tisk tisk. So exciting. King Ai said jokingly. Uchiha King Ai. Itake looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, and a trace of surprise flashed in his cold eyes. Mikoto heard the words, turned around, and found that Uchiha King Ai was actually blocking behind him. How does it feel to kill your father? King Ai asked curiously. Itake's heart surged with anger, and he swung his knife straight at King Ai. King Ai opened Mangekyo Sharinon, and in an instant, an imperceptible wave flashed. Itake's hair stood on end, and a strong sense of crisis came to his face, and he immediately dodged and retreated. However, he still didn't have time to retreat, and a deep bloodline suddenly appeared on his chest. Itake's face was gloomy, almost dripping with water. He didn't expect that Uchiha Seiki also possessed Mangekyo Sharinon. What Danzo said before turned out to be true. Now he's in trouble. Itake frowned, and the Mangekyo Sharinon slowly turned. Tsukuyomi. A sour feeling came from his right eye, and he covered his eyes, and blood flowed out. This time, Tsukuyomi was 3 times more powerful than the previous Tsukuyomi. It consumed too much pupil power in a short time. However, it was worth it. Even if the opponent also had Mangekyo Sharinon, he still couldn't resist this enhanced version of Tsukuyomi. Just when Itake was full of confidence, suddenly, his Mangekyo Sharinon detected a slight fluctuation again. What? He tried his best and flashed out again. But it was still too slow. Itake's face was extremely ugly, and there was a sharp pain in his left hand. He turned his head and took a look. The entire upper arm was already cracked in half. We can't delay any longer. He knew very well that Danzo could only maintain the barrier for 2 hours at most. If he delayed any longer, he might not be able to leave. Thinking of this, he became ruthless and looked at Uchiha Seiki. Amaterasu. Instantly, a cold black flame burned on Seiki's body for no reason. 3,000 worlds. Seiki had already thought of how to deal with Itake's move. Amaterasu seemed very powerful, able to release a large range of black flames. Amaterasu burns, and the black flame will not disappear before the target is burned out. But in fact, there are many loopholes. Among Hokage, almost no one has been burned to death. Jiraiya sealed Amaterasu with a sealing technique, Obito used Izanagi, Orochimaru body replacement technique, and Shinra Tensei could also bounce it off. Even without these special abilities, you can dodge it simply by being faster, or pick up something and block it in front of yourself, and you can also avoid it. King Ai directly opened the 3,000 worlds and left the Amaterasu black flame outside. Soon, a raging black fire ignited in the room. King Ai was worried that the fire would hurt Mikoto, so he brought Mikoto into the 3,000 worlds. Just as he was about to go out of the 3,000 worlds to kill Itake, suddenly, a space wave came from the outside world. Itake, the mission failed, we leave first. The mysterious masked man appeared out of thin air and said with a heavy breath. Itake frowned, what happened? We made a mistake, Uchiha King Ai is also Mangekyo Sharinon, this guy is hiding too deep. The mysterious masked man's tone was very fearful. He was just killing people, but his hand was suddenly broken, and he was so scared that he hid directly in the Kamui space. Fortunately, he transplanted the first-generation cells and was able to repair the broken arm. Chapter 31 The barrier shattered and the whole village was shocked. For the villagers of Konoha village, today is just an ordinary day. But for the Uchiha clan, it was the darkest day. If you look at it from a high place, you can see that the Uchiha clan's clan area and Konoha village are completely different worlds. It was quiet and peaceful on one side, but on the other side there was a raging fire, and screams were heard one after another. All movements were completely restricted within the Uchiha clan's territory, as if there was a transparent wall cutting off everything. Danzo-sama, we have searched all areas and found no trace of Uchiha Seiki. The strange-looking Aberme reported. Danzo frowned when he heard this. Before setting up the barrier, he had sent people to secretly confirm that all members of the Uchiha clan, except Uchiha Seiki, were within the clan's territory. He sent Aberme Taijin directly to kill Uchiha Seiki secretly, but Aberme Taijin didn't even find anyone. Aberme is the root ninja with the strongest sense of perception among his men, even the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan may not be able to match it. The special secret technique of the Aberme clan, chakra parasites can easily cover a large area. As long as Uchiha Seiki is in the village, it is absolutely impossible not to discover him. From this point of view, the only possibility is that Uchiha Seiki had received the news in advance and secretly escaped from Konoha village. Danzo's heart suddenly sank when he thought of this. If someone discovered something like this, he would definitely be blamed, not even Sarutobi could save him. However, he was very sure that this matter had never been revealed at all. Only Uchiha Itachi and the mysterious masked man knew about this, and it was impossible for these two people to reveal it to Uchiha Seiki. What exactly went wrong? Could it be that he lured out Tsunade, Yui Kurane, and Uzuki Yujao, and Uchiha Seiki noticed it? This thing is indeed a bit too coincidental. Danzo was secretly sorry. He was not worried about the impact of Uchiha Seiki's escape. This guy is just a genin, it's just a pity that two Sharinans are missing. Between thoughts. Suddenly, he noticed a figure rushing toward the Uchiha tribe at great speed. Bang! A violent sound came out. Puff! The root members who maintained the barrier vomited blood. Danzo was horrified, what kind of strength is this? He actually almost broke through the barrier with just his physical body. This is a barrier jointly cast by dozens of root ninjas. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen attacked with him, it would be impossible to cause such a movement. He stared at the figure, and suddenly, he felt that the figure seemed familiar. But the violent impact just now caused dust and smoke to fly everywhere, obscuring his sight. Danzo-sama, that's Uchiha Seiki. The insect Aberme took the root of was not affected by the smoke, and immediately discovered Uchiha Seiki's aura. Danzo almost didn't react when he heard this. Uchiha Seiki? Didn't he already escape? Is there a mistake? How could it be him? According to his understanding, Uchiha only has genin strength and it is impossible to possess such power. However, immediately after, the figure suddenly rushed out of the smoke and continued to rush towards the Uchiha tribe. At this moment, Danzo finally saw clearly the true appearance of that figure. In an instant, his whole body was shaken, and his cloudy eyes were extremely shocked. It's actually Uchiha Seiki. How can it be? The next moment, something even more unbelievable happened to him. I saw Uchiha Seiki rushing towards the barrier again, but this time, Uchiha Seiki strangely rushed directly in. There were no obstacles during this period. It's as if the barrier doesn't exist. Danzo was even more shocked. This is a four-purple flame formation. With the combined efforts of dozens of elite root ninjas, even Nine-Tails-tailed Beast Bomb can hardly break through it for a moment. But Uchiha Seiki rushed in as if it was nothing. If anyone could see the barrier clearly, you will find that the entire barrier is torn apart piece by piece like broken glass. Ah! Puff! Suddenly, all the root members who maintained the barrier vomited blood and fell to the ground. After the barrier was forcibly broken, they also suffered a violent backlash. At the same time, the barrier between the Uchiha tribe and the village seemed to suddenly disappear. Desperate screams and cries filled the sky, all erupting from the Uchiha tribe. Even though the Uchiha tribe is located in a remote location, the sound still reaches all parts of Konoha village. The raging fire burned high, and this scene could be clearly seen from a long distance away. Immediately, countless villagers in Konoha village were awakened by the movement. Many people opened their windows and looked at the fire in the distance in surprise. What's going on here? There's a fire. That direction, looks like the Uchiha clan's clan. The Uchiha clan? Those guys deserve what they have today. It's so miserable. Just hearing the sound makes me shudder. The fire burned too fast. It was peaceful there just now, but suddenly such a high fire broke out. Why hasn't the village organized people to put out the fire? The villagers were talking a lot. At the same time, the Konoha shinobi with keener perceptions also immediately discovered the situation in the distance. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and had a bad feeling in his heart. Call all Umbu immediately and follow me to the Uchiha clan. In addition, the other ninjas will arrange for the villagers to enter the security facility. He immediately gave the order. Yes. An Umbu wearing an animal mask ducked away. The other side. Tsunade was chatting with her best friends when suddenly, there was movement in the distance. She looked through the window and saw the firelight filling the sky in the distance. That direction, seems to be the Uchiha clan. Broken. Tsunade was shocked and rushed out of the window, speeding towards the Uchiha tribe. Yui Hong and Yuzuki Yujao also discovered that the Uchiha tribe was on fire at the same time, and immediately prepared to rush over. Lord Danzo, their injuries are too serious, chakra has almost bottomed out, and it is no longer possible to rearrange the barrier. A root ninja made a report after investigating. Danzo's face was livid. At such a critical moment, the barrier actually broke. In this operation, his plan was to clear out the Uchiha clan with lightning speed. When the uncooked rice is cooked, the dead cannot be resurrected. No matter how dissatisfied Sarutobi Hiruzen is, it will not help. But now that the barrier is broken, Sarutobi Hiruzen definitely knows about it immediately. He might arrive soon, and then his plan would come to nothing. Even Tsunade will come over. This is trouble. Chapter 32 New Mangekyo Sharinon Danzo was confused for a moment. The current situation has completely exceeded his cognition. All because of Uchiha. Danzo clenched his fist tightly, and his hatred for Uchiha Seiki had reached its peak. We were so close to destroying the Uchiha clan. That's hundreds of pairs of Sharinons. One pill represents one life, how many lives he has lost. Suddenly, there was faint movement from the direction of the village. Someone is already preparing to enter the Uchiha clan to investigate the situation. Danzo-sama, what should we do now? Asked a root ninja. Danzo took a deep breath and let out a hoarse voice. Let's go in. Let's go in too. With that said, he took the lead towards the interior of the Uchiha clan. The barrier has been broken, and it will be useless for him to stay here any longer. If you don't even leave, you will most likely run into trouble. It's better to go directly to the Uchiha clan, dig out a few more pairs of Sharinon, and then leave during the chaos. Qingyi rushed towards the depths of the clan as fast as he could. He didn't expect that Danzo and the others would start so quickly. As soon as the genius was black, he took action directly. He also had some misunderstandings and always subconsciously thought that the night of the genocide was late at night. It wasn't until now that he remembered that the night of the genocide happened shortly after the ninja school ended normally. We can only hope that Itaki and Obito don't act too quickly. Moreover, during this operation, he discovered that he still had a big shortcoming. No ability to move quickly. It's too slow. Even if he has a perfect sage body, his physical fitness is greatly enhanced. But he's only a few points faster than a normal Jonin. Compared with the explosion of 8 inner gates, and the intense stimulation of lightning-style chakra mode. Slow as a turtle. As for the time and space ninjutsu like the Flying Thunder God technique, it is even more incomparable. Seiki was speeding through the streets of the Uchiha tribe. The streets were covered with corpses of Uchiha people. Blood almost stained the entire ground red. The extremely strong smell of blood filled the air. King Ai frowned. Although he didn't really care about the life and death of these people, even if he was a stranger, he would feel familiar if he met them often. Not to mention these tribesmen. Suddenly, he saw an acquaintance, and it was also the first standing person he saw since entering the Uchiha tribe. Uchiha Izumi stood motionless on the street. The beautiful eyes that used to be watery and seemed to be able to speak were now without any luster. There is no reaction to anything around him. Even though King Ai had already walked in front of her, his eyes did not waver at all. Is this a hit Tsukuyomi? King Ai remembers that in the original Hokage novel, Itaka did not directly kill Izumi. Instead, he used Tsukuyomi on Izumi, and created a beautiful dream in Tsukuyomi. In the dream, Izumi and Itaka lived happily together. Eventually, Izumi also died in Tsukuyomi. King Ai stood in front of Quan, and couldn't help but feel a pity in his heart. This scene is really a bit ironic. He was a little unsure whether Quan would go crazy after waking up. Maybe Izumi is unwilling to wake up from Tsukuyomi. After all, reality is too cruel for her. But, although this is a bit cruel to Quan, but this situation is just right for King Ai. Quan's talent is quite good, and he is already 3 Tomo Sharinon at a young age. Just a stone's throw away from Mangekyo Sharinon. Maybe after this intense stimulation, I might be able to open my eyes directly. While thinking, King Ai raised his right hand and gently placed it on Quan's white and smooth forehead. At the same time, he ran the chakra and his right hand lit up with a green light. In fact, the moment Tsukuyomi was hit by the spring, her spirit had already collapsed. It is almost the same as the state of brain death. No matter who comes, it won't help. Fortunately, King Ai possesses top medical ninjutsu and can easily treat such mental breakdown and brain death. According to the instructions given by the system, when using top medical ninjutsu, as long as the chakra is sufficient, basically all injuries can be cured. As Saiki continues to infuse chakra, Quan's dull beautiful eyes finally had some reaction and a little light appeared. After a while, Saiki lowered his right hand. At this time, Quan was completely awake. Suddenly, the extremely strong smell of blood poured into the tip of her nose like an overwhelming force. Quan's brain suddenly woke up and her vision refocused. She saw a person standing in front of her. Not the Atake she imagined, but Uchiha Saiki. What happened? Am I not shopping with Atake? We agreed to go to the meatball shop to eat meatballs later. Why did everything suddenly change? Wrong. Quan suddenly felt a little confused. Scenes appeared in her mind, the overwhelming screams, the raging fire, the tragic deaths of the tribesmen all over the street. An Atake, who raised his sword and swung it at the tribesmen. The last scene is the slowly rotating pair of Sharingan. In an instant, Quan understood everything. It turns out that everything I just experienced was just a dream. The screams that continued to come from all around and the pungent smell of blood all stimulated her. This hellish scene is the real reality. Quan couldn't help but laugh miserably. Heaven and hell, it turns out that they are just a matter of thought. Uchiha Atake. There was no trace of the youthfulness of a young girl in Quan's voice. There is only extremely strong hatred. Instantly, Uchiha Izumi's eyes changed. The blood-red 3 Megatama opened automatically and then started to rotate violently. After a while, the Sharingan stopped turning, and the 3 Megatama disappeared, replaced by a blood-red pattern of a 3-hook sickle. Not bad talent. Qing Dian commented. Izumi also realized that his Sharingan seemed a little different from before. What's wrong with my eyes? Saiki explained, the ultimate of Sharingan is not 3 Megatama. After the emotional change of ultimate, there is a probability that it will evolve into Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan is not only fully strengthened in all aspects, but also has 2 special abilities. The Genjutsu attack used on you was the special ability of his Mangekyo Sharingan Tsukuyomi. Although most Uchiha members know it, 3 Tomo Sharingan is not the limit of Sharingan. However, there is basically no information about how to continue to evolve 3 Tomo Sharingan, and what 3 Tomo Sharingan will look like after evolution. Only a few Uchiha members know this secret. Izumi couldn't help but be stunned. This was the first time she had heard of Mangekyo Sharingan. Unexpectedly, I accidentally evolved Sharingan. However, after she heard the word Atake, a wave of deep hatred emerged. It turns out that Atake also evolved Mangekyo Sharingan. He obviously has such great strength, but he kills his own people. The hatred in Quan's heart became even worse. Chapter 33 The Shortcomings of God Killing. The killing continues. Saiki considered that Izumi was in poor condition at this time, and although he evolved Mangekyo Sharingan, the sequelae of his previous injury were severe. So he directly sucked the spring into the 3000 worlds. Then, continue to move deeper into the clan. His contact with Izumi, healing, Mangekyo Sharingan opening his eyes, etc., it seems that a lot of things happened. In fact, all this happened very briefly, only 3 minutes. There's still enough time. After a while, King Ai finally arrived at the area where the screams were the densest. At this time, there were dense piles of corpses on the ground. However, there are still a large number of tribesmen fighting. Opposite them is a mysterious man wearing a black robe and an Uzumaki mask. What exactly is this move? Why are all attacks ineffective against him? Damn it! Even ninjutsu has no effect at all. Everyone, pay attention, this guy's eyes are Sharingan. Is he also from the Uchiha clan? Why would he do this since he is the same clan? The tribesmen present were completely unable to understand what was going on with this mysterious masked man. Great Elder, be careful. He is behind you. A Uchiha tribesman reminded sharply. But it's still too late. The mysterious masked man suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Yashiro, and then waved the sickle in his hand. Pfft! The sickle pierced deeply into Uchiha Yashiro's flesh. Ah! I'll fight you! Uchiha Yashiro's face turned fierce, he clenched the kunao in his hand desperately, and stabbed the mysterious masked man fiercely. The expected sound piercing the flesh did not appear. Instead, because he moved too fast, the friction between the kunao and the air produced a sound of breaking through the air, and went straight through the body of the mysterious masked man. With this kind of ability, we can't possibly win. It's over. Our Uchiha clan is completely over. Where's the patriarch? Why hasn't he shown up yet? At this moment, all the Uchiha people who were still alive were in despair. This is impossible to fight. It's so unfair. No matter what kind of attack, it has no effect on the mysterious masked man. But the mysterious masked man can suddenly appear anywhere and attack them sneakily. Accept death. The mysterious masked man raised his sickle and swung it at Uchiha Yashiro. Great Elder! the tribesman exclaimed. Next moment, something unexpected happened. The moment the mysterious masked man swings his scythe, suddenly, the right hand of the mysterious masked man was cut off at the root. This scene directly shocked everyone. What? The mysterious masked man's hand is broken. It turns out you can really hurt him. Who is it? The faces of the remaining Uchiha members showed the ecstasy of surviving the disaster. They were all completely desperate. Unexpectedly, things took a new turn. They quickly looked around and quickly noticed the target. It's Uchiha Seiki. It's this kid. I knew this kid could do it. Isn't Uchiha Genin? Since when did he become so powerful? Genin, you are so big. I just keep a low profile. Great. We're saved now. The remaining Uchiha members looked very excited. King Ai did not talk to the tribesman, but only scanned the surroundings carefully. There's really nothing he can do against Obito right now. Kamui Space's moves are too shabby. He just caught Obito attacking Uchiha Yashiro and used Zhanshen the moment he revealed his true form. However, he discovered that Zhanshen had a weakness. Although Zhanshen is an extremely sharp slash, it is too sharp. Even the space was broken. As a result, there will be some spatial fluctuations when the God of Destruction is released. It is difficult to detect under normal circumstances. But this shortcoming is exposed when dealing with enemies possessing Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan's observation ability is so subtle that he can even detect a trace of the spatial fluctuation caused by Zhanshen. What he was aiming at just now was Obito's body, and he thought he could at least cut Obito in half. The result was that one of Obito's arms was cut off, and Obito reacted in time. Next time, he might have a hard time hitting Obito with his God Slayer. However, even if he can't kill Obito for the time being, it is completely impossible for Obito to deal with him. Obito's attack methods are very lacking. He has a perfect sage body. I'm afraid Obito's attacks can't even break through his defense. Another few minutes passed. There was nothing unusual at the scene. Did you just run away? King Ai frowned, he didn't expect Obito to be so timid. He just lost one hand and ran away in fear. He thought Obito would at least fight him a few times. The other side. After Obito hid in Kamui's space, he was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. Almost died. For a while. He took a deep breath and slowly came back to his senses. What kind of ability is this? Why does Uchiha Seiki also possess Mangekyo Sharingan? Obito frowned. In his impression, Uchiha Seiki has always been just a genin. He also heard that when Uchiha was in ninja school, he was the last one in the class. I didn't expect it to be so strong now. But Obito didn't dwell on this matter, after all, he was once a jackass. Hasn't Mangekyo Sharingan also awakened now? What he is more concerned about is which two abilities Uchiha Seiki's Mangekyo Sharingan has awakened. With just a preliminary judgment, he found that Uchiha King Ai's awakened ability was very difficult. Not only is it extremely difficult to detect, it's also extremely fast. Even if he reacted immediately, he was still hit. The power is amazing. While Obito was observing secretly, he suddenly discovered that Uchiha King Ai didn't know what method he used. All the remaining Uchiha members were transferred and disappeared. Suddenly, he was shocked. Uchiha King Ai actually awakened an ability similar to his. In other words, what Uchiha awakened was the ability to transfer objects, and all Uchiha members were transferred to other places. Of these two possibilities, Obito prefers the former. Because he also has this ability. Obito's face suddenly turned ugly. Kamui Space was his most proud trump card. Unexpectedly, there are people in the tribe who have awakened similar abilities now. He wanted to kill Uchiha Seiki, but gave up after thinking about it. He only had a rough guess at Uchiha King Ai's awakened abilities. If the guess is wrong and one is bad, it will be troublesome if the car overturns. And his purpose here has been achieved. He has killed enough Uchiha members, and these Sharingan are enough for him to squander. Chapter 34, Obito betrays his teammates. Seeing that Obito had already run away, King Ai did not waste any more time. Directly placed all the remaining Uchiha members in the 3000 worlds. Then immediately rushed to the other side. At this time, the screams of the Uchiha clan had stopped. It fell into silence. Only the flames burned and the occasional explosions. King Ai guessed that Itachi must have returned home now. Sure enough. When he hurried over, Itachi had just killed his father with a knife. He was about to continue to swing his knife to kill his mother. King Ai secretly said it was a pity, but fortunately, Mikoto did not die. At the critical moment, he directly launched the God Slash to stop Itachi. Itachi was not enough for him now. His ability was too restrained for Itachi. Itachi's two eye techniques had no effect on him. After a few God Slashes by King Ai, Itachi lost half his life. As Itachi released Amaterasu, King Ai brought Mikoto into the 3000 worlds to prevent Mikoto from being accidentally injured. He was about to kill Itaki in one go. He unexpectedly discovered that Obito had also arrived. Without saying a word, Saiki fired a slashing god. As soon as Obito saw Uchiha Saiki, he immediately entered the Kamui space. However, he was too cautious and serious about Uchiha Saiki, and when he hid in the Kamui space, he only cared about himself. For a moment, he actually forgot to bring Itaki with him. Itaki was already seriously injured, and coupled with the excessive use of his pupil power, his Mangekyo Sharingan was blurred. He did not notice the slashing god. Puff! Itaki's small half of the body was directly cut into two halves. Obito realized at this time that he had forgotten Itaki, and suddenly reappeared and took Itaki away. With Obito's disappearance, Saiki was the only one left in the entire clan leader's house. Seeing Obito taking Itaki away, Saiki had no choice. His 3000 worlds were different from Obito's Kamui space. However, the last blow Itaki received was not light, and he was basically not far from death. Whether he can survive depends on Itaki's luck. After this battle, King Ai has a general understanding of his combat power. Basically, he is invincible against cage-level masters. His attack ability is maxed out, and his survivability is maxed out. Although he discovered some weaknesses of the God Slayer this time, such as being detected by the Mangekyo Sharingan, and not being able to fire continuously, and the cooling time is about 10 seconds. But overall, this eye technique is still terrifyingly strong. Ordinary cage-level masters can't find the God Slayer at all. If he faces King Ai, it is likely that King Ai will kill the cage-level master with just one look. However, the consumption of the eye power of the God Slayer is very serious. That is to say, he has a perfect sage body, otherwise after this battle, at least half of his eye power will be consumed, his eyes will bleed, and his myopia will be 200 degrees. While thinking, King Ai released Mikoto from the 3000 worlds. Mikoto was stunned when she saw that she had returned home, and then she quickly asked King Ai, where is Itaki? King Ai pointed to the small half of the body on the floor, he ran away, and I only left this little bit. The voice fell. Mikoto stared blankly at the remains on the floor, and the body of her husband next to it. An indescribable bitterness surged into her throat. She sat in front of the bodies of her husband and son, and her eyes gradually lost their luster. If she had simply lost her husband or son, it would have been a little better. But what she witnessed was the tragic scene of Uchiha Itaki killing Uchiha Fugaku. And her son's life and death were unknown. This situation is unacceptable to normal people. Mikoto did not cry or shout. A person who is truly heartbroken cannot shout. She looked at the body on the floor quietly, and her beautiful eyes, which were clearly black and white, suddenly changed dramatically. A flash of blood red appears in her eyes, then changes into 3 tomo. A long time. Mikoto numbly picked up the broken blade on the ground and slashed it towards his neck. Clang! Ching hit the broken blade with a single strike, a look of pity on his face. He just felt Mikoto's eye power rising rapidly. In just a short time, it evolved directly into the 3 Megatamarin Egan. It can be said that this situation has almost never happened before. But that's not all. After evolving into 3 Tomo Sharingan, Mikoto's eye power continues to increase. It doesn't take much pupil power to evolve into Mangekyo Sharingan. Unfortunately, it's still a little short. King Ai, please let me die. I should have died. Mikoto pleaded. Ching was not surprised at all that Mikoto wanted to commit suicide. Mikoto had been prepared to be killed by Itaki before. Continuing to live now is just a kind of torture for her. King Ai knelt down and looked at her closely. Because of the big change, his delicate face was pale, his black hair was a little dirty, and he looked quite haggard. The kimono she was wearing had fallen apart because King Ai had carried her into the 3000 worlds, revealing her dazzling snow-white skin. Mrs. Mikoto. King Ai reached out his hand and straightened her messy hair. But Mikoto didn't react at all. Counting the time, the ninja school should be ending soon, right? King Ai spoke while sorting it out. Hearing about ninja school, Mikoto's eyes flashed with joy. Suzuki. By the way, Suzuki will be back soon. Saiki said, Mrs. Mikoto, I think Suzuki will be desperate if he finds that he is the only one left at home when he returns home, right? Maybe I'll do the same thing as you. The words fell. Mikoto's face suddenly turned pale. Only now did she realize that she was not the only one left in this family. And Suzuki? How desperate would Suzuki be if she committed suicide like this? Maybe, he might actually commit suicide. Suddenly, Mikoto gave up the idea of committing suicide. She wanted to walk with Suzuki. Conversation room. Suddenly there were footsteps outside the door. Hurry! Gouge out the eyes of all the corpses. Danzo's hoarse voice came from the courtyard. King Ai frowned, feeling uncomfortable being interrupted while speaking. However, it is obviously not appropriate to continue talking now. Mrs. Mikoto, we will talk later. After saying that, Saiki transferred Mikoto into the 3000 worlds again. Crack. The sound of the door opening sounded. Danzo appeared in front of King Ai's eyes with his body covered in bandages. At this time, Danzo looked very shocked when he saw Uchiha Saiki here. Then, he saw the body of Uchiha Fugaku on the ground, as well as a small half of the body. Suddenly, Danzo was confused as to what was going on here. What about Uchiha Itachi and the mysterious masked man? Where did they go? Who killed Uchiha Fugaku? Between thoughts. Suddenly, Danzo found that his vision was shaking. The next moment, he actually saw his own body. His head fell off. Chapter 35 The ultimate eye technique is an Tsunade crack. Danzo's head rolled to the ground, rolling far away like a ball. Next moment, something strange happened. Danzo's fallen head unexpectedly reappeared on his shoulders. Even the break on the neck showed no trace. It was as if nothing had happened just now. King Ai looked at this extremely weird scene, but he was not surprised at all. Izanagi? Sharingan's ultimate eye technique is indeed very powerful. Be able to change things that are not good for you that happened within a period of time into never happening, and only choose things that are good for you to turn them into reality. Sharingan that is just used after the spell will be blinded. This also means Uchiha members who master this technique can each have 2 lives, and even more lives if they have a Sharingan transplanted. After seeing the effect of Izanagi, Saiki no longer plans to use Zanshen on Danzo. Killing Danzo one more time means that he will have 1 less Sharingan. If Danzo uses all Sharingan, he will suffer a big loss. Danzo looked at Uchiha Saiki with an extremely wary expression. What kind of pupil technique is this? He actually didn't have any time to react. If he hadn't had Izanagi, he would have died completely just now. Suddenly, Danzo became extremely jealous of Uchiha. He didn't even dare to take the initiative. Between confrontations. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside the door again. This time the footsteps were very dense, and there seemed to be many people. Danzo's face suddenly turned ugly. He wanted to grab some Sharingan and leave. But as soon as he entered the Uchiha tribe's land, he found corpses on the street, basically untouched. Only a dozen corpses had their eyes gouged out. Before the operation started, he made an appointment with the mysterious masked man, and Sharingan's share would be split 50 to 50. But now, since the mysterious masked man has not taken away these Sharingan, he will naturally not miss this golden opportunity. The greed in his mind instantly overwhelmed his rationality. Immediately order the root members to collect the eyes of all corpses. This also caused his progress to be much slower. He was just about to finish the job and leave after taking Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Unexpectedly, I met Uchiha King Ai here. And this Uchiha Saiki is extremely difficult to deal with. He couldn't analyze what abilities he had. It dragged on like this for a few more minutes. The footsteps outside the door now are probably from Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Even if he wanted to run now, he probably wouldn't be able to. Really? As footsteps approach. The first one to come in was Tsunade, followed by Kurane Ui and Uejo Uzuki. After that comes the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Immediately afterwards, many Umbu members spread out on guard. King Ai, are you okay? Tsunade rushed directly to King Ai, observed carefully, and found that King Ai was not injured, and then he was relieved. Next to them, Ui Hong and Uezuki Zian also breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you all here? King Ai asked. Such a big thing happened, how could you not come? I'm worried about you. Ui Hong said with lingering fear. When she saw something happen to the Uchiha tribe, she immediately rushed over. Then I met Tsunade-sama and Uejo on the road. After entering the Uchiha clan's territory, she was immediately shocked. The streets were filled with corpses, all with their eyes gouged out. She returned home immediately, but found that the house was empty and King Ai was not at home. Suddenly, her heart sank to the bottom. Fortunately, she checked all the corpses along the way and didn't see King Ai's. Now that she saw that Qing Yi was not injured at all, she felt relieved. I made you worry. King Ai and the 3 women hugged each other to comfort the 3 women's emotions. Sarutobi Hiruzen on the side saw this scene, and the jealousy in his heart became fierce again. Why didn't this bastard die? After a moment of jealousy, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately controlled his emotions. Now is not the time to think about these things, the things in front of you are more important. I need an explanation. Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly. What happened to all this? Saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo. Obviously, this sentence is meant for Danzo. As an old partner for many years, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows very well what Danzo is like. Now that Danzo will be here. Which means it definitely has something to do with Danzo. I just discovered that the Uchiha clan was in turmoil and rushed here immediately. There were corpses all along the way. I don't know what the reason for this is. Danzo still wanted to pretend to be confused at this time, but Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally wouldn't believe it. Since you don't know the reason, why did you pretend to pass my order to postpone the end of the ninja school for 2 hours? Why are all the security forces secretly given a holiday? And how do you explain the broken barrier at the entrance of the Uchiha clan, and the dozens of unconscious root members? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked one after another. Danzo was speechless for a while and couldn't speak for a long time. He didn't expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen would discover so many things in a short period of time. They even found out that he secretly asked the ninja school to postpone the end of the school year. Now, he really couldn't explain it. Danzo. You better give me a reason. Otherwise, even if you are a Hokage consultant, I will not be merciful. Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly. Danzo heard this and knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was telling the truth this time. His action this time has completely caused a stir and also angered Sarutobi Hiruzen. As long as everything is normal, everything will be done. He had no problem at all. But unexpectedly, Uchiha Seiki came out halfway. And Uchiha Itaki and the mysterious masked man have gone somewhere. Now he was the only one left. If this is the truth, I'm afraid Sarutobi Hiruzen hasn't done anything to him yet. Tsunade on the side is probably about to take action. Danzo thought for a while, winked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and walked out of the courtyard. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood what Danzo meant and followed him out. Just as the two were about to walk out of the door, suddenly, Tsunade stopped the two of them. His tone was very cold. What? Is there something you can't say here? When something like this happened to King Ai, she naturally couldn't ignore it. Obviously, this guy Danzo has a lot to do with this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have appeared here in advance. If this matter was really planned by Danzo, she swore that she would kill this old guy. Chapter 36 The Tragedy of the Uchiha Clan within the Uchiha tribe's territory. At this time, more and more ninjas gathered. People from all the big families came, including the heads of the Hyuga clan, the heads of the Inoshikacho clans, and the heads of some small families. Although the Uchiha clan has a poor reputation, it still belongs to the most wealthy family in Konoha. Such a big thing happened, and everyone was very curious about what happened. Some people even vaguely speculated that the Uchiha clan might have rebelled. After all, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village is not just a day or two. The feud between the two runs deep. But soon, the tragic situation in the Uchiha tribe shocked everyone. What happened here? All of them are corpses of the Uchiha clan, and the eyes of the corpses have been gouged out. Although the Uchiha clan has a bad temper, they are still very strong. They were all killed. After seeing the tragic situation in the Uchiha tribe, everyone couldn't help but feel a deep chill in their hearts. Even the powerful Uchiha clan is so miserable. If their family met, wouldn't they be immediately wiped out? The deeper they went, the deeper the chill in everyone's hearts. Soon, everyone arrived at the home of the Uchiha clan leader. They were even more shocked when they saw the body on the floor of the living room. Even Uchiha Fugaku is dead. I'm afraid there aren't many living members of the Uchiha clan. Everyone's expressions were gloomy and they stood silently behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, waiting for the truth of the matter. The atmosphere in the whole room became increasingly depressing. The smell of blood in the air almost solidified. Finally, Danzo leaned on crutches and said hoarsely, according to intelligence, the Uchiha clan will launch a rebellion tomorrow in an attempt to subvert the village. Konoha will never tolerate rebels. What happened today is the end. At this point, he could only insist that the Uchiha clan was in rebellion. The words fell. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was livid, and the anger in his heart could not be suppressed. Danzo was so lawless that he actually did it privately. He had already planned how to deal with the Uchiha clan. As a result, everything is now disrupted by Danzo. It would be okay if it was handled well, but now it has such a serious impact. If Danzo had quietly dealt with the Uchiha clan, he could have turned a blind eye. It can be said to the outside world that the Uchiha clan intends to rebel. But now everyone knows about it, and even if they want to block it, it's too late. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Uchiha clan is not a rebellion at all. How can any rebellion be like this? From the corpses on the streets of the Uchiha tribe, it can be seen that some of those people were sleeping before they died, and there was no fighting at all. It was a complete one-sided massacre. What do other families in the village think of this? And at this time, the faces of other family patriarchs present also looked a little gloomy. They are not fools. Naturally, it can be seen whether the Uchiha clan is rebelling or not. The most wealthy family in Konoha village. They were actually killed like this. If one day, Danzo wants to deal with these families, wouldn't it be possible to kill them all just by randomly setting up trumped-up charges? Danzo, I am the Hokage. How dare you act without my permission? I declare that your position as Hokage advisor will be cancelled, and you will be imprisoned pending review. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a decision immediately. Now he had to separate himself from the matter and draw a line. Otherwise he, the Hokage, might have to step down. Danzo's heart skipped a beat when he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Sarutobi, I did all this for Konoha. You can't do this. There are so many Jonin in the Uchiha clan. If the rebellion is allowed, it will cause unprecedented losses to Konoha. But now, without anyone being injured, I have perfectly solved the Uchiha clan. Also, my root organization didn't take any action in this matter. I just came to clean up the mess. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Danzo, there are so many corpses of the Uchiha clan lying outside. If you say you didn't do it, then who is it? It's Uchiha Itachi. He killed all the Uchiha clan members and has defected. Shimura Danzo used the prepared rhetoric. This was his last trump card. As long as he insists that he didn't take action, he will definitely be fine with this matter. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen just thought it was ridiculous. He expected it to be the hand under the root, but he didn't expect it to be Uchiha Itachi. But if you think about it carefully, you don't have this strength at all. Only Uchiha Itachi, relying on Mangekyo Sharinan and his identity, can quietly kill the entire Uchiha clan. However, others present clearly did not believe Danzo's words. Uchiha Itachi is a member of the Uchiha clan, how could he attack his own family? He even killed his own parents. Did Danzo take them for fools? To actually say such nonsense. Sarutobi Hiruzen believed Danzo's words to a certain degree. He knew very well what Uchiha Itachi was like. He can probably understand what Uchiha Itachi is thinking. This kid does do this kind of thing. A trace of guilt flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. What a good boy. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old body looks even more rickety. Now that so many people from the Uchiha clan have died, Konoha has fallen into decline again, and there may be another ninja village ready to take action. This is why he has been reluctant to use force. But now that the matter has come to this, he can only try to control the impact of the matter to the minimum. Danzo, since you said Uchiha Itachi killed his own people, do you have any evidence? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in a deep voice. Although he believed in this rhetoric, it was useless for him to believe it alone. He had to make other people in the village believe it too. It's very simple. The Uchiha clan is not dead yet. There are still many people hiding in their own houses. Just find one of them and confront them. In addition, the corpses outside were dead not long ago, and their memories can be read. And this Uchiha Seiki, he also knows this matter very well. Danzo said calmly. Uchiha Itachi just killed all the clan members on the road and did not search carefully from house to house. When he sent the root ninja to dig up the corpse of Sharinan, he noticed movement in many houses. Chapter 37 Uchiha Itachi, S-Class Rebel Ninja. Compared to the original Hokage, everyone in the Uchiha family died tragically except Sasuke. This time, due to Seiki's intervention, Itachi and Obito only had time to kill some of the Uchiha clan members. Although he arrived a little late, it was not easy for Itachi and Obito to kill everyone in the clan. Some tribesmen are hiding in the house. It is still very time-consuming to find and kill them. Basically, most of the Uchiha members who went into hiding survived. After Tsunade heard what happened, the suppressed anger in his heart suddenly vented out. If this old guy Danzo had done this, she would have punched him to pieces. But now, Danzo actually said that Uchiha Itachi killed everyone. Now it was really hard for her to take action. She didn't even know where this guy Uchiha Itachi was. At this time, as Danzo revealed everything, everyone present looked at Uchiha Seiki. This is the only Uchiha member here currently. They are also no strangers to Uchiha. It can be said that as long as you have met Uchiha Seiki, you will basically never forget this person again. No matter where he is, Uchiha is the only focus. But the strength is a bit lacking. Only genin level. And there is a very exciting rumor recently. After marrying Tsunade, Uchiha Seiki recently married Yui Kurane, the eldest daughter of the Yui family, and the former Umbu special jonin, Uzuki Uejo. They were not sure whether it was true or not before. But now it's real. This thing turned out to be true. On the other hand, they were curious about how Uchiha survived. Even the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, died. Uchiha Kiyoshi is a little genin who appears in the house of the Uchiha clan leader, but he is still fine. Something is definitely wrong. King Ai saw that Danzo, the old bidang, had almost finished his performance, and most of the prominent figures in the village had also come. So he nodded, it was indeed not Danzo who killed the person. Then, he walked straight out of the house and onto the empty street, releasing all the Uchiha members in the 3000 worlds. Suddenly, many Uchiha members suddenly appeared on the empty street. In total, there are probably more than 100 people. And at this time, everyone in the room saw Uchiha walk out of the room and followed him. The next second, Everyone including Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade were shocked. I saw Uchiha Saiki's Sharingan turning slowly. Moment. Many figures suddenly appeared out of thin air around them. Looking carefully, these people are all members of the Uchiha clan. What? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Isn't Uchiha genin? Look at Uchiha Saiki's eyes. His Sharingan is a little different from the Sharingan of other Uchiha members. What is this Sharingan? It turns out that there are still so many members of the Uchiha clan, and it seems that they were all saved by Uchiha Saiki. This scene was beyond the comprehension of those present. As far as they knew, there was no ninjutsu in the entire ninja world that could achieve this effect. This is more than 100 people. Moreover, the people present were all experienced ninjas who had experienced hundreds of battles. They discovered the powerful strategic significance of this ninjutsu at a glance. It can be said that if Konoha village masters this ninjutsu, other ninja villages will never dare to attack Konoha village again. All it takes is one person to sneak into the enemy's rear and summon hundreds of ninjas instantly, and the war is basically over. What surprised them even more? This powerful ninjutsu was actually released by Uchiha Saiki, a genin. Although most people present could not understand the scene before them. But Sarutobi Hiruzen still recognized it. The ninjutsu used by Uchiha Saiki just now should be Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil ability. Suddenly, he was deeply afraid of Uchiha King Ii. He knew very well how strong Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil ability was. And not only is it powerful, its various abilities are also very complex and difficult to guard against. Itaka's Mangekyo Sharingan abilities are Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. One of Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan abilities is Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Especially Distinguished Heavenly Gods, who still has lingering fears about this terrifying ability. One of Uchiha Saiki's eye skills in front of him should be the ability to transfer people and objects into a certain space. What a powerful ability! Unfortunately, this is an ability only available to the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Uchiha clearly does not trust the village. After Itaki and Shisui awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, they immediately told him everything about Mangekyo Sharingan. And he also talked about his abilities. Uchiha Saiki is completely different, not only hiding his genin's strength for a long time. Even the awakening of Mangekyo Sharingan has not been revealed at all. The other side. The Uchiha members who came out of the 3000 worlds thanked Saiki one after another. Are we back to our clan? What exactly is going on? Why did Itaki attack his own clan? And who is that mysterious masked man? The clan leader was also killed by Itaki. I must kill this guy Itaki. Fortunately Saiki is here. Otherwise our Uchiha clan would be in danger. Yes. It has to be King Ii. Compared with King Ii, Itaki is a complete beast. As the Uchiha members talked a lot, members of each family finally believed that it was actually Uchiha Itaki who did all this. Suddenly, everyone took a breath of cold air. To be honest, this kind of thing is really unbelievable. Just because his family has a tendency to rebel, he actually attacks his own people directly. Even his parents didn't let him go. Fellow Uchiha members, you are safe now. I have understood what happened, and as a Hokage, I will never condone Uchiha Itaki's behavior. It is extremely cruel to kill a fellow villager. I declare that Uchiha Itaki will be classified as an S-class traitor. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately comforted the members of Uchiha. He was quite happy about this situation. Danzo, I didn't expect that what he did this time was not bad. After this incident, the Uchiha clan's vitality was severely damaged and they will definitely not launch another rebellion. The village has also eliminated a major hidden danger and has not lost much strength. If all the Uchiha clan died, he would still have to worry about attacks from other ninja villages. And Uchiha Itaki is solely responsible for this incident. Other families in the village were speechless. It's the most perfect solution. It's just a pity for this kid Itaki. Chapter 38, The Scapegoat. Danzo. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice fell. Most of the Uchiha members who were in a state of panic breathed a sigh of relief. Master Hokage is here, and there are so many elite ninjas beside him. This also means that they are completely safe. Danzo stood aside, feeling very disdainful of Sarutobi Hiruzen's gesture. He obviously contributed the most to all of this, and it is all his credit. In the end, not only was he suspected by everyone, but he was also almost imprisoned as a boss. He is the only one who truly cares about Konoha, and he is more qualified to sit in the Hokage's position. Sarutobi Hiruzen is just a showman to win people's hearts. But this time his goal has been achieved. Hundreds of pairs of Sharingan, although not what he originally expected. But it was enough for him. Danzo said in a deep voice, now everyone knows what happened. The culprit of this is Uchiha Itaki. The most important thing now is to block the news immediately to prevent this matter from spreading. If the news is received by other ninja villages, they may jointly attack Konoha. Everyone heard this. I feel like something is not quite right about this matter. For example, what role did Danzo play in this incident? Why did you appear here in the first place? And why are the eyes of the corpses in the Uchiha tribe's territory all dug out? But, although there are still many doubts, but Danzo did not personally send anyone to attack the Uchiha clan. Just this one thing is enough. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen can't punish Danzo anymore. Just when everyone thought the matter was over, Saiki suddenly said, Uchiha Itachi is not the only one who committed the crime. There is also a mysterious masked man. Danzo and the mysterious masked man are the real masterminds. The two colluded with each other and jointly planned this operation. In addition, the mysterious masked man is the culprit of the Nine Tails Rebellion. King Ai's voice was not loud, just enough for everyone to hear. But this passage. But it was no less than a super bomb, setting off a storm in everyone's hearts. Even the fact that the Uchiha clan was exterminated was not as shocking as these words. What? The culprit of the Nine Tails Rebellion is the mysterious masked man. And Danzo is working together with this mysterious masked man who started the Nine Tails Rebellion. Doesn't this mean that Danzo is also involved in the Nine Tails Rebellion? I asked why Danzo's root tissue never appeared that night. Absolutely unforgivable. Moment. Everyone was angry with Danzo. The Nine Tails Rebellion. It is a pain that cannot be erased from the hearts of everyone in Konoha. That night, the blow to Konoha was too heavy. Even today, Konoha is far from recovered. The power of Nine Tails is comparable to that of nuclear weapons, and it is completely displayed in front of the world. They are nothing more than ants in front of Nine Tails. The fourth Hokage was killed, countless ninjas were killed and wounded, and the villagers suffered heavy casualties. Buildings were destroyed in swathes, with almost no houses left intact. It can be said that someone from all the families in Konoha died that night. Unfortunately, even now, the murderer behind this has not been found. The only information they know is that the person controlling Nine Tails owns the Sharingan. This is why the Uchiha clan came under suspicion and were forced to move their clan to remote areas. Results now. Danzo is actually very likely involved in the Nine Tails Rebellion. This is absolutely unforgivable to them. Sarutobi Hiruzen also stared at Danzo. If this thing is true, he will never forgive. Danzo, do you have an explanation? I didn't know he was the culprit of the Nine Tails Rebellion. Uchiha Saiki, please don't slander me. Danzo was confused for a moment. He swore that he really didn't know that the mysterious masked man was the murderer behind the Nine Tails Rebellion. He won't take the blame. How could he be involved in the Nine Tails Rebellion? He could still distinguish the seriousness of the matter. He didn't take action just to preserve his strength. How is it possible to collude with the mysterious masked man? He didn't even know the mysterious masked man at that time. You mean, you really worked with the mysterious masked man to plan everything that happened to the Uchiha clan? Tsunade immediately discovered the flaw in Danzo's words. Suddenly, Danzo panicked. Oops. He was a little anxious all of a sudden, and he was a little rude. However, he soon thought of a way. He did these things extremely secretly. Uchiha Saiki cannot have substantial evidence. As long as he doesn't admit it, no one can prove he did it. This is all just nonsense from Uchiha Saiki. I've always been upright, how could I possibly collude with outsiders? Uchiha Saiki, if you throw dirty water at me again, don't blame me for being rude. Boom. Tsunade suddenly punched out, and Danzo flew backwards like a rag doll, then smashed several walls. To her, what King Ai said was evidence. She was feeling itchy, and at first she thought Danzo had nothing to do with it, so she had to endure it. Now that it's confirmed that Danzo is the mastermind behind it, don't blame her for being rude. Accompanied by a loud bang. Danzo was beaten almost to death, vomiting blood, and all the teeth in his mouth were knocked out. One can imagine how powerful this punch is. Everyone looked at Danzo's miserable appearance, but they did not step forward to help Danzo up. Instead, I felt very happy. Danzo, this old guy, doesn't get hated by people for a day or two. It is an unforgivable crime to still do such a thing now. Soon. The root ninja rescued Danzo and used medical ninjutsu. Tsunade, don't go too far. I am a Hokage consultant, and this matter has nothing to do with me. I don't know what the mysterious masked man is. Danzo said while holding back the pain. Sarutobi Hiruzen on the side also advised, Tsunade, the matter has not been decided yet, don't take action again. Tsunade snorted and retreated to King Ai. She felt very good about the punch just now, so she decided to wait and see, to gather her emotions, and it would not be too late to hit again later. Everyone's eyes were also turned to Uchiha, waiting for the other party to come up with evidence. Especially members of the Uchiha clan. When they learned that Danzo was actually the mastermind behind the scenes and colluded with the mysterious masked man to plan the destruction of the Uchiha clan. I almost couldn't hold it back. If Tsunade hadn't knocked Danzo away first, they might take action. Chapter 39 Danzo's Sixth Since the Night is Dark. A slim, feminine figure with a pale face walked slowly in the forest. Danzo, this idiot, can't even see the value of Yakushi Kabuto. In 2 days, I can get another assistant with good qualifications. While he was thinking, a fire not far away suddenly attracted Orochimaru's attention. That place is, the Uchiha clan. Interesting. It seems like I haven't been back to Konoha for a long time. It's time to go back and have a look. Orochimaru showed a hint of interest, and his snake-like pupils opened slightly. He had long wanted to pry into the secret of Sharingan. This time may be an opportunity. As he was thinking, Orochimaru's figure moved rapidly through the forest. Soon, he arrived at the outskirts of the Uchiha tribe's land. When he saw the corpses of Uchiha members on the ground, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. Is there an enemy attack in Konoha? Wrong. The rest of the village was peaceful, except for the Uchiha tribe where there was unrest. Orochimaru turned over a corpse casually and couldn't help but look disappointed. The corpse's eyes had been gouged out. Immediately afterwards, he investigated again and found that the eyes of all the corpses had been gouged out. This time, his trip was in vain. Just as Orochimaru was about to leave, suddenly, a small voice reached his ears from afar, which aroused his interest again. The darkness perfectly hid his figure. In a few breaths, he was close. Suddenly, Orochimaru's snake pupils shrank slightly. I saw a street full of corpses, now crowded with people. There are not only members of the Uchiha clan, but also senior leaders of various families and dozens of Umbu ninjas. Most importantly, even Tsunade, Danzo, and Sarutobi Hiruzen were present. It's so lively. Orochimaru stared at this scene closely, and Nobuko vomited excitedly. Although he is now an S-level rebel ninja of Konoha, he still has great feelings for Konoha. Especially Mr. Sarutobi. He really wanted to get back with revenge. But this scene is too dangerous. Even if he is one of the Sunin and possesses the Grandmaster hidden technique, there is no guarantee that he will not be discovered at all. Once discovered, he must die. After observing for a while, Orochimaru prepared to leave. Suddenly, a voice came. His movement to get up paused in mid-air, abruptly paused. This is the information I obtained from the root tissue. It records all of Danzo's missions over the years. 6 of the crimes are the most serious. The speaker is a member of Uchiha. Orochimaru knew this man, Uchiha Seiki. Not long ago he heard that Tsunade got married, and this was her husband. But at this moment, he was more interested in what Uchiha Seiki said. A public trial for Danzo? This is so much fun. The sound continued. The first crime, persecuting teammate Uchiha Kagami and taking away Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan, and then sneak attacking Uchiha Shisui and taking Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan. The second crime, uniting with the mysterious masked man with the intention of killing the Uchiha clan. The third crime, creating rumors and public opinion, forcing Heitake Sakumo to die. The fourth crime, cooperating with Orochimaru and conducting human experiments on the villagers of Konoha village. The fifth sin, controlling members of various families in Konoha and training them to become dead warriors who only obey your orders. Orochimaru felt happy when he heard Uchiha Seiki's words. Danzo was working with him in the beginning. In the end, he was betrayed, all the responsibility was placed on him, and all the experimental data was swallowed up. In the end, he had to defect from Konoha in embarrassment. Danzo was not affected at all. Haha, but he had a premonition about this matter. Sarutobi-sensei is always so partial. Now, all the village leaders are here, and all the evil things Danzo has done are revealed one by one. He wanted to see if Mr. Sarutobi could protect Danzo again. And at this time, after Uchiha Seiki narrated all of Danzo's crimes, everyone present was shocked. Almost everyone knows that Danzo has a dirty butt. But it's so bad that they can't imagine it even if they think about it. Danzo, the top ninja in the village alone, persecuted 3 of them. Uchiha Kagami and Heitake Sakumo are extremely famous top ninjas. Even though the 2 have been dead for many years, their stories are still circulating in the village. As for the other Uchiha Shisui, he is also an extremely talented young ninja, with the title of Shisui, and his future prospects are limitless. The most important thing is that these 3 people are all die-hard members of the Hokage family, and they are very honest and loyal people. As a result, they were all framed and killed by Danzo. And now they are persecuting the Uchiha clan, resulting in the death of a large number of Uchiha members, including many strong ones. For example, Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Ironfire, the deputy captain of the Konoha Guard, etc. In addition to the persecution of the top experts in the village. They knew very well about Danzo's control over the members of various families. Almost every family will be threatened openly or covertly by Danzo, requiring a certain number of family members to be sent to the root. Once it reaches the root, it means that this family member has completely become Danzo's tool. But what really makes everyone angry is this. Danzo actually went so far as to conduct human experiments on civilians in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked gloomy. He didn't expect that Danzo would do so many things without telling him. Although some of them were with his tacit approval or knowledge. But this was the first time he heard about most things. This time, even as a Hokage, he couldn't save Danzo. It's just that everything Danzo did caused public outrage, and if he didn't handle it well, even he would be affected. For the stability of the village, he must sacrifice Danzo. No one noticed at this time. In a corner of the scene, an Umbu ninja wearing an animal mask was trembling all over and clenching his fists tightly. It turns out that my father's death is not that simple. He was actually killed by someone from the same village. Hateful. Father, I'm sorry, I wronged you. Sherinon, under the animal mask, stared at Danzo with hatred. Chapter 40 Kakashi takes action. Danzo's face turned gloomy, and his heart sank. He never expected that Uchiha Seiki would invade the root base and even take away all the information he had hidden. It's over. Of course he knew how many things he had done that outraged both humans and gods. It's just that he has always done it very secretly, leaving basically no evidence, except for the information he hid deeply. The exposure of this information also means that he has completely lost contact with the Hokage. Damn it! Danzo's hatred for Uchiha Seiki has reached ultimate level. If it wasn't for Uchiha Seiki, why would he be in such a mess? Now not only is the Hokage's position gone, but his life is in danger. Danzo! You deserve to die. You are worse than a beast. Konoha village actually has a scum like you. What a shame Kagami and Sakumo are such excellent ninjas. Gotta kill Danzo. You can't kill him easily. That would be too cheap. At this time, everyone's anger towards Danzo has reached its peak. Most of the people present have been disgusted by Danzo. If not Danzo himself, they have at least been harassed by the ninjas of the root organization. In the past, they were afraid of Danzo's power and did not dare to offend easily. But now, even one of the things Danzo did would be enough to kill him with 1,000 cuts. What's more, there are 6 more such things. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood quietly, saying nothing, and allowed the people around him to denounce Danzo. Sudden. He noticed Danzo's eyes. After a simple look at each other, he was suddenly startled. Cold sweat broke out directly from my back. He and Danzo have been old comrades in arms for many years, and they have a great understanding on the battlefield. He can often understand Danzo's meaning with just one look. Danzo seemed to be telling him just now that he also had a share in those materials. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't stand any more, and he wanted to stab this guy to death. Is this guy Danzo a stupid pig? Why leave such an important clue? And this handle can easily be obtained by others. But now that it's over, he has to wipe Danzo's butt. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but have a headache. The stakes in this matter were too deep. If he's not careful, he will be in danger, and the Hokage's position will be over. Now he has to keep Danzo even though Danzo might be cheating him. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. Danzo. As a Hokage consultant, you did such a heinous thing behind my back. Are you still worthy of the village? Come here. Put Danzo in jail and await trial. When things have come to this point, it is completely impossible to directly keep Danzo. For the current plan, only by putting Danzo in jail can he have room to operate. At that time, as long as Danzo is designed to fake his death, no one will notice. Danzo was relieved when he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Now he no longer thinks about the Hokage position, survival is the most important thing. However, after this incident, he could only completely escape into darkness. The roots that truly turned into Konoha. Several Umbu ninjas came to Danzo and prepared to control him. Suddenly, one of the Umbu ninjas stabbed Danzo in the chest with a kunai. Danzo clutched his chest tightly, eyes filled with disbelief. This scene instantly shocked everyone present. Kakashi! What are you doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily, but secretly laughed in his heart. A good death. You should just kill him. Well done Kakashi. Danzo killed Kakashi's father, and now Kakashi can avenge his father. It's really a bit of an advantage for Danzo to die like this. After Danzo was assassinated by Kakashi, not only did everyone not object, but they all applauded and felt extremely happy. Only King Ai understood that Danzo was just pretending to be dead. This guy still has a lot of Sharinon, enough to kill him dozens of times. He didn't expose Danzo, though. Today's fun is far from over. Next it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's turn. Qing Yi said calmly, Danzo has committed so many crimes that are too numerous to mention, don't you think that he can do this alone? The information I collected is not just about Danzo. The words fell. Everyone present was stunned. What does this mean? Danzo has accomplices in the village? Who are Danzo's accomplices? Today we will catch them all and completely eliminate the borers from Konoha. That's right. King Ai, please tell me. Everyone here, including Hokage-sama, will definitely make the decision for the Uchiha clan. Everyone said one after another, looking very excited. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was very ugly. The scene he least expected to see happened. Damn it Danzo! It's already very late, Uchiha Seiki, come with me to Konoha building to explain this matter in detail. Others, please go home first. I will give everyone an explanation tomorrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Now he must first stabilize Uchiha. However, he still underestimated the enthusiasm of those present. When things have developed to this point, everyone's emotions have surged up. Just killing one Danzo is not enough. King Ai did not waste any more time and said directly, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as a village Hokage, knows nothing about what Danzo is doing. Isn't this Hokage a bit too unqualified? The words fell. Everyone was suddenly shocked. Yes. That's Hokage. Isn't it unreasonable that Danzo has committed so many things and Hokage knows nothing about them? Could it be that Lord Hokage actually knew what Danzo was doing, but he just never exposed it? It is even possible that the things Danzo did were ordered by Lord Hokage. Otherwise, how could Danzo have such power? Everyone was very frightened when they thought about it. Just when everyone was secretly shocked. Suddenly, a slight sound came. Who? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly noticed a familiar aura, shouted loudly, and rushed over. He was worried about something going wrong and thinking about how to deal with it. Now someone was peeping, and he took this opportunity to disrupt the scene. He. Teacher Sarutobi, long time no see. Orochimaru spit out the snake letter and said with a smile. What? Orochimaru? Why is he here? Is this Orochimaru tired of living? People like us dare to come here. Just in time, take this opportunity to kill all these scum in Konoha village. Everyone immediately surrounded Orochimaru to prevent him from escaping. Chapter 41 Reanimation Jutsu. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Today's performance was really wonderful. In particular, Mr. Sarutobi was also exposed. Especially just now, Mr. Sarutobi's expression was so interesting. He was so excited that he couldn't help himself, and he accidentally let out a trace of his breath. However, even so, he still didn't care. If you're exposed, be exposed. If he missed this kind of scene, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Sarutobi-sensei, what happened today was really exciting. I wonder how you feel as a Hokage. Orochimaru didn't care at all about being surrounded, his expression was relaxed and even very excited. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. Orochimaru, as an S-class rebellious nin, you actually dare to come back. Teaching a traitor like you is the biggest stain on me as a Hokage. With that said, Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped talking and rushed towards Orochimaru. 5 Escape Dalian Bullet Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen formed dozens of seals in an instant, and the 5 forms of chakra underwent nature transformation and merged together. A violent flame shot out from his mouth, directly engulfing Orochimaru's entire body. Boom! There was a violent sound. After a few seconds, the flames dispersed. Orochimaru's figure disappeared. Everyone be careful. Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded. He knew very well how powerful Orochimaru was and there was no way he could be killed so easily. Among the 3 apprentices, Orochimaru has the strongest escape ability. Soon. Someone discovered Orochimaru. He's underground. Hyaga Hayashi opened his Byakugan and immediately noticed Orochimaru's chakra fluctuations under the ground. Earth-style rock house collapse. An Umbu ninja immediately released his ninjutsu and prepared to use the ground to squeeze Orochimaru to death. Just when he released the earth-style ninjutsu, Orochimaru emerged from the ground in time, and even he could not stop the power of the entire earth. His expression darkened. There were too many ninjas present, and they were all top masters. Even though he was one of the Sunin, he couldn't even fight back. If a person on the opposite side releases a ninjutsu, he can be killed directly. It seems that I can only use that trick. He didn't originally intend to use this move. Once this move is used, if the effect is not achieved, he will bear the wrath of everyone present. But now, if he doesn't use his trump card, he will really be beaten to death. Reanimation Jutsu. Orochimaru raised his hand and made several seals. Suddenly, 3 wooden coffins slowly rose from the ground. Click! The wooden coffin split in half, revealing 2 figures that were extremely familiar to everyone present. Moment. Everyone was extremely shocked. What? First Hokage and second Hokage? Real or fake? Why are the bodies of the first Hokage and the second Hokage here? Orochimaru. You have committed an unforgivable crime. You actually stole the bodies of the first Hokage and the second Hokage. What on earth do you want to do? Orochimaru showed a sneer, then let's get started. Before we start, we need to restore you to your original appearance. Please be prepared, Sarutobi-sensei. And everyone present. As he spoke, he took out 2 talismans and slowly reached his hands into the back of the heads of the first Hokage and the second Hokage. Strangely, the bodies of the first Hokage and the second Hokage were like muddy water, and Orochimaru's hands went straight in. As the talismans entered, thick white mist suddenly rose around the first Hokage and the second Hokage. Orochimaru took a few steps back, and everyone stared at the scene in front of them. Everyone, look! The bodies of the first Hokage and the second Hokage are actually becoming more and more alive. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Could it be? While everyone was discussing, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly spoke, Imperture World Reincarnation. The forbidden summoning technique that allows the dead to be resurrected in this world. The summoning technique generally requires the blood of the caster as the price of use. And this ninjutsu, in order to summon the souls of the dead to the living world, must use the bodies of living people as living sacrifices as the container of the soul. As Sarutobi Hiruzen explained sentence by sentence. The first Hokage and the second Hokage gradually moved, first with their fingers moving slightly, and then their eyes became more and more lively. After a while, the first Hokage and the second Hokage looked like ordinary people. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze. Really, resurrected? Exactly the same as the first Hokage and the second Hokage when they were alive. Orochimaru! You bastard! How dare you play with the souls of the dead? You will definitely be punished for disturbing the peace of the first Hokage and the second Hokage. Tsunade stared at her grandfather, her right hand clenched tightly, shaking constantly because of too much force. Orochimaru! If she hadn't been worried that her grandfather would have gotten into trouble if she took action now, she would have rushed up and punched Orochimaru to death. Orochimaru ignored the murderous eyes of the crowd and said with great satisfaction, "Done. Sarutobi teacher, can you understand? The sense of accomplishment and joy of hurting someone who once called you a teacher. I specially prepared these 2 bodies to let you understand this joy. Enjoy it." Orochimaru raised his hands and circulated chakra to form a seal. Suddenly the first Hokage and the second Hokage moved, rushing towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. At first, they were a little stiff, but only a few movements. The first Hokage and the second Hokage moved faster and faster. After a few seconds, the 2 figures suddenly rushed forward and approached Sarutobi Hiruzen. The 2 used physical skills against Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately blocked. The others wanted to help, but they were worried about hurting the first Hokage and the second Hokage. Fortunately, the first Hokage and the second Hokage's physical skills are not strong now, and are even just average. Sarutobi Hiruzen can handle it completely. At this time, the others also discovered the weakness of this technique. Orochimaru, the caster of the impure world reincarnation, must keep making hand seals to control the movements of the first Hokage and the second Hokage. As long as they attack Orochimaru, they can help the Hokage-sama out of trouble. Thinking of this, everyone attacked Orochimaru. Fire style. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Wind style. Tornado technique. Instantly, several ninjutsu rushed towards Orochimaru. Triple Rashomon. Facing the ninjutsu that was about to hit him, Orochimaru had already prepared. He made several seals with his hands, and in an instant, several huge Rashomons fell around him. Boom! The ninjutsu bombarded the triple Rashomon, making a violent sound. After a few seconds, the smoke dissipated. But there was no trace on the triple Rashomon. Chapter 42 Fierce Battle. Begging for the First Order. Everyone was shocked when they saw that the released ninjutsu did not cause any harm. And at this time, the battle between the 3 Hokages gradually became intense. First Hokage and second Hokage distanced themselves, immediately formed several seals, and released ninjutsu towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fire style. Fire Phoenix technique. In an instant, an extremely violent fire spurted out. It's even more powerful than ordinary S-rank fire style ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately releases water style, but in a place without water, it is simply impossible to release a water style of the same level as the opponent's fire style. Seeing this scene, others formed seals one after another and used water-style ninjutsu together. This offset the fire-style ninjutsu released by first Hokage and second Hokage together. First Hokage and second Hokage-sama are actually so strong. It's just a B-level fire-style ninjutsu, but it's so powerful. Incredible. Some juniors were shocked. Some elders who were higher up in the hierarchy and had seen first Hokage and second Hokage take action shook their heads. This kind of power is far inferior to the real first Hokage. Immediately afterwards, first Hokage and second Hokage released several more ninjutsu moves. In the end, several ninjas released their ninjutsu together and managed to resist. As the battle progresses, first Hokage and second Hokage are also becoming more flexible. The movements are getting faster and faster. What is even more terrifying is their fighting consciousness. Suddenly, the first Hokage rushes towards Sarutobi Hiruzen alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen uses fire-style attacks one after another. To everyone's shock, they were faced with the fire-style ninjutsu unleashed by Lord Third Hokage. First Hokage didn't dodge at all and charged straight forward. Then, First Hokage just blocked it with his hand, and fire-style hit his hand without any damage. Not even a trace. Everyone was stunned. First Hokage had already rushed in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and kicked him out. Sarutobi Hiruzen blocked with both hands. But then, First Hokage splashed water from the ground into Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Sarutobi Hiruzen's vision was obscured by water. Suddenly at 24, First Hokage hit Sarutobi Hiruzen hard in the face with a whip kick. Then First Hokage took advantage of the situation and kicked Sarutobi Hiruzen in the face several times. The last punch hit Sarutobi Hiruzen in the face. Sarutobi Hiruzen was hit by this attack and was unable to fight back at all, and flew backwards far away. An old face was bruised and swollen, and even several teeth were knocked out. Third Hokage-sama! Are you okay? Everyone was still dealing with Orochimaru and Second Hokage, but they didn't expect that Third Hokage was directly breached. When the three Hokages were fighting against each other in taijutsu before, there was a lot of back and forth. Unexpectedly, it only took a moment for First Hokage to grow to this point. King Ai, who was standing at the back watching the show, almost couldn't hold back his laughter when he saw this scene. This Sarutobi Hiruzen has always boasted that he is the strongest Hokage. As a result, First Hokage is just turning his body around, without even showing 1/1000th of his strength. He immediately beat up Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's just a boast. What's even more interesting is, this Orochimaru really hates Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kicks and punches, all aimed at Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. His face was almost beaten to pieces. It is said that you should not hit someone in the face, but Orochimaru beat Sarutobi Hiruzen's face completely in front of so many people. To be honest, King Ai did not expect Orochimaru to appear here. He was even discovered by Sarutobi Hiruzen. But this made it more interesting. Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled to stand up slowly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It's still the same divine power as before. How long has it been since I last saw it? I really miss it. Sarutobi Hiruzen just sighed, and suddenly, the water surface under his feet fluctuated. Third Hokage, be careful. The person who was dealing with the second Hokage just now shouted loudly. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was beaten half to death just now, and his body had no time to react. A water column suddenly rose from the water surface, and then turned into two water ropes, dragging Sarutobi Hiruzen into the water. Although the water was only ankle deep, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as if he was being pulled into the deep sea. The second Hokage hugged Sarutobi Hiruzen tightly from behind, and the two of them kept falling down. Seeing this, Tsunade could not stand. She really didn't want to fight with her grandfather and second grandfather, but now her master was completely unable to resist. Tsunade looked at the position, and rushed into the water in an instant. Then, she punched the two from a distance. In an instant, the extremely powerful punch drove the water flow, forming a huge shock wave. The figures of the second Hokage and Sarutobi Hiruzen were rushed into the sky by the strong water flow. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the opportunity to break free from the restraints of the second Hokage. However, Orochimaru obviously didn't want to let Sarutobi Hiruzen go. While desperately squandering chakra to resist the attacks of others, he controlled the first Hokage and the second Hokage to attack Sarutobi Hiruzen continuously. Fire style and water style were released to Sarutobi Hiruzen in turn. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only dodge and dodge continuously, unable to fight back at all. After several rounds, Sarutobi Hiruzen's physical strength had gradually run out, and he was breathing heavily. At this moment, suddenly, the ground cracked. A small sapling grew out of the gap, and in just 1 second, the sapling turned into a branch as thick as a thigh. Then, the surrounding land was all broken, and thick branches broke out of the ground one by one. Oops! This is the unique secret technique of the first Hokage, wood style. The seniors who had seen the first Hokage wood style stopped and looked at this scene in shock. After so many years, they still can't forget the horror of the first Hokage wood style. Unexpectedly, after so many years, they actually saw it again. The first Hokage made seals with both hands, wood style secret technique Sea of Trees birth. Instantly, the entire venue was surrounded by huge branches. After a few seconds, this area had turned into a dense and tall forest. There were huge trees hundreds of meters high and 5 or 6 meters thick. Because there was no place to stand on the ground, many people had to stand on the branches. This. What kind of exaggerated power is this? Is this really something a ninja can do? It's incredible. A huge forest was created out of thin air. The god of ninja, this is really the god of ninja. Some ninjas who had never seen wood style exclaimed. However, they soon became speechless. Half of the Uchiha clan's land was covered by huge trees. At the same time, branches stretched out and entangled the bodies of ninjas. When King Ai saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh that wood style was really awesome. This was just an ordinary wood style, which was completely built up by chakra accumulation. If natural energy was added and sage mode was used to release wood style, the scene would be even more spectacular. Not only that, these branches also have the ability to absorb chakra. For ordinary ninjas, it is simply impossible to fight. Too restrained. In addition to 6 paths level combat power, first Hokage Senjo Hashirama is definitely the most fishy ninja in the world. Even King Ai now can't win at all. But you can still run if you want. With 3000 worlds and top-notch healing ninjutsu, he has already maxed out his life-saving abilities. Siaki used Zanjin to cut all the trees around him, creating a small open space to ensure the safety of the Uchiha clan members and those around him. And at this time, many ninjas, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, are bound by wood style. No one continues to deal with Orochimaru. Orochimaru approached slowly and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with his snake-like pupils. Sarutobi-sensei, I finally caught you. Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored Orochimaru and used all his strength to break free from the shackles of the escape bit by bit. Finally, one of his hands touched the trees. Summoning technique. Appearance, the Ape King and the Ape Demon. Moment. A huge white mist rose. Even the huge trees swayed. After a few seconds, the white mist dissipated. A giant ape wearing a Konoha forehead protector and a ninja battle uniform appeared above the trees. Something troublesome has appeared. Orochimaru showed a hint of disappointment, he didn't think Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely caught by him. After the old ape demon appeared, he couldn't help but be slightly startled when he saw the scene and Orochimaru. Orochimaru. That's true. How pathetic, Sarutobi. It's all your fault for not killing him in the first place. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with all his strength, kill him next. The old ape demon sighed, it's too late. Please, monkey demon. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, King Kong wishful stick. Orochimaru's expression changed, and he immediately formed a seal and continued to control first Hokage and second Hokage to prevent the old ape from transforming. First Hokage and second Hokage rushed forward suddenly, but they were still a step too late. The old ape demon turned into a thick Vajraruhi stick with a bang sound. Immediately afterwards, it hit the tree restraining Sarutobi Hiruzen. Suddenly, all the trees around Sarutobi Hiruzen broke. Forget it, it's finally interesting. Orochimaru chuckled. At the moment, he has basically controlled the situation. I actually have some time to have fun with Mr. Sarutobi. Orochimaru's belly suddenly bulged, and then a black snake suddenly spit out from his mouth. Then, the black snake opened its mouth and spit out a long sword. The pheasant sword. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. Ape demon, we are here. Even if it is King Kong's body, it will still hurt when it touches the pheasant sword. Saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed towards Orochimaru holding the Vajra wishful rod. Orochimaru also held a sword, and fought back and forth with Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already spent a lot of energy in the previous battle. Orochimaru however just consumed a lot of chakra. After a few moves by Sarutobi Hiruzen, a flaw was revealed. Orochimaru thrust the Kusanagi sword into the ground, and then hit Sarutobi Hiruzen hard in the face with his fist. After a few hard punches, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became even more hematose and swollen. Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen who was kneeling on the ground, and couldn't help feeling happy in his heart. How stupid! It's not necessary, the shadow clone spell is coming, the other side. The people who were bound by the trees were shocked when they saw this scene. Third Hokage-sama! Damn it! Master Third Hokage is getting older, and the amount of chakra is not as good as before. It has been almost used up in the battle just now. It is not that it is not used at all, but that there is no way to use it. You are indeed old. 167 It's broken. Orochimaru, stop it. Orochimaru slowly walked up to Sarutobi Hiruzen and grabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen's collar with one hand. Are you okay, Mr. Sarutobi? Please cheer up. You are the Grandmaster who is familiar with all the ninjutsu that exists in Konoha and is called the Ninjutsu Professor. Please don't let me down too much. As he said that, Orochimaru laughed wildly. The old ape demon who turned into a Vajraruhi stick on the side saw this scene and said angrily, Sarutobi, what's wrong with you? This is not like your usual self. It's totally inappropriate. What are you hesitating about? It's time to call it quits. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, his cloudy eyes actually shed a tear. Unexpectedly, one day, I would find myself in such an embarrassing situation. It would have been better if he had not let Orochimaru go. However, this is also the bitter result that he brought upon himself. It's time to make a break. Even if it costs your life. Orochimaru. You idiot. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily and used all his strength to break free from Orochimaru's restraints. At this time, the old ape demon also reached out and grabbed Orochimaru's neck from behind. Sarutobi Hiruzen then controlled Orochimaru's joints. Orochimaru, you're done now. I'm going to break your neck. The old ape demon grabbed Orochimaru's neck and twisted it hard. In an instant, Orochimaru's neck was broken. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't have time to show his joy. Suddenly, the Orochimaru in the hands of the old ape demon turned into a puddle of dirt. What? The face of the old ape demon changed. Orochimaru suddenly emerged from the ground, his hands suddenly turned into countless white snakes, and rushed straight towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Latent Shadow Snake Hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen had just exhausted all his physical strength and had no ability to resist at all. The latent shadow snake's hands tightly bound Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Sarutobi-sensei, I've been thinking about this day for a long, long time. The feeling now is very unpleasant, isn't it? Orochimaru enjoyed this moment very much. From the moment he was discovered, he had already made his decision. Even if he can't escape this time, he will kill Sarutobi Hiruzen by force. Sarutobi, use that move. Even if you die, you must die with dignity. The old ape demon said suddenly. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, his heart suddenly trembled. Could it be, has it really come to this? That's not just death. Even the soul will be sealed together and will never see the light of day. Chapter 43 The Sixth Sin. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Orochimaru closely, his eyes becoming firmer. Over the years, he has done many things wrong. But he has a clear conscience. Because all this is for the village. The only thing he regretted was letting Orochimaru go. It's time for him to pay the price. Ji Highway Mao Su Ziu. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed several seals with his hands. The corpses are sealed away. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to summon Shinigami, suddenly, a figure interrupted his seal movement. Uchiha Seiki, what do you want to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen roared with great anger. It's okay, it's better not to use this technique. Qing Yi said calmly. Although Orochimaru is easy to rebel, he has strong scientific research ability and is considered a great scientist in the ninja world. Very valuable to him. Can't be taken away by Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, he still admired Sarutobi Hiruzen for daring to release the zombie sealing move. In the original work of Hokage, Orochimaru almost succeeded when he implemented the plan to collapse Konoha. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was certain to die, and there were no other powerful people present in Konoha village. The only ones who have some effect are Guy and Kakashi. But this strength is hidden in the dark. From Sarutobi Hiruzen's perspective, once dead, no one in Konoha can resist Orochimaru. In the end, in order to stop Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen did everything he could and released the ghoul seal. At the cost of his own soul, Orochimaru's hands were sealed. This defeated Orochimaru. It can be seen from this that Sarutobi Hiruzen really has feelings for Konoha. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's ability as Hokage is still too poor. The leader of the 4 great ninja villages, the once invincible Konoha village has been developed by Sarutobi Hiruzen for decades. He was reduced to being bullied by all the major ninja villages. Even one Orochimaru almost overturned Konoha village. Between thoughts, Orochimaru controlled the first Hokage and second Hokage and surrounded them. Is this shape of Sharingan due to upgraded? It is of great research value. Orochimaru noticed that Seiki's Sharingan was special, unlike the Megatama of other Uchiha members, but a blood-red kite. This immediately attracted his interest. At this time, Orochimaru had not yet fought against Uchiha Itachi, so he naturally did not know the existence of Mangekyo Sharingan. He didn't even know that Mangekyo Sharingan was a natural enemy to him. Go dig out his eyes. Orochimaru controlled the first Hokage and second Hokage, and rushed towards Uchiha Seiki's Sharingan from both sides. Just when first Hokage and second Hokage were about to succeed, Seiki's Mangekyo Sharingan turned slowly. Suddenly, first Hokage and second Hokage stopped abruptly. What happened? Orochimaru was stunned. No matter how he controlled it, the figures of first Hokage and second Hokage remained motionless. And the next moment, something terrifying happened to him. I never thought I would be summoned by the impure world reincarnation. Second Hokage Senjuto Birama's voice suddenly came. I told you not to study blindly on these things. Isn't it uncomfortable to use this technique of fooling the dead on yourself? First Hokage said something, and then looked at Uchiha Seiki in front of him, his expression became much more solemn. Having Mangekyo Sharingan at such a young age will be a scary life. King Ai smiled, letting you get rid of control is not just for you to chat. First Hokage, take back all the released wood style. The words fell. First Hokage actually listened to King Ai's words, formed a seal with his hands, and cancelled and recycled all the wood style on the ground. Boom! The large forest slowly retracted underground, and many figures bound by branches finally regained their freedom. What? Why did first Hokage suddenly listen to Uchiha Seiki? Instantly, everyone present was shocked. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen on the side glanced at Uchiha Seiki in surprise. If anyone was the most shocked, it was Orochimaru. Orochimaru was really scared now. The ninjutsu impure world reincarnation was modified by him himself. He knew this number extremely well. Only if he personally removes the control can the person turned by the dirt regain his free will. Otherwise, just use Shinigami masks. But now, he didn't notice any other abnormal behavior from Uchiha Seiki. The first Hokage and the second Hokage were directly out of his control and became the fate of Uchiha Seiki. Qingyi was not at all disturbed by the extremely surprised expressions on everyone's face. His control over the first Hokage and second Hokage is only temporary. In the original work, after Itachi was turned around by the dirt, he accidentally met Naruto, and then activated the secret hand Itachi had left on Naruto. That is, distinguished heavenly gods. Itachi placed Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan in the eyes of the Black Crow. When the filthy turned Itachi met Naruto, he inspired the Black Crow to come out of Naruto's body, and then used distinguished heavenly gods on Itachi. The effect of distinguished heavenly gods is very powerful. It directly allowed Itachi to get rid of Kabuto's control and have free will. Although Seiki does not have distinguished heavenly gods, he does have top genjutsu talent, and he also possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. With this series of blessings, his illusion skills have reached their peak, and even the effects of distinguished heavenly gods can barely be achieved. The only drawback is that there is a time limit on the effect. He had just used illusions to simulate the effect of distinguished heavenly gods, freeing the first Hokage and second Hokage from Orochimaru's control. Monkey, you are so embarrassed. Is there no successor in the village? It actually needs an old man to fight to the death. Second Hokage shook his head, looking very disappointed. When he was controlled by Orochimaru before, although he had no free will, he was still very clear about what happened. Judging from the monkey's age, only a few decades have passed since his death. In just a few decades Ganzi has actually declined to what it is now. Just one Orochimaru, and for a while, the entire village of ninjas couldn't take it down. He even almost watched a monkey being killed. First Hokage Senjo Hashirama didn't think anything of it, and persuaded him, Tobirama, we have all been dead for decades. No matter what happens in this world, it has nothing to do with us. Senjo Tobirama's eyes flashed when he heard this. He is not a man who accepts death easily. This can be seen from his study of the impure world reincarnation technique. Now that he has finally returned to the living world, he doesn't want to sink into darkness again. Grandfather! A very surprised voice came. Senjo Hashirama turned around and couldn't help laughing. It's little Tsunade. I didn't expect you to be so old. Tsunade said excitedly, it's so great to be able to talk to you again. The Senjo clan, once the founder of Konoha, has gradually declined since I don't know when. Today, only Tsunade is left. It is really exciting to be able to talk to my grandfather now. Tsunade, let's talk about old times later. I'll deal with this guy who fooled the dead first. Senjo Hashirama clenched his fist, turned around and rushed towards Orochimaru. Add me in. I've long been unhappy with this guy. Senjo Tobirama followed immediately. Orochimaru was shocked when he saw this scene, and immediately formed a seal to cancel the earth turn technique. Although Senjo Hashirama and Senjo Tobirama no longer obey his orders, but once he cancelled the dirt turn technique, no matter what method Uchiha Seiki used to take away his control. As long as he is the caster, this spell can definitely be cancelled. However, Orochimaru clearly underestimated the true combat power of Senjo Hashirama and Senjo Tobirama. Two guys who have been fighting since the Sengoku period, created such a big name, and established Konohagakure, even though they are in a state of filth, they have limited their strength a lot. But it was far from what Orochimaru could resist. Wood-style cutting technique. Water-style water dragon roar. Senjo Hashirama and Senjo Tobirama immediately release ninjutsu. In an instant, several thick branches suddenly rushed out of the ground, trapping Orochimaru. At the same time, a huge water column shaped like a dragon rushed straight towards Orochimaru's front door. Orochimaru had no choice but to cancel the seal. His body was as soft as a bone, and he actually slipped out from between several thick trees, barely dodging the water column. Such a delay! Senjo Hashirama had already arrived in front of Orochimaru and punched him hard. Orochimaru dodged one after another. However, his combat awareness and physical skills are far inferior to Senjo Hashirama, the god of ninja world. In just a few rounds, Orochimaru made many mistakes and was punched several times. Immediately afterwards, Senjo Tobirama also joins the battlefield. Now Orochimaru is even more helpless. I wanted to run away, but there were already people around me. It's so dense that even a fly can't escape. In this desperate situation, Orochimaru was quickly defeated. Like a lost dog, he was dragged to Sarutobi Hiruzen by Senjo Hashirama. Monkey, this is your apprentice, you can deal with him yourself. Orochimaru's face turned extremely grey. The situation was obviously very good, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was almost killed. As a result, Senjo Hashirama and Senjo Tobirama stopped obeying his orders and even turned against him. Now it's up to Sarutobi Hiruzen to deal with him. How could he accept this? Hateful. Orochimaru clenched his hands tightly, his snake-like pupils extremely cold. Sarutobi Hiruzen also didn't expect that things would turn around so quickly. He had just accepted his fate and was preparing to use the ghoul seal to kill Orochimaru together. In just a few minutes, Orochimaru was already in a state of disarray and at his mercy. Orochimaru, it seems it's time for us to make a break. This time, I won't be soft-hearted. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly took out the kunao and prepared to stab Orochimaru in the chest. Ding-dong! There was a sound of metal collision. The kunao in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand fell to the ground. Everyone turned to look at the person who made the move, Uchiha Seiki. What are you doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in a deep voice. He really didn't understand what Uchiha wanted to do. First, interrupt his ghoul seal, then seize control of Senjo Hashirama and Senjo Tobirama, and subdue Orochimaru. He thought Uchiha Seiki was here to save him. But turning around, Uchiha stopped him from killing Orochi again. Everyone was also confused as to what Uchiha was doing. Orochimaru is still useful, don't kill him now. Seiki said calmly. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said hoarsely, I am Orochimaru's master, and I know his character best. From the very beginning when I accepted him as my disciple, I sensed the malice and ambition deep in his heart. I originally wanted to reform him through words and deeds, but it had no effect. Instead, it made his character darker. If you try to take advantage of him, you will probably get bitten by him. Orochimaru gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a cold look. King Ai took out a piece of information and said, when I stated the 6 crimes committed by Danzo before, I left the last crime unmentioned. Perhaps Danzo himself will not be aware of this crime. More than 10 years ago, there was an organization called Akatsuki in Rain Shinobi Village, founded by 3 disciples of Jiraiya, with the goal of achieving peace. During a collaboration between the Akatsuki organization and Hanzo of the Salamander, Danzo intervened and cooperated with Hanzo of the Salamander with the intention of destroying the Akatsuki organization. The leader of the Akatsuki organization, Yahiko, died on the spot, but Nagato in the Akatsuki organization was very special. He had the legendary fairy eyes and directly killed a large number of Hanzo of the Salamander's subordinates. The Akatsuki organization, whose leader died, did not disband, but grew stronger. It now has many S-class rebellious ninjas in the ninja village, including the mysterious mastermind behind the Nine Tails Rebellion. The Masked Man now has another Uchiha Itake. Nagato's hatred for Konoha has never diminished, and he always wants to destroy the Leaf Village. If the Akatsuki organization takes action, Kimura will have no ability to resist. The words fell. Everyone looked a little doubtful. Senjo Tobirama even snorted with some disdain. It's just an organization that can't stand on the stage, but it still wants to challenge Konoha Village, the leader of the 4 great ninja villages. Uchiha's little ghost, don't be too alarmist. As for the so-called fairy eyes, I have never heard of them. Speaking of which, your Mangekyo Sharinon is more evil. Sarutobi Hiruzen also echoed, I have heard about the Akatsuki organization. In previous intelligence, most of the members were civilians, and a few were low-level ninjas, posing no threat at all. And what does this matter have to do with Orochimaru? However, at this moment Orochimaru suddenly smiled sinisterly. Uchiha Seiki is right. I am now a member of the Akatsuki organization. The leader of the Akatsuki organization has a pair of mysterious purple eyes, which are very similar to the legendary fairy eyes. But, Uchiha Seiki, you know much more about the Akatsuki organization than I, a veteran member. When everyone heard this, their expressions suddenly became serious. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Orochimaru was actually a member of the Akatsuki organization, and Orochimaru's last words reminded him. How did Uchiha know this information? How do I know the information? There is no need for you to worry about it, Shimaru. Didn't you join the Akatsuki organization after being taught a lesson by Pain? Tell everyone what you think of the Akatsuki organization. Kiyoichi directly exposed Orochimaru's background. At this time, Orochimaru has not defected to the Akatsuki organization. At least he had to wait until he had a fight with Itake before the group would withdraw. When Orochimaru heard Uchiha Seiki's words, his face suddenly turned cold and he stopped talking. However, when everyone heard that Orochimaru was actually the defeated general of the Akatsuki organization, they couldn't help but take the Akatsuki organization seriously. Orochimaru's powerful strength was fully demonstrated in the battle just now. Even the third Hokage is far from his opponent. He even withstood the attacks of so many ninjas. Even Orochimaru can't deal with it, so the Akatsuki organization does have some strength. Chapter 44 Fifth Hokage Tsunade kneel down and beg for your first decision. Senjo Tobirama frowned. The situation in Konoha is indeed worrying now. A mere Orochimaru can cause such a big mess in the village. Judging from the tone of the Uchiha kid, there are at least 4 people in the Akatsuki organization with Orochimaru's strength. Especially the figure with the immortal eyes in the Akatsuki organization, I'm afraid he is indeed very powerful. However, Senju Tobirama soon discovered something suspicious. Since you said that the Akatsuki organization hates Konoha very much, why has the Akatsuki organization not attacked Konoha for so long? King Ai said, the Akatsuki organization has its own goals, Konoha is not their goal. Their goal is to destroy the 5 major countries and achieve world peace. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but be stunned. Is this a dream? It's just a small organization that actually wants to destroy the 5 major countries. Siaki shook his head. The Akatsuki organization is preparing to collect the 9-tailed beasts, synthesize 10 tails, and use the power of the tailed beasts to destroy the 5 major countries. 9 tails is in Konoha village, so the Akatsuki organization will definitely attack Konoha. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Senju Tobirama said to Senju Hashirama, "Brother, you shouldn't have split the tailed beast back then." Senju Hashirama sighed, "I was too naive, thinking that the 5 major countries with tailed beasts would be wary of each other because of the existence of tailed beasts. It just took a while." He and Tsunade had talked about many things. Like the first ninja war, the second ninja war, and Nawaka died, leaving only Tsunade in the Senju family, etc. He didn't expect that after his death, so many things would happen in the ninja world. The war happening now is even more cruel than before. In just a few decades, 3 great ninja wars have occurred. The peace he imagined was nothing more than Kyoka Suijutsu. Now the Akatsuki organization intends to collect the 9-tailed beasts. Based on his understanding of the tailed beasts, if he really collects the 9-tailed beasts, he can synthesize 10 tails. The power of 10 tails is definitely not a force that the 5 major countries can resist. Maybe the Akatsuki organization's plan will actually work. But he is a dead man now. No matter how many things happen in this world, they have nothing to do with him. Compared to things like world peace, he now cares more about another thing. The Senju clan actually intermarried with the Uchiha clan. And it's his granddaughter Tsunade and the young man in front of him. This was really a bit beyond his expectation. So Orochimaru can't die yet. My plan is to send Orochimaru to work as an undercover agent in the Akatsuki organization to collect intelligence. Siaki said. No. Orochimaru will never serve as an undercover agent. He might become a double agent. Sarutobi Hiruzen rejected Uchiha's method. King Ai glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen indifferently. Don't you understand that the reason for all this comes from you? What qualifications do you have to object? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly turned ugly. Swearing people does not reveal their shortcomings, Uchiha ching this sentence, because it was a worker who directly slapped him in the face. I'm Hokage, I should decide this kind of thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously. King Ai couldn't help but sneer. By the way, it seems that we haven't finished talking about what happened before. Why was Danzo able to commit so many evil deeds? Don't we all rely on your protection, Hokage-sama? As he spoke, Siaki took out a stack of documents, which recorded what Sarutobi Hiruzen had done over the years. Even the incident of secretly using a crystal ball to spy on female villagers taking a shower in the office was recorded by Danzo in every detail. Everyone took a piece of information and read it carefully. Even Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama took a few glances. Moment. Everyone was shocked. No one could have imagined that Master Third Hokage, who was very friendly to the villagers on weekdays and seemed very kind, would actually look like this in private. All bad things are done by Danzo, and all kinds of shameful things are recorded by Danzo. Lord Third Hokage basically knew about most of what Danzo did, and even turned a blind eye and acquiesced. The most egregious thing is the way Lord Third Hokage treats Uzumaki Naruto, the son of Fourth Hokage. In order for the village's ultimate weapon, 9 Tails, to remain unaffected, Master Third Hokage actually allowed rumors to spread in the village. He even banned everyone from contacting Uzumaki Naruto, but he pretended to care about Naruto very much. In order to achieve the purpose of controlling Uzumaki Naruto. As one thing comes to light, the anger in everyone's hearts is getting higher and higher. Even Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama could not help but frown. Tsunade looked even more disbelieving. She didn't realize that her teacher was actually such a person. Monkey, you have failed to live up to my expectations of you. Senju Tobirama said coldly. He passed the position of Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen, hoping that Sarutobi Hiruzen could inherit his legacy. The result was good. Sarutobi Hiruzen not only failed to manage Konoha better, but the overall situation of Konoha was getting worse and worse. No wonder Konoha is in such decline now. When the eldest brother founded Konoha village, how beautiful was it? The name of the number 1 hidden village in Konoha is recognized by the 5 major countries. The other hidden villages can only live with their tail between their legs under the power of Konoha. His apprentice, the third Hokage whom he personally promoted, turned Konoha into a mess. This is a complete slap in his face. What face does he have to face his elder brother? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned pale when he heard Senjo Tobirama's words. I opened my mouth several times, but couldn't say a word. In the face of so much information, what else can he explain? Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head and smiled bitterly. Should have known about this situation. He might as well fight to the death and use the corpse ghost to seal off Wei Orochimaru and die together. In this way, his reputation can still be preserved, and he may even be awarded the title of hero. But now, he will become the most humiliated Hokage in Konoha village. He could already imagine how the villagers gritted their teeth and cursed him. As a Hokage, he is much more sensitive to public opinion than ordinary people understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands dropped weakly, his mind already in confusion. Orochimaru on the side felt very happy when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance. Sarutobi-sensei, you are such a failure as a Hokage. It seems like I might be better than you as Hokage. As he said that, Orochimaru laughed crazily. He was certain that Sarutobi Hiruzen was absolutely finished. Konoha village can no longer accommodate him. The third Hokage, which used to be revered by everyone, suddenly became a street rat that everyone yelled at. This change really excited him. It was even more satisfying than killing Sarutobi Hiruzen with my own hands. Facing Orochimaru's ridicule, Sarutobi Hiruzen just lowered his head and said nothing. Everyone present saw the third Hokage looking like this. I immediately understood that the information on these papers was all true. Now everyone was completely shocked. It was like something suddenly broke inside. This is Hokage. The most admirable, powerful, and selfless Hokage in the entire village. The real appearance is so ugly. Many looked in utter disbelief. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen does have a skill in brainwashing. He uses the will of fire move very well. After operating in this environment day after day, many people directly regard Hokage as the ultimate life idol. Even the Umbu ninjas around him who were most loyal to Hokage couldn't help but have hesitation on their faces. Old man. Tsunade looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a complicated expression. Until now, she has never been able to recover. This had a huge impact on her. Brother, you are the founder of the village and the first Hokage, please take charge of the situation. Senjo Tobirama suggested. Forget it. I am just a dead man now, and I will have to return to the dirt sooner or later. Senjo Hashirama shook his head. Konoha is like a growing child. These things must be experienced. Even if I intervene now, it is just drinking poison to quench thirst. It's already very late. Let's go home first. We'll discuss the rest tomorrow. As Senjo Hashirama's words fell, everyone left with worries. Just as the root ninja was preparing to collect Danzo's body, King Ai directly went ahead and exposed Danzo's pretending to be dead. How can it be? Kakashi's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was sure that he used all his strength when he struck. Others were shocked too. Danzo uses Sharingan's ultimate pupil technique, Izanagi, which can transform facts that are detrimental to him into things that never happened. Song chooses to transform facts that are beneficial to him into reality. After using Sia, Sharingan will also become blind. In order to obtain more Sharingan, Danzo planned to cooperate with the mysterious masked man to massacre the Uchiha clan. Qing Yi explained lightly. The words fell. In an instant, everyone died. Sharingan is so powerful. Even if you lose an eye, it's worth it in exchange for a chance to live. And this opportunity can come twice. It's incredible. Everyone present made no secret of their coveting of Sharingan. This is a chance to live twice. For the ninja who licks blood at the tip of his knife, this is undoubtedly a great temptation. Moreover, Danzo's behavior also shows that even if he is not a member of the Uchiha clan, as long as he transplants Sharingan, Izanagi can be released. How could this make them unmoved? Orochimaru on the side, the desire in his eyes is even more undisguised, revealed very enthusiastically. The remaining Uchiha members could not help but widen their eyes, their expressions full of disbelief. Sharingan can actually save his life. Izanagi? What kind of technique is this? Why have I never heard of it? Damn it! If all of us in the Uchiha clan can use this technique, doesn't it mean that all of us have 2 lives? Yes. In that case, none of the people who died tonight will die. It turns out that this is why Danzo wanted to massacre our Uchiha clan. Why does Danzo, an outsider, know Izanagi? The important thing is, now that everyone knows this information, wouldn't our Uchiha clan be in danger? Uchiha members were very emotional, the news was really shocking. And, with the revelation of this news, so many people from the Uchiha clan were slaughtered. There is no one strength out of 10, and the current situation is even more dangerous. But the reason why King Ai dared to speak out was that he would naturally consider this matter. The Uchiha clan seems to be much weaker now. But in fact, with him here, if anyone dares to take advantage of the Uchiha clan, there will definitely be no return. Kakashi on the side felt complicated. He touched his covered left eye, and there was a Sharingan inside. If Obito had met Izanagi at that time, he might not have died. Senju Hashirama frowned. There was a vague bad feeling in my heart. The Uchiha clan actually has such incredible techniques. Logically speaking, Uchiha Madara, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, will definitely know Izanagi. But in the final battle between him and Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara did not use this move. Or, Uchiha Madara used this trick and faked his death to trick him. But what about after he faked his death? Uchiha Madara is alone, where can she go? The next day. Konoha Building, Conference Room. The senior officials of the village were sitting at the table, and the person sitting at the head seat was Senju Hashirama. Next to him are Tsunade and Senju Tobirama. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who used to sit in the main seat, he has been imprisoned in Konoha prison together with Orochimaru, Shimura Danzo and Kakashi. Kakashi was imprisoned because he attacked Danzo. Although Danzo is not dead, this behavior is still very bad. After all, Kakashi is an Umbu ninja. However, the punishment will definitely not be severe. At most, it will only be locked up for a day or two as a punishment. These messages. For the sake of the stability of the village, everyone decided not to disclose the information first, but to vote for the Hokage first, and then the new Hokage would announce the information. Now that everyone is here, let's start voting for Hokage. Senju Hashirama said slowly. Because what happened last night was too sudden. After Sarutobi Hiruzen was imprisoned, many people's minds began to become active. Since the death of the fourth Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to serve as Hokage, and since then he has not shown any performance in cultivating the next generation of Hokage. There are not many Hokage candidates in the village who can convince the public. Only Tsunade, Jiraiya, and others. But these two people, Jiraiya went out to travel in the village, and Xiao had just gotten married. It's obviously not suitable. This also means every one of them has a chance. This is the Hokage location. From what Sarutobi Hiruzen did, we can see how long the Hokage's rights are. Even a single word is not an exaggeration. Most of you here want to vote for Hokage. For example, the leader of the Hyuga clan, the leader of the Inoshikacho clan, Captain Umbu, etc. But when Tsunade announced that he was running for Hokage, suddenly, most people were at a loss. As one of the Sunin, Tsunade still has too much influence in the village. No one here can match Tsunade's fame. Although Tsunade is the apprentice of third Hokage, Tsunade's grandfather, Senju Hashirama, is still sitting on the throne. In terms of background, no one can compare to Tsunade. Soon, as voting ends, the results were no surprise. Tsunade won the Hokage position with an absolute advantage. Little Tsunade? I never thought you would become a Hokage one day. Senju Hashirama smiled. In his memory, the little girl who liked drinking and gambling as much as himself was now going to become a Hokage. Soon. Witnessed by the whole village. Tsunade became the fifth Hokage. At the same time, the evil deeds committed by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hokage advisor Shimura Danzo, as well as the massacre of the Uchiha clan last night and the arrest of Orochimaru, etc. All exposed. Moment. All the villagers in Konoha village were shocked. No one thought that such a revered Lord Third Hokage could actually be such a person. He even secretly used a crystal ball to spy on female villagers. Uzumaki Naruto, the demon fox rumored in the village, is indeed a real demon fox. However, the demon fox's other identity is that of the orphan of the fourth Hokage who died in battle. The fourth Hokage sacrificed his life to seal the nine-tails demon fox into his son's body. As soon as these news came out, all the villagers were silent. What Naruto did to Uzumaki in the past was like shooting a shuriken a few years ago. A few years later, it deeply hurt my heart. Now as much as the villagers feel guilty for Uzumaki Naruto, they hate the third Hokage. He hated the demon fox Uzumaki Naruto as before. Chapter 45 Big Crisis. Nine Tails appears. Please subscribe. A corner of the Hokage election ceremony site. Uzumaki Naruto was lying on the wall, watching the Hokage election ceremony with great interest. This was the location that Uzumaki Naruto had finally found. Although he was a little tired, at least he could see the scene clearly and other villagers would not chase him away. It's just that some nasty little kid actually sat on his father's shoulders, somewhat blocking his sight. Uzumaki Naruto looked at this scene with some envy. He really wanted to have a father sitting on his shoulders like this. But with the announcement of the new Hokage, the loneliness on Uzumaki Naruto's face disappeared, and he looked very excited. One day, I will be like this. At that time, standing on the stage will be Uzumaki Naruto from 6th generation. Hey hey! The new Hokage is actually a beautiful sister. Much better than the 3rd generation old man. Uzumaki Naruto commented a few words and suddenly thought of a question. Why did the third-generation grandpa suddenly stop doing Hokage? Moreover, after the third-generation grandfather stops doing Hokage, will he still be given living expenses? If he doesn't give it anymore, won't he starve to death? Between random thoughts, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly heard the new Hokage, Tsunade's sister, was saying something. Words like third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen are also mentioned. So the third-generation grandfather's name is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uzumaki Naruto muttered. Then he continued to listen carefully. The villagers who were cheering enthusiastically at the scene suddenly became very quiet for some reason. Uzumaki Naruto could hear 5th Hokage Tsunade's sister's voice very clearly. Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's crime is as follows. Uzumaki Naruto's true identity is, the son of the 4th Hokage. Before his death, the 4th Hokage sealed the Nine-Tails Demon Fox into Uzumaki Naruto's body. In order to better control Uzumaki Naruto, Hokage advisor Shimura Danzo spread rumors that Uzumaki Naruto was the Demon Fox incarnation, and concealed Uzumaki Naruto's true identity. This was all done with the tacit approval of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Besides, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't use a crystal ball. Uzumaki Naruto stared blankly at the Hokage election site not far away. He could no longer listen to what Sister Tsunade said in 5th generation. The first few sentences continued to play in his mind like a repeater. My father turned out to be the 4th Hokage. The old man from 3rd generation was so nice to me, but in fact he was just trying to make money. Uzumaki Naruto finally knows his true identity. He finally knew who his father was. It turned out to be the 4th Hokage. If it were before, he would probably jump with joy. But now, he can't get up at all. I can't even understand it at all. Why did his father seal the Nine-Tails Demon Fox into his body? He couldn't understand either. Why would such a kind 3rd generation grandfather treat him like this? Isn't he the 4th Hokage's son? Why lie to him? Naruto suddenly felt a little cold. The weather is very good today, the sun is shining brightly. The temperature is also very suitable, and the sun is warm on your body. But Naruto still felt cold, and his whole body was shivering with chills. It felt cold to the depths of my heart. The body seemed to fall into boundless darkness, falling straight down. Suddenly, a malicious voice sounded deep in his heart. Naruto, hate it. This village is completely rotten and everyone dislikes you. Even the 3rd generation old man who treats you best is just trying to take advantage of you. Let your resentment out, Naruto. If you want it, you can do it. I will always stand with you. Uzumaki Naruto asked, who are you? The voice sounded from deep inside him again. I am the Nine-Tails Demon Fox. The words fell. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly found himself in an extremely dark space. There is ankle-high water on the ground, and not far away is an extremely tall iron gate. The iron gate is engraved with complex runes. Naruto, come here. I can give you everything you want. A low, seductive voice sounded from the iron door. Uzumaki Naruto subconsciously took a few steps forward and came to the iron gate. Suddenly, the sound of an iron chain rubbing against the ground was heard. Immediately afterwards, a huge, orange fox figure with 9 tails flying in the sky appeared in front of Uzumaki Naruto. Nine tails Demon Fox. Saw this horrific scene. Uzumaki Naruto was so frightened that he fell to the ground, causing a large splash of water. Naruto, don't be afraid. I and you are one, and I won't hurt you. 9 tails reassured. After Uzumaki Naruto heard this, he stood up and looked at the 9 tails Demon Fox carefully. Only then did he realize that the fox in front of him looked very big and scary. It's not actually scary, it's even a little cool. What's your name? Uzumaki Naruto asked. 9 tails couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. His name was so old that he almost couldn't remember it if someone hadn't asked. Things like names are not important. The important thing is that I can help you. Naruto insisted, what's your name? 9 tails was a little helpless towards Uzumaki Naruto's stubborn attitude. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Kurama, my name is Kurama. Uzumaki Naruto waved to 9 tails, Kurama. Hello. 9 tails held back his patience and said hello, Naruto, hello. Now let's get down to business, right? Naruto, do you want to? Before 9 tails finished speaking, Naruto interrupted him and said loudly, Kurama, where is this place? Why am I here? 9 tails clenched his paws and frowned. Damn little devil. So many questions. How annoying. When I come out, I will be the first to tear you apart. 9 tails restrained his emotions and said, the sealed space in this body. You just had a violent mood swing. I sensed your emotions, so I pulled you in. I sense the hatred in your heart for people, and I can help you. Naruto showed a surprised look, Kurama, you are so awesome. You can still sense my emotions. Can you feel my emotions now? Ninetales took a deep breath and warned himself to stay steady. Then I felt it carefully. Hi. Ninetales couldn't help but be surprised. He couldn't sense Naruto's negative emotions now. This guy. What's going on? Ninetales was a little doubtful that there was something wrong with his abilities. When encountering something like this, it's impossible for Uzumaki Naruto to lose all negative emotions, right? He was awakened by the deep hatred just now. How long has it been? Surprisingly, there are no negative emotions at all. Ninetales hesitated and said honestly, I don't know. Hee. Uzumaki Naruto said with a smile, Kurama, it's the first time I've met you, I'm in a very happy mood now. Ninetales was stunned. Although he cannot perceive other emotions, he is extremely sensitive to negative emotions. Uzumaki Naruto doesn't have any negative emotions at all now. This also means that Uzumaki Naruto is really happy to know him. This guy. It's so easy to trust others. Ninetales decided. When Uzumaki Naruto breaks the seal, he won't tear this kid to pieces. Let's tear up the villagers outside instead. Uzumaki Naruto continued to ask, Kurama, it's so dark here, and you're still locked in here. Are you scared? Kurama felt happy. This kid finally asked the right question. He nodded repeatedly, pretending to be desperate and said, I am afraid all the time here. I've been trapped in this environment for over 1,000 years. What accompanies me every day is endless darkness and loneliness. Reminiscing about the good old days is the only thing I can do. To the end. Ninetales couldn't help but shed a tear. Although these words are intended to gain Naruto's sympathy, are they not a true portrayal of him? Uzumaki Naruto heard this. He couldn't help but open his mouth, more than 1,000 years. Kurama, you have been trapped in this environment for more than 1,000 years. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't imagine how Kurama persisted. In this dark environment, Kurama couldn't even stand upright. I can only curl up. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but feel deep sympathy for Kurama. Naruto, can you help me? Ninetales asked. Uzumaki Naruto nodded, Kurama, how can I help you? Ninetales felt excited, it's very simple. Did you see the talisman in the middle of the iron door? As long as I tear it off, I can regain my freedom. The words fell. Naruto walked straight to the iron door, and there was indeed a talisman in the middle just as Kurama said. Kurama, I saw the talisman, wait a moment, I will tear it off now. With that said, Naruto tore off the talisman paper. Moment. Ninetales felt that his restraints had completely disappeared, and all the chains on his body were broken. After so many years, I once again experienced the relaxing Ninetales, and I couldn't help but feel excited. He. I'm finally free. Humans, I will tear you apart. Ninetales smiled ferociously and pushed open the iron door. Uzumaki Naruto only felt a strong airflow coming from the ground, and then the iron door opened wide, and he was pushed to the ground by the iron door. Kurama. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Kurama blankly. After coming out of the iron gate, Kurama's form was far beyond his imagination. It was bigger and more powerful than he expected. Kurama, you are so handsome. Ninetales couldn't help but snorted when he heard this. Please give me flowers. It's a little too late to flatter him now. Stupid kid, you trust others so easily again. Uzumaki Naruto asked nervously, Kurama, you didn't lie to me too, did you? Kurama smiled ferociously and said, of course I won't lie to you. Now, I will tear all humans to pieces. Uzumaki Naruto immediately waved his hand and refused, Kurama, I don't want you to kill anyone kind. I helped you because I thought it was too pitiful for you to stay in there. Now you are free. Don't kill other people because of me. Ha! Innocent brat. Kurama sneered. I want to kill humans, but it's not because of you. All humans deserve to die. As he spoke, Kurama's eyes flashed with deep hatred for humans. Sage of Six Paths split 10 tails to form 9-tailed beasts, and he is the most powerful one among the 9-tailed beasts. After he grew up under the care of Sage of Six Paths passed away. Time passes day by day. He lived a carefree life in the ninja world. Until one day, a human invented the tailed beast sealing technique and sealed him in a human body. Harness the power of tailed beasts to win the war. From then on, he lived in this dark cage for more than 1,000 years. How could this make him not hate humans? The torture of more than 1,000 years is a pain that he will never be able to erase. Ninetales ignored Naruto who was shouting from the side. Don't kill this brat! Already his greatest mercy. Ninetales roared and invaded Uzumaki Naruto's body. Among the outside world. Hokage ceremony scene. 0. At this point the exit stage has come. Tsunade is also about to leave. However, the villagers in the audience did not leave for a long time. The news just announced by 5th Hokage is really shocking. No one could imagine that the upper echelons of the village were so dark. Suddenly, a loud roar came from not far away. Everyone suddenly woke up and looked behind them quickly. Suddenly, everyone present showed a look of fear. I saw a crimson figure standing in a corner not far away, and the terrifying aura exuding from his body tightly oppressed everyone's hearts. Immediately afterwards, the tails behind the crimson figure suddenly popped out one by one, until the 9 long tails are flying all over the sky. Immediately afterwards, the crimson figure also changed. It suddenly grew bigger, and it didn't stop until it reached several hundred meters. Then it turned into an orange fox. Saw this familiar scary figure. All the villagers stared with wide eyes. They were all so frightened that they didn't dare to move at all. He didn't even dare to take a breath. There was even a faint smell of urine in the air. At this time, Konoha's senior officials also looked very solemn. Tsunade frowned. She ignored the impact of the announcement of the truth on Uzumaki Naruto. The child might be mentally broken. Moreover, 9 tails now appears in the center of the village. Countless villagers gathered here because of the new Hokage election. Once an accident occurs, the consequences will be disastrous. Thinking of this, Tsunade did not dare to be careless at all, and immediately sent someone to ask his grandfather Senjo Hashirama and King Ai to come. And at this time, Senjo Hashirama, who was drinking tea with his grandson-in-law Uchiha Kyo in the office of the Hokage building, suddenly frowned. He vaguely felt a familiar breath. What's wrong? King Ai asked. There's something evil about it. Senjo Hashirama put down the teacup in his hand, stood up and walked to the window. The huge fox figure of Haidu came into his eyes. 9 tails? It's been such a long time. King Ai also came to the window and looked at 9 tails from a distance. It looks similar to 9 tails in the comics, but its aura is very evil and terrifying. If it were an ordinary ninja, just this kind of aura would be enough to suppress him. The office door was suddenly pushed open. Brother, 9 tails appeared at the Hokage election. Senjo Tobirama walked in hurriedly and said. I've seen it. Senjo Hashirama nodded. I haven't seen 9 tails for a long time. I'll go meet him. I'll go take a look too. Ching said. Then let's go together. Senjo Hashirama took the lead and jumped directly from the window to the house on the street outside. King Ai immediately followed. Next up is Senjo Tobirama. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the scene. At this time, 9 tails has just completed its transformation and is condensing the tailed beast bomb. Judging from the time of condensation and the size of the tailed beast bomb, this tailed beast bomb can be said to be the tailed beast bomb that 9 tails worked hard to condense. If it continues, half of Konoha village may be destroyed. The other half will also be affected by the powerful shock wave. As for the people at the scene, there is no need to think about it. It will definitely evaporate directly without even a trace. However, everyone present could only watch the tailed beast bomb being condensed. This feeling is not pleasant. Chapter 46 The Terrifying Tailed Beast Bomb. Please subscribe. When King Ai, Senjo Hashirama, and Senjo Tobirama came to the Hokage election ceremony, the tailed beast bomb condensed by 9 tails has a radius of 10 meters, and half of the sky is covered by the purple-black tailed beast bomb. An extremely terrifying aura filled the air. It's a bit difficult. Senjo Hashirama looked a little serious after seeing this. King Ai frowned. He also felt a bit of pressure. The current situation is not optimistic. 9 tails tailed beast bomb will be released at any time. Once the tailed beast bomb hits the center of the village, even he can't do anything. Not to mention the villagers in the village, he can save a few people around him. The entire village will then be completely destroyed. This level of tailed beast bomb is no joke. King Ai quickly thought about the method of dealing with tailed beast bomb in the original work of Hokage. The 9 tailed beasts have different abilities, but they all have one common, most powerful attack move, tailed beast bomb. The tailed beast's chakra is composed of black chakra yang and white chakra yin. It allows its chakra form to change to ultimate, and mixes and compresses it into an ultra-dense ball in the mouth with a ratio of yin and yang of 2:8. The tailed beast bomb operates in the same way as the Raise Non, but the tailed beast bomb's chakra is more powerful. It's powerful enough to easily destroy several mountains or an entire ninja village. Faced with powerful attacks like tailed beast bomb, only the top ninjas can deal with it. For example, when Senjo Hashirama faced the attack of Madara Beast, using the 5-fold Rashomon could only change the trajectory of the attack. There is only one way to directly resist the tailed beast bomb. The 4 Hokages of Impure World Reincarnation directly activated the 4 Red Yang formation when facing 10 tails tailed beast bomb, covering 10 tails. The 4 Red Yang formation, released by the 4 Hokages, is invincible in defense and can resist even 10 tails tailed beast bomb. Later, the 6 Red Sun formation released by 6 Paths with 743 was able to withstand the attacks of 4 10 tails tailed beast bomb at the same time. In the early days of Hokage, there was another warrior, Loquat Juzo, Itake's former partner in the Akatsuki organization, who used a decapitating sword. During the battle to conquer the 3 tails, Bai Wajozo took the decapitating sword and slashed directly at the tailed beast bomb, resulting in the person being killed by the sword. The tailed beast bomb took too long to condense this time, and my flying thunder god technique cannot be transferred. Brother, what can you do? Senjo Tobirama frowned and asked, but received no response for a long time. He turned around, only to find that the figure of his elder brother had disappeared. Then the elder brother's voice came from not far away. Hey! Nine Tails, long time no see! Senjo Hashirama suddenly arrived near Nine Tails and shouted hello. Senjo Tobirama suddenly had a dark look on his face. Even at such a dangerous moment, the eldest brother was still so out of tune. When Nine Tails heard the very familiar figure, he glanced sideways and was almost frightened to death. He actually saw Senjo Hashirama, who had been dead for decades, reappear before his eyes. How can it be? Pictures from the past appeared in his mind. This man is simply his nightmare. The wood released can not only bind him, but can even continuously absorb his chakra. During those decades, he had been living in this man's shadow. After Nine Tails was frightened, even the tailed beast bomb that was condensing began to tremble. Nine Tails was also furious. Old and new hatreds emerged together. Die! No matter whether you are real or fake, you will all turn into dust in front of my ultimate tailed beast bomb. Not good. Senjo Tobirama's heart skipped a beat. Senjo Hashirama also realized that he had messed up a bit. Immediately form the seal and prepare to cast wooden golem jutsu. This is his strongest defensive move. He has no idea whether it can handle Nine Tails' tailed beast bomb. When other people present saw this scene, they all ran to watch. It's over. At such a close distance, even if it is blocked, the aftermath of the tailed beast bomb will destroy most of the village. We are so close, and there is no hope of survival. Is Konoha village going to be destroyed like this? The Nine Tails rebellion 10 years ago finally reappeared. I don't want to die. In this desperate moment, no matter how hard people try, it is all in vain. I can only watch this scene happen. Just when Nine Tails is about to spit out the terrifying tailed beast bomb. Sudden. Nine Tails' fox eyes suddenly changed. His body rose up, and the tailed beast bomb he spat out was uncontrollably thrown towards the sky. Immediately afterwards, the tailed beast bomb expanded rapidly in mid-air, bursting out with violent fluctuations. Collapse. A purple-black spherical firework appeared in the sky. Even the people on the ground were severely affected. Most of the villagers fell to the ground, ringing in their ears. Almost all the windows in the village were shattered. The whole ground shook violently. A long time. The aftermath of the tailed beast bomb slowly subsided. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fear. Fortunately, at the last moment, the tailed beast bomb did not explode. Otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. XXM. Finally survived. So lucky. It exploded in mid-air, and there were such violent fluctuations. Why did Nine Tails release the tailed beast bomb into the sky at the last moment? Indeed, it's so strange. Everyone, look. Nine Tails' eyes have changed. It has really changed. The eyes are exactly the same as those of Nine Tails on the night of the Nine Tails rebellion. No. The pattern is a little different. How is this going? Everyone exclaimed. Nine Tails was seen quietly crawling on the ground at this time. The fox's vertical eyes in the past have now turned into the appearance of Mangekyo Sharinon. I really miss it, it's exactly the same as back then. Senjo Hashirama released the wooden golem mode and looked at Nine Tails with complicated eyes. This form of Nine Tails is exactly the same as the last battle between him and Madara in the Valley of the End. At that time, Nine Tails was also controlled by Mangekyo Sharinon and worked with Madara to deal with him. King Ai, well done. Senjo Hashirama came back to his senses and patted Qing's shoulder hard. If it were not King Ai today, many people might really die. When everyone saw this scene, they realized that the operation just now was done by Uchiha Seiki. Suddenly, everyone's expressions were very shocked, and at the same time they were deeply fearful in their hearts. Everyone present has seen the power of Nine Tails. A random operation can easily destroy the village. But even such a powerful Nine Tails. It's just a toy that Uchiha Seiki can control with a casual glance. If Uchiha Kiyoshi has any dissatisfaction with the village, he only needs to control Nine Tails, and he can cause severe damage to the village without Uchiha Kiyoshi taking action himself. Fortunately, although Uchiha King Ai is a member of the Uchiha clan, but Lord 5th Hokage, the wife of Uchiha Kiyoshi, Lord 1st Hokage, favors Uchiha Kiyoshi very much. Everyone felt slightly relieved. At the same time, he became increasingly jealous of the Sharinon of the Uchiha clan. This kind of ability is simply invincible. It's so versatile. Not only can it continue to evolve, but its various abilities are also top-notch, with powerful dynamic vision, the ability to copy ninjutsu, and a powerful blessing effect on illusions. It even has the ability to save lives. After evolving into Mangekyo Sharinon, you can gain 2 unique and powerful abilities. This is Sharinon. Hyuga Hayashi in the crowd couldn't help but let out a deep sigh when he saw this scene. Byakugan is a bloody line of great strategic significance. Compared with the Sharinon of the Uchiha clan, he is not even on the stage. Nothing. King Ai, fortunately you are here. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief and looked at King Ai's beautiful eyes full of brilliance. In the past few days, King Ai had given her too many surprises, and his extremely powerful strength refreshed her knowledge every day. She just took up her position at 5th Hokage today. If this happens on the day he takes office again, it was a big blow to her. It's good that the Uchiha clan has a young man like you. Even Senju Tobirama, who is very afraid of the Uchiha clan. At this moment, I have to admit that Uchiha is indeed very good. Moreover, now the Uchiha clan is experiencing what happened last night. In a few decades, there will be no ability to continue to make waves. King Ai, release the control of 9 tails. Senju Hashirama said. He had just released wood style and had already bound 9 tails so that he could not move at all. Good. King Ai nodded, and then released Mangekyo Sharingan's genjutsu. Suddenly, 9 tails' eyes gradually regained their clarity and slowly opened their eyes. A group of humans appeared in its field of vision. Damn humans! 9 tails subconsciously raised his claws to tear the hateful humans in front of him into pieces. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not lift his claws even a little bit. Not even a single part of his body could move. Only then did 9 tails regain his composure, and the previous scene finally appeared in his mind. Suddenly, 9 tails' heart trembled. He finally remembered. That man, Senju Hashirama, appears again. And the eyes he hated the most also appeared together. Hateful. Why? Every time he regains his freedom, he always encounters these situations. The last time I escaped from Kushina Seal, I was controlled by those evil eyes as soon as I came out. The last time, he was controlled by Uchiha Madara, and then fought with Senju Hashirama. That battle is still fresh in his memory. The wooden golem is as tall as he is, and the huge skeleton that is attached to him. That was also the worst time he was beaten. And now, he was free again. But we ran into the same situation again. 9 tails suddenly felt tired. Forget it, isn't it okay if Laozi doesn't come out? 9 tails, are you surprised to see me? Senju Hashirama asked. All the people of his generation are deceased. 9 tails is from the same era as him, and he also feels a little emotional. Just when Senju Hashirama is ready to reminisce about the past. Sudden. 9 tails' huge body disappeared. Instead, there was a short figure wearing orange clothes and yellow hair. It's Uzumaki Naruto. Oh, this matter is also don't blame Uzumaki Naruto. Indeed, I have experienced so much unfair treatment since childhood. Now that the truth is revealed, I will definitely not be able to accept it. Speaking of which, Uzumaki Naruto is the real son of a hero. What a bastard I am. I would do something like that to the 4th Hokage's son. After everyone saw Uzumaki Naruto, they felt ashamed. By the way, how did the 4th Hokage die? Senju Hashirama was a little curious. An Umbu ninja replied, 10 years ago, 9 tails Jinchuriki gave birth. At the same time, the village was attacked by a mysterious masked man. 9 tails was controlled by the mysterious masked man. In order to protect the village, 4th Hokage chose to pay the price with his life and forcibly sealed 9 tails. The words fell. Everyone's mood was much lower. That night was a pain that no one in Konoha village could erase. Ha! Senju Hashirama looked a little strange. He didn't expect that Hokage could be killed by 9 tails. This guy from 9 tails is quite capable. Tobirama, what about you? You died normally, right? Senju Hashirama continued to ask. In his eyes, although his younger brother is not as powerful as him. But in the entire ninja world, it is also unique. The other ninja villages simply don't have the strength to deal with Tobirama. Moreover, Tobirama is not as strong as him, but he is very good at ninjutsu. Like Flying Thunder God technique, reanimation jutsu, etc., they are all very powerful ninjutsu. With the Flying Thunder God technique, Tobirama will not be able to escape even if he encounters a truly powerful opponent. But, to Senju Hashirama's surprise, Senju Tobirama shook his head. Brother, more than 10 years after your death, the Second Ninja War broke out. After several wars, Konoha and Reikage village were preparing for peace talks, and the two brothers, Golden Horn and Silver Horn, took the opportunity to sneak attack on Second Reikage. Second Reikage died on the spot. In order to let Konoha's elite troops escape, I fought to the death with the two brothers, Golden Horn and Silver Horn. In the end we all died together. Senju Hashirama frowned. The two brothers Golden Horn and Silver Horn are not that strong, right? Senju Tobirama smiled bitterly. Brother, I was already over 50 years old at the time, and my strength was gradually declining. The two brothers, the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn, found the Six Paths Ninja tool somewhere. With the Six Paths Ninja tool and the Nine Tails Chakra, the strength of the two brothers, Golden Horn and Silver Horn, has been greatly improved. The words fell. Senjo Hashirama was silent for a long time and then asked, after my death, how many wars occurred in Konoha village? There were 2 ninja wars in total, but the small-scale wars never stopped. Tsunade said. Alas! Hashirama sighed deeply at 4.2. I was too naive. I thought that by distributing tailed beasts, the major ninja villages would check and balance each other and peace would be achieved. King Ai said, the deterrent power of tailed beasts is not as powerful as imagined. Only by truly unifying the ninja world can we achieve true peace. Senjo Hashirama smiled bitterly and said, I am already a dead person. The future belongs to you young people. You have your ideas. I only hope that Konoha village can continue to pass them on. Go ahead. If he were still alive, he might still think about these ideas. In the past, he was completely tired of war, so he established Konoha village in order to unify the major families and stay together. Then distribute the tailed beasts, hoping that each ninja village can maintain peace. If someone had advised him to unify the ninja world at that time, he would definitely have disagreed. After all, if you want to unify the ninja world, it means that wars will continue, even more intense wars than before. Now he truly realizes that if the ninja world is not unified, there will never be true peace. But these have nothing to do with him anymore. Even if he wants to do something, he is nothing more than a corpse. Okay, Tobirama, it's time for us to leave. Senjo Hashirama said. Senjo Tobirama's eyes moved slightly, brother, you go ahead. I want to stay for 2 days and I want to settle some things. Okay. Senjo Hashirama nodded. Grandpa. Tsunade grabbed Senjo Hashirama and begged, can you stay for 2 more days? Senjo Hashirama shook his head, the deceased is dead, and a dead person cannot be resurrected. I was resurrected by impure world reincarnation, which is against the laws of nature. It's time to go. Okay, Tsunade-chan, don't be sad. Senjo Hashirama said a few words of comfort. Seeing his grandfather's resolute attitude, Tsunade had no choice but to take Senjo Hashirama to the prison and let Orochimaru cancel Senjo Hashirama's impure world reincarnation. Chapter 47, Quilt Sealing Technique. Please subscribe. In the dark sealed space, Uzumaki Naruto sat in the corner, holding his knees with his hands, looking full of hesitation. He is very worried that after Kurama is freed, he will really go around killing people in the outside world. Although the villagers in the village had a very bad attitude towards him, even the third-generation grandfather deceived him. But Uncle Shao, Irika-sensei, Suzuki, those classmates, they are all bonds that he is reluctant to let go of. By the way, there is that big brother. Uzumaki Naruto was thinking wildly. Sudden. There was a wave of fluctuation, and Nine Tails' huge body reappeared in the sealed space, with a look of fright still on its face. Uzumaki Naruto didn't notice this, he shouted excitedly, Kurama, you are back. How are you doing outside? You're not bullying other people, are you? At the end of his speech, Uzumaki Naruto looked very worried. Nine Tails ignored Uzumaki Naruto's shout and was stunned for a long time. After he went out, he wanted to directly destroy Konoha village and vent all the pain he had suffered over the years. After taking revenge, he hid in a deserted place and lived a free life. Unfortunately, when he saw Senjo Hashirama and Mangekyo Sharinon, he knew that there was no hope of escaping. If you don't even run back, you might get beaten up. So he came right back. Uzumaki Naruto's voice continued to sound nearby. Nine Tails was a little impatient by the noise, and roared, Damn you kid, stop being so nagging. If you keep arguing, I'll tear you apart. Uzumaki Naruto was startled by Nine Tails' ferocious attitude and accidentally slipped and fell to the ground. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto looking at a loss, Nine Tails couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Although he considers himself a ferocious tailed beast, he also hates humans deeply. But Uzumaki Naruto is a child, and he trusts him very much and directly breaks the seal. He can be considered a favor to Uzumaki Naruto. Moreover, he would have to get along with Uzumaki Naruto often in the future. If the relationship becomes so tense that Uzumaki Naruto doesn't trust him anymore, then there will be a big problem. Ahem. Nine Tails coughed, I just went out for a breath of fresh air. By the way, I set off some fireworks to add to the fun. When Uzumaki Naruto heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up, Shugeki. Kurama, can you set off a firework for me to see? Kid, this is a sealed space. If you want to die, I can help you. Nine Tails snorted coldly. Uzumaki Naruto nodded disappointedly. Nine Tails couldn't stand the kid's appearance the most, and said calmly, if you want to see it, it's not impossible that you have a chance. But you have to listen to me carefully. When the time comes, I will lend you my power, and you can set off fireworks by yourself. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly became excited. Kurama, I knew you were the best. Humph. Kurama snorted arrogantly, kid, go out quickly, many people are waiting for you. Uzumaki Naruto was a little curious as to who was waiting for him, so he exited the sealed space according to the method Nine Tails said. He's awake. Shizune shouted immediately when she saw Uzumaki Naruto's eyelashes twitching slightly. Where am I? Uzumaki Naruto opened his eyes and was confused for a moment. Why are there so many people around? Even 5th Hokage Tsunade was present. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto finally saw a familiar figure. Big brother! Why are you here too? You're unconscious, I'll come and take a look. King Ai said. Tsunade on the side came over and checked Uzumaki Naruto first. After finding that there was no problem, he asked, Naruto, what did you just do in the sealed space, can you tell me about it to your sister? Uzumaki Naruto glanced at Saiki subconsciously. Qingyi nodded and encouraged, Naruto, just say it, no one will blame you. Uzumaki Naruto then explained the whole story in detail. After Tsunade listened, he couldn't help but touched Uzumaki Naruto's head. What a simple kid. She had previously thought that Uzumaki Naruto's heart collapsed after hearing the truth, and he might have hated the village. Unexpectedly, things were completely different from what she imagined. Naruto, Nine Tails is not a good person, he is cheating on you. Okay, I will re-strengthen your seal next time. Don't tear off the talisman next time. With that said, Tsunade ordered the sealing team to strengthen the seal for Naruto. Naruto was suddenly at a loss. Sister Tsunade, did I do something wrong? No, Naruto, you did a great job. Kiyoichi said suddenly. But you can't trust others too easily, and the same goes for Nine Tails. After you become a true friend with him, you can tear off the talisman. The words fell. Everyone was stunned. Tsunade was also surprised to see clearly. Be friends with Nine Tails. Is this really possible? However, King Ai is now the most powerful ninja in the village. In the past 2 days, a series of events have allowed King Ai to accumulate huge momentum. Nowadays, Qingyi is the absolute authority in the village. Even though everyone thought what King Ai said was incredible, I didn't dare to refute. Uzumaki Naruto nodded very seriously, brother, I understand. At the same time, I was also very much looking forward to it. He vowed to become true friends with Kurama. By the way, big brother, you said before that you wanted to be a Hokage man. But the 5th Hokage is Tsunade's sister. I am definitely the 6th Hokage. I won't give in just because you are the eldest brother. Uzumaki Naruto said loudly. Suddenly, everyone in the whole hospital laughed. Ha 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 ha. Uzumaki Naruto turns out to be so cute. What a simple child. Uzumaki Naruto touched his head, feeling a little confused. He didn't understand what was funny about what he said. Tsunade also couldn't help laughing. Naruto, your brother Saiki has become a Hokage man. Ah! Uzumaki Naruto was stunned. But it was still up to Uzumaki Naruto to ask, and no one was willing to tell him why. It wasn't until he was discharged from the hospital and heard the villagers discussing on the street that he suddenly reacted. Sister Tsunade is actually the eldest brother's wife. It turns out that this is what the elder brother meant when he said he wanted to be a Hokage man. Uzumaki Naruto was shocked for a moment. Early morning. Tsunade changed into the Hokage god robe. She has always been casual, so she just put it on outside, and underneath it was still the sleeveless top she usually wears. Qingyi lay on the bed and looked at her. After a moment, Tsunade turned around and asked, how was it? Very beautiful. Qingdian commented, but today it has added a bit of Hokage's majesty, and it has a sassy feeling. Tsunade laughed happily after hearing this, it seems that being a Hokage has bonuses. Get up quickly, didn't you say you wanted to stay with me today? King Ai felt that there was a sealing technique on the quilt, so he sealed him on the bed. Tsunade, you go first, I'll come later. Tsunade's eyes widened in a charming way and left. As a Hokage, she could no longer stay in bed like before. Another moment passed. Hong called King Ai to come for dinner. King Ai felt that it was a bit difficult to fight against Quilt's sealing technique alone. So Hong was also brought in. Shi Yan saw that no one came to the dinner table, so she came over to see what was going on. As a result, King Ai was also pulled into the quilt sealing technique. Hate! Breakfast is getting cold. Shi Yan blushed and complained a little. Xian, weren't you full just now? If you're not full, can I feed you some more? King Ai asked with a smirk. Can this be the same? Shi Yan was helpless. Hong looked at the two of them amusedly. 3 poles in the sun. Qingyi finally cracked the quilt sealing technique, got up and headed to Ye Mansion. As soon as he arrived at the door of Hokage's office, a burst of noise reached his ears. Tsunade, the Uchiha clan is moving back to the center of the village. This is against the rules. Mitokado Homura's rather serious voice sounded, now in the center of the village, everything is full, and there is no room left. Yudin Koharu echoed, that's right. And Tsunade, as a Hokage and the wife of the Uchiha clan, you have to avoid suspicion. King Ai wanted to laugh as he listened outside the door. In the original work, after Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura got married, they lived very poor and even had to pay off their mortgage. The Uchiha clan, the largest ninja clan in Konoha in the past. It is impossible to have less money. As the sole heir, Uchiha Sasuke was in such a miserable state, most likely because of Konoha's top brass. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't take action, Shuankan Danzo, Yudin Koharu and Midaman cannot let go of the property of the Chiba clan. The Uchiha clan's clan land was almost destroyed the night before. There are only a few intact houses. Is there any problem in moving to the center of the village? The Uchiha clan has suffered such a big blow, the village should help the Uchiha clan more. After all, the Uchiha clan became what they are because of former Hokage advisor Shimura Danzo. Tsunade said angrily. When they heard Tsunade carrying Danzo out, Yudin Koharu and Mitokado Homura were speechless. Yudin Koharu asked, then where do you want to place the Uchiha clan? Tsunade said, I plan to move to the place where the Sarutobi clan and Shimura clan are based, to the former Uchiha clan's place. The new clan land of the Uchiha clan is in this area. The lands of the Sonahai clan and the Shimura clan happen to be connected together. Mitokado Homura and Yudin Koharu suddenly looked ugly. Tsunade, you can't do this. What will the villagers think of you? You are Hokage, you must be a role model for the whole village. Besides, Sarutobi Hiruzen is your master, you can't kill them all like this. Tsunade was almost blown away. These two old guys had more hats on them than the other. What do I mean by killing them all? You two old guys, be careful what you say. Mitokado Homura said sullenly, Tsunade. We are your elders after all. Why, you just took the position of Hokage and you are going to attack us. I am the Hokage. Tsunade didn't bother to quarrel with them anymore, and directly suppressed others with his status, I will handle this matter without your intervention. She now understood why Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo always ended with this sentence. Have no idea. Mitokado Homura and Yudin Koharu were so angry that they vomited blood. They received the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan paid a large bribe and prepared to explore Tsunade's exploits. Unexpectedly, Tsunade's attitude was so determined and he would not give in at all. Not even a bit of face was given to them. It's too much. But Tsunade has moved out of Hokage, and if they continue to fight, they will only become enemies. Tsunade, you will regret it. The two left behind a classic line and turned to leave. King Ai frowned. How dare you talk to my wife like that? You two old guys are dead. Tsunade let out a slow breath. It's not easy to be a Hokage. If King Ai hadn't wanted her to be the Hokage, she really wouldn't have wanted to take over the Hokage. She would have had to be busy even though she was pregnant, and she would have been quarreling with these two old people. She leaned back on the soft Hokage chair and stretched out her whole body. Because there was no one around, she was very casual. The thin top clings tightly to the curvy body, and the slender and straight legs are crossed and naturally sway. The delicate and small toes are exposed to the air through high-heeled sandals. Minister. Tsunade Qingyi's voice sounded. He opened the door and was slightly startled when he saw Tsunade's unprotected and casual look. It seems that arguing with two Hokage consultants is really tiring. Well, you're here. Tsunade's beautiful eyes blinked slightly and asked, did you hear the conversation just now? Heard it. King Ai walked up behind her, stretched out his hands, and rubbed her shoulders through her clothes. Tsunade felt his massage, her body gradually relaxed and her mood improved. 953 Oh, being a Hokage is not only tiring physically, but also mentally. Tsunade sighed. Siaki asked, where is Shizune? Why not let her help? Yes. Tsunade's eyes lit up, how could I forget Shizune? Before getting married, this hard-working disciple was her biggest helper in life. The two chatted. Suddenly an Umbu ninja came to report the mission. Tsunade immediately straightened his body and looked more straight. Tell me what's going on. Umbu ninja report, Lord Hokage, Tenshimaru has been asking you to come over. Upon hearing this, King Ai said directly, Tsunade, I'll go there later. Tsunade nodded, okay. Then, she looked at the Umbu ninja, is there anything else? Umbu ninja shook his head, no more Hokage-sama, I'm going out first. As the door closed with a clang, only Siaki and Tsunade were left in the Hokage office. Tsunade casually opened the information in front of him and warned, when there are people around, don't call me Tsunade, call me Hokage-sama. Qingyi was stunned for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth could not help but curve slightly. Cosplay. I like. Okay, because of people. King Ai smiled and came forward, and sat down on the Hokage soft chair without any courtesy. This chair is designed to be quite large, so it can accommodate two people without being too crowded. What are you doing? Tsunade's heart skipped a beat and he said, "This is Hokage's seat. How can it be inappropriate to be seen by others?" King Ai felt her soft hips and waist, and refused to leave no matter what. "I'm hungry, go get something to eat." Tsunade was a little flustered and found an excuse to send King Ai away. The lunch at Hokage is not luxurious, but it tastes good. King Ai casually took 2 portions and returned to Hokage's office. "Lord Hokage, let me ask you." He noticed that Tsunade was already reading the information, and said thoughtfully, "This will not waste your time." Without waiting for her consent, King Ai picked up a piece of fried tempura and put it to her lips. Tsunade glanced at him and didn't refuse. He took a bite and chewed slowly. The 2 of them were feeding the other, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. After finishing the food, Qing put his index finger in front of her again. Because Tsunade's attention was focused on the information, he subconsciously opened his mouth and bit King Ai's index finger. I immediately felt that the taste was not right. She frowned and used some strength. "It hurts?" King Ai said with a fake gasp. "Tsunade will not be fooled by this guy. You are so free to help me with my work." Tsunade lifted a stack of less important information from the table and stuffed it into his arms. "But I don't have a seat." Siaki wanted to sit on the same chair as Tsunade. But Tsunade wouldn't let him. "I think it would be too embarrassing if someone came in." Finally, a new stool was arranged for King Ai, just opposite her. The Hokage desk becomes a two-way work surface. Chapter 48 Researching Sage Mode. Please subscribe. Hokage Office. Open the folder. King Ai. Due to the heavy losses suffered by the Uchiha clan, the Konoha guard is short of manpower, and the security of the village has plummeted. I request Mr. Hokage to replenish the Konoha guard manpower as soon as possible. King Ai wrote in his pen, because the Konoha guards received too many complaints and reports, they are temporarily unable to recruit people. The roof is often trampled by ninjas. I hope Hokage-sama orders ninjas not to pass by my roof anymore. Is it possible that the person who stepped on your roof was not a ninja? King Ai made a complaint. Generally Umbu ninjas would not easily make a sound when stepping on the roof of a building, otherwise they would be directly exposed. In this case, there is a high probability that it is some kind of animal. The demon fox Uzumaki Naruto lives next door to his house, and the villager Azabu Hayato asked the demon fox Uzumaki Naruto to move. This information is from the day before yesterday. You can move if you pay. King Ai wrote a few words. He could understand why Uzumaki Naruto was so busy after becoming Hokage. There is something completely wrong with this Konoha organization. There are think tanks, such as Narashikaku, but they are used to deal with big things. On weekdays, they all have their own tasks or things to be busy with. King Ai said, Tsunade, the efficiency of handling things is too low. Everything trivial is thrown at the Hokage. Tsunade was also a little tired and stretched out, revealing his seductive curves. King Ai, do you have any good ideas? I think we should recruit some Hokage secretaries. King Ai pondered for a while and said, those 2 idle Hokage consultants alone can't handle everything. Tsunade heard this and nodded. She is a lazy person. It's not like Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to keep power in his hands. Fortunately she is older now, otherwise, Tsunade would be like Namikaze Minato, becoming a Hokage but unable to control Umbu and the roots. So who do you have in mind? Tsunade put down the information in his hand and asked with interest. I'm not too worried about the others, just Shizun, Hong, and Yujao. This number of people should be almost enough. King Ai thought for a while and said. Tsunade was stunned for a moment. No, King Ai, your arrangement like this is a bit too exaggerated. This is equivalent to Siaki's 3 wives, all working in the Hokage building. For those who don't know, they might think that Konoha village has become their family's sole proprietor. What's the point? King Ai said indifferently, let them gossip. I can still take you to work together then. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Hokage shouldn't be about dealing with trivial matters. It would be more reasonable to hand over all of them to the Hokage secretary. Tsunade remembered that Raikage in Cloud Shinobi village had a secretary position. Konoha village only has Hokage advisors and Hokage assistants. And it has too much power. If you are looking for a secretary. She was not familiar with the others, but she knew Hong, Shiyan, Shizun, and others. You can't go wrong. Soon. That's how things were settled. King Ai left the Konoha building in the afternoon and headed to the prison. The prison was very dark and damp, and had a very unpleasant smell. King Ai walked straight to the depths of the prison, and soon came to a cell. Orochimaru sat quietly in the cell. Against the backdrop of the dim torch, Orochimaru's face appeared to flicker. Orochimaru, are you interested in working with me? King Ai asked slowly. Orochimaru looked at the snake-like vertical pupils clearly and was about to speak. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Uchiha Siaki, if you want to cooperate with Orochimaru, there is no way it will end well. Kiyoichi turned around and looked around, seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen sitting in the cell, hunched over and looking very haggard. You don't need to worry about this anymore. Instead of worrying about Orochimaru, it's better to worry about yourself. Furthermore, compared to the damage caused by Orochimaru to Konoha, it is obvious that you, the third Hokage, have a greater negative impact on Konoha. Ching the passage directly silenced what Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Vaguely, Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure became even more stooped. Sarutobi, now that it's over, don't worry about the village's affairs. We are already the rats on the street that everyone calls for beating. Uchiha King Ii, your methods are indeed ruthless. Shimura Danzo's hoarse voice came from the next cell. Compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen's haggard appearance, Shimura Danzo is actually very calm. When he committed those things, he had already anticipated this situation. By the way, I'm going to move the Uchiha clan's clan to the center of the village. But the spot in the center of the village has been taken. I had no choice but to move the Sarutobi clan and Shimura clan's clan areas to the original Uchiha clan's residence. King Ii said as if he remembered something. The words fell. Moment. Shimura Danzo could no longer maintain his composure. He suddenly stood up and stared at Uchiha Seiki. Uchiha Seiki. It's no harm to your family. If you do this, you will be punished. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also furious and breathing heavily. Seeing this, King Ii just smiled faintly. I just used the method you used to deal with the Uchiha clan to attack your family. What? If the roles are reversed, why can't you guys stand it? Today I'm going to teach you a lesson, don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen only regretted that he did not cooperate with Danzo and destroyed the Uchiha clan early. This clan is indeed extremely evil. Uchiha Seiki, I will never let you go even if I'm a ghost. Ha! King Ii snorted disdainfully, if you become a ghost, I will beat you to pieces. Finished. King Ii no longer paid attention to these two old things. Just take out the key and open Orochimaru's cell. Come with me. Orochimaru seems cold-blooded and difficult to deal with. However, Seiki, who has read the original work, already knows all of Orochimaru's weaknesses. Soon. Seiki took Orochimaru to the root base. You should be familiar with this place, right? Orochimaru is a little confused about Uchiha's approach. But now that he is under the roof, no matter how arrogant he is, he can only be honest for the time being. Orochimaru nodded, this is one of Danzo's bases. King Ii continued, if you are willing to do things for me, I will fully cooperate with you in scientific research work. This root base is your laboratory. You can read all the information in it at will. In addition, I will give you a few geniuses as assistants. How? Orochimaru looked at Uchiha in surprise. He didn't expect that there were people in this ninja world who valued scientific research so much. Before coming, he thought that Uchiha King Ii asked him to do something, such as performing a mission or fighting. Although your strength is average, your scientific research talent is really good. I admire you very much. If I guess correctly, you are currently researching the forbidden technique of immortality, right? Seiki continued. Orochimaru started to feel a little angry when he heard Uchiha Seiki say that his strength was average. However, what Uchiha said later completely shocked Orochimaru. This guy actually knows what he is studying. Suddenly, Orochimaru felt terrified. For a while. Orochimaru then said, do you also want to obtain immortality? That's why you asked me to study it. No, no, no. King Ii shook his head, I'm not interested in immortality. Besides, I already know the method of immortality. Orochimaru suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart. What way? Regarding Orochimaru's question, Kiyoshi just glanced at him lightly and said nothing. Orochimaru immediately said, if you tell me the method of immortality, I am willing to cooperate with you in research. King Ii remained silent and walked towards the depths of the root base. After a while, Orochimaru finally got a little anxious. Immortality is definitely the most powerful temptation for him. I agree to your request. After hearing this, King Ii continued, you must have heard of the legend of Sage of Six Paths, right? Sage of Six Paths is actually not a legend, but real history. Thousands of years ago, the Sage of Six Paths distributed chakra to the entire ninja world, and separated the 10 tails from themselves and dispersed them into 9-tailed beasts. Orochimaru was a little confused, even the legendary Sage of Six Paths cannot live forever. What is your method? King Ii shook his head, Sage of Six Paths strength is at 6 paths level, and it has Rinnegan. Under normal circumstances, such a strong person would have a lifespan of almost immortality. However, Sage of Six Paths distributed chakra to the entire ninja world, which caused its own aging and emptied its lifespan. Orochimaru was a little disappointed, is this just your conjecture? There is no way to confirm this kind of thing. King Ii pointed to the sky, Sage of Six Paths has a mother who is also 6 paths level in strength. However, she was sealed by the Sage of Six Paths, but she is still alive after thousands of years. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Seiki and always felt that this guy was a bit like a magic stick. Let's talk about some ancient myths and stories. King Ai knows that Orochimaru is suspicious by nature, and he will definitely not believe it easily. He said this just to let Orochimaru think about it. In the future, the Mother of Sage of Six Paths will unlock the seal, and you will know when the time comes. In addition to this method, there is another way to resurrect the dead and extend life. With that said, King Ai and Orochimaru have arrived at the laboratory where the route is blocked. At this time, in the laboratory, Senju Tobirama was busy experimenting with something. I found a helper for you. King Ai said. Senju Tobirama looked up and frowned. Orochimaru? Are you sure he can do it? Although Orochimaru improved his earth turn technique, Orochimaru's character is not very good. Orochimaru's scientific research ability is at the top level. If you two work together, the progress will be very fast. Ching said. Senju Tobirama nodded, okay, but I can't last long in my dirty turn state. If my soul is not cared for a long time, it will gradually wear out until it is gone. Only half a year at most. As the inventor of impure world reincarnation, Senju Tobirama is naturally very aware of the side effects of impure world reincarnation. The physical strength of the dirty earth transformation seems to be very powerful. Not only does he have infinite chakra, he can even become immortal. But in fact, as time goes by, the soul of the dirty earth will be erased bit by bit. Once the soul is completely destroyed, it means that the true meaning a literal death. Unlike now, although he is dead, his soul is still there. The two are not the same concept at all. That's exactly what I was talking about. There are still methods for resurrection and extending lifespan in the entire ninja world. Seiki said, the Eye of Sage of Six Paths, Rin Egan, not only possesses various powerful and unique abilities. You can also use a very special ability Rine Tensei technique. This technique can consume a large amount of chakra to resurrect the dead. As the amount of chakra increases, the body of the person after resurrection will return to its peak state. The words fell. Senju Tobirama and Orochimaru both looked stunned. Then there was even more excitement. The Rin Egan actually has such a powerful function? It is indeed the eye of an immortal. If every time I die, I am resurrected by Rine Tensei technique, wouldn't it mean immortality? Senju Tobirama immediately thought of the key question. Orochimaru also immediately thought of this, compared to what Uchiha Seiki just said about Sage of Six Paths, and the mother of Sage of Six Paths. Orochimaru really has no interest in such unreliable legends. But for Rin Egan, Orochimaru has actually seen it. Right on the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Doesn't this mean that the leader of the Akatsuki organization has the ability to resurrect the dead? Suddenly, Orochimaru's eyes flashed with greed. The question now is, how to get the leader of the Akatsuki organization to use the Rine Tensei technique? Senju Tobirama asked. From the eyes of the immortal, we can know that the strength of the leader of the Akatsuki organization is absolutely unfathomable. It may not be that simple to let such a strong person release the Rine Tensei technique. You don't need to worry about this. I will take care of it all. Your task is to conduct scientific research. He had already made plans in his mind on how to deal with the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Seiki, you haven't told me yet, what exactly are we going to study? After listening to Uchiha King Ai's words, Orochimaru was almost certain that what the other party said was true. In this way, it is not too bad for him to conduct research here. Even the environment is much better than before. Besides, he has no choice now. Seiki said, this research, Orochimaru, you should be involved in. Sage Mode, your task is to study Sage Mode. There is a natural energy in the ninja world. If you absorb it in a certain proportion, you can enter Sage Mode. After entering Sage Mode, your strength will be greatly enhanced. Orochimaru was a little shocked. He didn't expect that what Uchiha asked him to study was actually Sage Mode. However, if Sage Mode is developed, it will greatly improve him, Wang Lihao. So he does not reject this research task. Okay, you guys can do your research first, and I'll find an assistant for you. This assistant's talent in practicing Sage Mode is very top-notch. With that said, Ching Er turned around and left. However, he did not leave his roots. Instead, he turned several corners and walked for almost 10 minutes before arriving at a room. He pushed the door straight open. Who? Yakushi Nanoya was startled and exclaimed. When he turned around and saw that it was Uchiha Seiki, he breathed a sigh of relief. Have you found Kabuto? King Ai asked. Yakushi Nanoya nodded. Kabuto is already in the next room, thank you sir. Take me to meet him. Yes, Yin District. Yakushi Nunwoyu knocked on the door next door. Who? Kabuto, it's me, the dean. Soon, the door opened. A young man wearing round glasses was revealed inside. Master Dean, you are here. Who is this? Kabuto glanced at Seiki warily. Yakushi introduced, this is the master who helped me. If it weren't for him, under Danzo's deception, I would probably assassinate you. When Kabuto heard what the dean said, he immediately knelt down to King Ai. Sir, thank you for saving the dean. King Ai smiled and nodded. Danzo has been imprisoned and can no longer threaten you in the future. Kabuto, I admire your talent very much. Would you be interested in doing things with me? The words fell. Before Kabuto could speak, Shanxue immediately said excitedly, thank you so much to the world. Kabuto, please thank me quickly. Write more, sir. Kabuto was also a little excited. In the past 2 days, they also heard about some things that happened in the village. Naturally, he also knew that the adult in front of him was the most powerful ninja in Konoha, Uchiha Seiki. The new 5th Hokage is the other person's wife. Being able to work with this adult now means that Kabuto's future is bright. Chapter 49 Toad Sage's Prophecy. A week later, King Ai came to the root base, and Orochimaru told him a piece of news about the Akatsuki organization. The Akatsuki organization has a new member named Uchiha Itachi. He has the same eyes as you. If it were before, Orochimaru would have been very interested in Mangekyo Sharingan. However, after knowing Rinnegan's abilities, he now only has thoughts about Rinnegan. King Ai was a little surprised when he heard that Uchiha Itachi was not dead. Is there anything wrong with him? Is he missing an eye or something? Orochimaru thought about it and said, there is nothing wrong with both of his eyes. On the contrary, the left arm is wrapped in a white bandage. Other than that, there are no other abnormalities. King Ai frowned. There is no problem with the eyes, indicating that Uchiha Itachi did not use his nugget to recover from his injuries. But the smaller half of the body recovered again. It was also covered with white bandages. Looking at it this way, why does it feel like first-generation cells have been transplanted? King Ai didn't expect that Obito valued Uchiha Itachi so much, and even used first-generation cells for Uchiha Itachi. I understand, continue to observe the movements of the Akatsuki organization. The Uchiha clan's clan has moved from a remote corner of the village to the center of the village. The combined size of the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan is about the same size as that of the Uchiha clan. The various housing facilities are much less luxurious than those of the Uchiha clan. However, the number of people in the clan is obviously much smaller, with only 2s and 3s appearing on the streets. After the night of genocide, there were only about 400 people left in the entire Uchiha clan. Compared with the previous number of more than 1,000 people, the number has been reduced to less than half. Especially the ninjas within the clan suffered a greater proportion of casualties. Among the more than 400 people, the proportion of ordinary tribesmen is as low as 70%. Although the casualties were heavy, the overall strength of the Uchiha clan did not weaken much. The number of elite ninjas in the clan remained the same as before. The reason is that Sharingan will automatically evolve after encountering strong stimulation. The excitement that the night of genocide brought to the clansmen was naturally extremely intense. Many tribesmen who didn't open their eyes directly opened Sharingan. The tribesmen with 1 Megatama and 2 Megatama have basically evolved into higher-level Sharinans. Uchiha Izumi even evolved directly from San Magatama to Mangekyo Sharingan. Clan leader. Hello, Patriarch. The tribesmen in 2s and 3s on the road shouted gratefully after seeing King Ai. King Ai slightly opened his jaw. In the past few days, the entire Uchiha clan unanimously hoped that he would assume the position of clan leader. 817 He had no choice but to become the leader of the Uchiha clan. Walked through several streets. King Ai came to the door of a house and knocked on the door. But there was no response for a long time. King Ai pulled the door, but it was unlocked and opened directly. When he walked in, he saw Mrs. Mikoto sitting on the floor in the living room, looking very haggard, with only a dim light in her eyes. Clan leader. Sorry, I just got distracted. She didn't react until King Ai walked up to Mikoto. Mrs. Mikoto, don't call me clan leader, it's too foreign. Just call me like before. King Ai said. Mikoto just shook his head. Seiki suddenly said, I just received news about Uchiha Itachi. Mikoto's heart suddenly trembled. When this name appeared in her world again, she didn't know how to react. After hesitating for a long time, she asked, Itachi, how is he now? He joined the Akatsuki organization as an S-class rebel ninja in Konoha, and his injuries have also recovered. After Mikoto heard the news, his heart suddenly lightened, but his emotions became more complicated. After all, Itachi was her biological son. No matter how big the mistake the other party made, she also hoped that Itachi could live. On the other hand, what Itachi did, was too unacceptable to her. Master Patriarch, thank you. If it weren't for you, the Uchiha clan would have become history. I hope that I will repay for the mistakes Itachi made. Mikoto looked at King Ai and said very gratefully. King Ai showed a look of embarrassment. As far as I know, Uchiha Itachi has transplanted first-generation cells, and his strength may be even stronger. The question now is, we don't know whether Uchiha Itachi will continue to take action. If we secretly join forces with the Akatsuki organization to take action, the village's situation will be quite dangerous. Oh, but it's not your fault, Mrs. Mikoto. You don't have to blame yourself. King Ai's tone didn't mean anything to blame. But after Mikoto listened, he still felt a weight sinking in his body. As Itachi's mother, how could she have nothing to do with her? Suddenly, an idea appeared in her mind. Although this idea is really outrageous, it is indeed the only way she can think of now. I want revenge if I can. Uchiha Mikoto took a deep breath and said, as a mother, I failed to educate Itachi well, and I want to correct his mistake myself. Qing Yiwei, Seek, was slightly startled. Does the implication mean that you want to fight all this for Uchiha Sasuke? She is indeed a good mother. Very nice. He thought for a while and asked, do you know how many steps Sharingan has to evolve? Mikoto nodded and said, ordinary Sharingan are 1 Megadama, 2 Megadama, and 3 Megadama, but above that, there is Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi's eyes are the 4th type, Mangekyo Sharingan. It seems you are not ignorant. King Ai continued, although you opened your eyes for the first time, you came to 3 Tomo Sharingan. But you should also know that 3 Tomo Sharingan is unable to fight back against Mangekyo Sharingan. What's more, Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan has become stronger with the blessing of first-generation cells. Uchiha Mikoto's face suddenly darkened. Yes. How come she doesn't know? I really want to take revenge myself. Maybe we have to wait until Sasuke grows up. Because Sasuke has the possibility to open Mangekyo Sharingan. Otherwise, it can only be handed over to others, such as Quan, King Ai, or Miura. I have opened Mangekyo Sharingan. I have some experience on how to open my eyes. Apart from talent, the most necessary condition is extreme emotional stimulation. Seiki said slowly, Mrs. Mikoto, you own 3 Tomo Sharingan, which is only 1 step away from Mangekyo Sharingan. You have a chance to open it. As long as you are willing to pay a sufficient price, I can help you. Mikoto raised his beautiful eyes, showing a hint of surprise. Master Patriarch. Thank you so much. I should have died that night. Since I live, I won't be afraid of any cost. Sasuke is young, and I hope he can live happily instead of fighting with his brother. Qing Yi nodded, I will help you arrange it as soon as possible. After saying that, King Ai left. He only had some simple ideas on how to help Mikoto open his eyes. How to operate it specifically requires in-depth research and experimentation. Immediately afterwards, King Ai found Quan again. At this time, Quan was practicing hard in the training ground, and the blood-red Sharingan was filled with hatred. Uchiha Itachi, wait. One day, I will kill you with my own hands. King Ai clapped his hands, not bad faith. Quan then realized that someone was coming. Lord Patriarch. No need to be polite. King Ai said, I came to you to ask if you would like to be the captain of the guard force. You activate Mangekyo Sharingan, you are the only one in the entire clan who is the most suitable. Quan was stunned for a moment, but shouldn't you, the clan leader, be the captain of the guard team? King Ai shook his head, I'm not interested in taking care of these things. By the way, Uchiha Itachi is not dead, but joined the Akatsuki organization. When Izumi heard the name Uchiha Itachi, she was instantly attracted. She snorted coldly, it's good that he is not dead, I still want to kill him with my own hands. You may not be able to kill him now, his strength has increased again. King Ai said. Izumi's heart sank, but she still insisted, no matter how strong he is, I will continue to become stronger until I can kill him. King Ai suddenly thought that when Mikoto opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he and King Ai would go to deal with Itachi together. It will definitely be exciting at that time. He patted Izumi on the shoulder, good. Very energetic. But Izumi, you have to remember not to be blinded by hatred. I still think your big watery eyes looked better before. Izumi was stunned, and suddenly remembered the scene when he met Ching at the meatball shop that day. That look. Could it be that Seiki already knew what kind of person Uchiha Itachi was a long time ago? Mount Mayaboku, Ryokai Cave, and Wetbone Forest are collectively known as the 3 sacred places of summoning beasts. Before Otsutsuki Kagaya came to the ninja world, the 3 sacred places already existed. These 3 sacred places have a special inheritance system, which is the birthplace of immortal arts. In the original work, Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto signed a contract with Mount Mayaboku. Mount Mayaboku can be said to run through the entire Hokage. Especially the Great Toad Sage, who can be called the originator of trouble. At the beginning, he instigated Otsutsuki Hagio Romo, that is, the Sage of 6 Paths, to seal his mother, because of the tube-trapped Kagaya. Then he taught the Sage of 6 Paths to absorb natural energy and practice Sage Mode. At the same time, he gave Mount Mayaboku the treasure of the immortal talisman and saved his brother Otsutsuki Hamura. In the end, the two brothers fought at Satsuki Kagaya and sealed him. Although Great Toad Sage has never taken action, its strength can be said to be unfathomable. In addition, it also has extremely accurate predictions. Jiraiya's search for the so-called Child of Prophecy was instructed by it. It can be said to be one of the biggest behind-the-scenes masterminds among Hokage. Jiraiya walked through a road full of stone statues of toads. These stone statues are ninjas who failed to practice Sage Mode. He almost became one of them. Fortunately, he was lucky and successfully mastered Sage Mode. Little Jiraiya, you are here. A green toad in a grey robe appeared in front of Jiraiya. Boss Fukazaku. Jiraiya hurriedly greeted him. Come with me to see the master, otherwise he will fall asleep again. Without saying much, the sage turned and walked into the hall. Jiraiya immediately followed. Not long after, he saw the great toad sage. A very old big toad, with a doctor's hat on his head, his whole body is orange, and he has a string of Buddhist beads around his neck. The cat's eye in the middle is engraved with the word oil. Jiraiya shouted respectfully, Great Toad Sage. Great Toad Sage seemed to have fallen asleep and did not respond. Fukazaku Sage sighed, as if he had expected it. He took a deep breath and suddenly roared, Master. Jiraiya subconsciously covered his ears. After repeating it several times, Great Toad Sage finally woke up slowly and asked, Who is coming? Jiraiya. Jiraiya replied. What are you coming for? Jiraiya. What are you coming for? Jiraiya. Just when Jiraiya thought that Great Toad Sage was making fun of him, it finally nodded, as if waking up from a dream. Little Jiraiya, I'm sorry, I haven't seen you for so long, I almost didn't recognize you. Jiraiya has long been accustomed to this. He can't lose his temper with an old toad who is thousands of years old, right? He asked, Great Toad Sage, why did you call me here? Is there a new prophecy? I once told you that the Child of Prophecy has incredible power. It may bring peace to the ninja world, or it may bring destruction to the ninja world, so you need to join us as a teacher. To guide. Great Toad Sage's tone did not change much as he said, but now the possibility of destruction outweighs peace. Jiraiya frowned, Great Toad Sage, do you know the reason? Great Toad Sage shook his head, I don't know, I can only see a few scenes in my prophecy. Little Jiraiya, you need to speed up your search for the Son of Prophecy. Jiraiya smiled bitterly. There are no clues, how can we speed up? The ninja world is so big, trying to find the so-called Son of Prophecy is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Little Jiraiya, the situation this time is completely different from before. I dreamed about actual destruction. Great Toad Sage opened his squinted eyes with a solemn expression. What? Jiraiya and Fukazaku Sennin both looked shocked. Great Toad Sage continued, I dreamed of a large-scale war in the ninja world, in which countless people died and the 5 major kingdoms were destroyed. Even Mount Myaboku will be affected and completely destroyed. All toads will die, including me. The Great Toad Sage took a puff of his pipe, and the smoke rings drifted away, surrounding the ministers in the hall. Sir, how is this possible? Fukazaku Sennin was horrified and asked quickly, in the entire ninja world, even the Sage of 6 Paths may not have the strength to destroy Mount Myaboku. Who on earth has such a great ability? The history of Mount Myaboku is so long that they don't even know when it appeared. And its location is very special, not in the ninja world. If you want to enter Mount Myaboku, you can only rely on the reverse summoning technique. Because of this, no matter how chaotic the ninja world was, it never affected Mount Myaboku, let alone destroyed it. Have no idea. Great Toad Sage shook his head. Fukazaku Senshi and Jiraiya were speechless. You are so good at calculation, but you can't figure out whose hands you will die in? But I have a clue. Great Toad Sage seemed to remember something and said, he has special eyes. Jiraiya immediately thought of the blood succession limit. Such as Sharinan and Byakugan. Or maybe it was the eyes of his temporary apprentice, Nagato. But it's unlikely, those are the eyes of Sage of 6 Paths little Jiraiya, this person must be an evil person. You must find him and kill him in advance. Otherwise, Mount Myaboku will cease to exist. When it comes to his own safety, Toad Sage is no longer so calm. I understand, Great Toad Sage. Jiraiya nodded seriously. Destroying Mount Myaboku, what kind of strength does this person have? Even if he is found, can he really be killed? He doesn't know, but what he knows is that even if he pays the price of death, he will definitely complete the task assigned to him by the Great Toad Sage. After leaving the main hall, Jiraiya was a little confused for a moment. Where to start? Jiraiya touched his chin. He heard that big things happened in Konoha recently. Just when I was about to go back and take a look, I was called over by Great Toad Sage. Now we are heading out according to the original itinerary. No matter where you look, you are not looking. However, Konoha now is a sad place for him. He didn't expect Tsunade to get married all of a sudden. Or even a genin. In what way is Jiraiya inferior to that kid? Hateful.